Oh, oh, okay, great. Thank you. All right. All right. Well, welcome everybody to the May 19th meeting of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. May I remind you that in accordance with the Executive Order N29-20, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually and will continue to be held virtually until further notice. So that being the case, it's a Zoom meeting. And for those of you attending who want to comment at some point, when the Board of Supervisors, myself, announce an agenda item that you wish to comment on, at that point you would turn off your TV or your live stream, and then you would call the numbers on the screen. And when you're ready to comment, press *9, and the clerk of board will put you on the queue. You'll hear a tone when it's your turn to speak. With that, I'm opening the meeting officially, and I'm inviting you to join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And that will bring us, first of all, CEO Nielsen, are there any modifications to the agenda?
Yes, there are two modifications to the agenda this morning, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Bass would like to pull item C7 for discussion, and Supervisor Madrone would like to pull item C13 for discussion.
Thank you. So with that, I'll entertain a motion with regard to the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda, pulling items 7 and 13.
Again,
Thank you.
by Virginia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So there, C7 is a proclamation. I'm assuming then that that's, you want to read that, Supervisor Bass. With that, is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
Yes, Chair Fennell, I see one hand raised in the queue, and I would just remind people *9 on their keypad if they would like to comment on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Ryan. We'll take the first caller for items on the consent agenda.
Good morning, Estelle. Kent Sawatsky here. Top of the morning to you.
Good morning.
I hope Mr. Mulder's on also today. It's always a pleasure having an expert on many things in the forum with us. His name is Mr. Mulder. It's not Little Kent. In fact, I'll call him Big Mr. Mulder if that, whatever. Anyway, consent calendar today. Item number 8. Estelle, you did an excellent job. Ronnie Pellegrini vets out fantastic. You appointed her to the Planning Commission. She does her homework when I vetted regarding this, and she plays well with others. And I would like to thank you for her service even before she starts. I think she'll be a heck of an addition to our Planning Commission. And again, Estelle, excellent job on that particular appointment. According to item C9, section 53232.3D of the government code, you are now required, I think you've been required for a long time, don't know, but at least now you're reporting the money you spent for your personal accounts, not personal accounts, but on quote unquote government business. So just so everybody in the public knows, this month I had, as far as I could tell, Rex had 0 expenses, Estelle had $74.75, Steve Madrone had 0, and Virginia Bass had 0. According to the records here, as far as I can tell, Mike Wilson, I believe, went to a convention in Yellowstone, which is a majority of his $1,007.34. I also look forward to commenting on the item which Steve Madrone pulled, which is item 13 later. Thank you for my comments on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Kent. Are there any further comments on the consent calendar?
Good morning. My name is Monique Upshaw-Smith. I'm the interim program manager for our Humboldt County Social Services Health and Nutrition Program and the call center. And thank you, board, for allowing me to speak today. I'd like to thank you for bringing attention to the CalFresh program and the important food assistance that we provide to our community. This is in regard to item number 6. Our program not only helps people provide food for themselves and their families, it provides nutrition education to the community through public health, supports our free school meal programs, contributes to our local food banks and meal programs, and provide local farmers and grocery retailers with important economic boosts. When we ensure a household has funds for food, we are supporting these folks on their road to self-sufficiency. Hunger can be an invisible burden in our country, much like mental health. Our staff is working diligently to process benefits during the COVID-19 stay-in-place order and ensure that these essential benefits are provided to those in need. They are on the front lines every day as essential workers who do not often get recognition for the important work they do. Due to COVID-19, we've seen an increase in applications as people look to our programs for assistance in this trying time. We're glad to share this month with other important issues and causes and appreciate that the board has brought attention to our program, which is often stigmatized in our society. Thank you from the CalFresh program, the staff that ensure accessibility to these benefits, and the over 19,000 CalFresh recipients in our local community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service. Any other public comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, that concludes public comment for the consent calendar.
Thank you very much, Ryan. With that, I would bring it back to the board. Any further comment before we take a vote? Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I noticed you brought this forward, but a good friend of mine is retiring from the corrections department. He's been heading up the staff. He's a 21-year veteran. Him and his wife, Karen, are very involved in our community through all their kids. And I'm not going to read this, but when we lose people like this, it's always we lose institutional knowledge and things like that. But Tim has done the whole gamut of everything over there in the corrections, and like I said, good friends with the family, and I'm kind of excited for him. But he misses out on the cake and cookies and the formal farewell during this COVID thing. So anyway, I just wanted to recognize Tim and my deepest regrets for Karen, because he's going to be home all the time now. So anyway, I just wanted to recognize him. Thank you,
Supervisor Bohn. Appreciate that. I echo your sentiments and thank Tim for his service. And it is kind of a pity we can't all be huddling around and having a cake, but those are interesting times. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate the comments from before, which related to CalFresh. I just want to, I know so many people who are both, dependent on this program, in both as farmers and as recipients. This is something, in a better world, we wouldn't need it, I suppose, but I would say that in this particular space and time, I would ask that we seek any way we can to expand programs like this one. This is direct aid in the best way and to the people who need it most. So thanks.
Thank you. And a further comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'd also like to point out that, this is Caregivers Month as well, foster kids. And we all know care is one of the things we're all being asked to do right now, to care. And these are people who do it all the time and provide a home for kids who really need it. So we want to give that a shout out as well. Ryan, if you could do a roll call on this item, please.
Yes, Chair Fennell, we'll do a roll call vote on the consent calendar, starting with Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
10-4.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Council Billingsley?
I'm sorry, Chair. Was there a motion on the consent calendar? Perhaps I just missed that.
Yes, there was. Supervisor
Right.
Wilson and seconded by Supervisor Bass. Thank you, Council. So that would bring us on to items that were removed from the consent calendar, and the first of those is C7, and I will go to Supervisor Bass. Supervisor Bass?
I'm on. Where am I at? I'm trying to get my green ribbon to show. It wouldn't stay on my
I
clothes.
saw it.
In my hair. Just saying. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn, for telling me it wasn't showing. So, yeah, today I wanted this poll because, you know, every year we celebrate as May is Mental Health Month, and it brings a lot of awareness to people in the community of, you know, the challenges that are out there, but people who are doing amazing work and people who are overcoming some pretty, you know, challenging issues. And I think now more than ever, people might understand, you know, in the past when we read it, some people thought, well, that doesn't have to do with me. What does it really matter? And many of us already know that that's not the case, but I think several, I can't say several, I would think hundreds of people right now are having their own challenges with their mental health and dealing with this shelter in place and all the strangeness that is happening. So, you know, it's a good time to remind people that, you know, we always talk about it's someone else. It's like, no, you know, it could be anybody. So I did want to read this into the record, and I know we have Emmy Botzler-Rogers with us, and I'm not sure if she has someone else. So I'll read it and I'll turn it over to Emmy. It's an interesting way to try to read this. All right, so whereas May is Mental Health Awareness, excuse me, I'm not used to this on Zoom. Okay, I know. Whereas May is Mental Health Matters Month, and greater public awareness about mental health changes attitudes, promotes wellness, and reduces stigma and discrimination. And whereas we all have mental health and our mental health is integral to our ability to thrive. And whereas optimal mental health care is essential to the overall health of Humboldt County residents, resulting in productive activities, fulfilling relationships, and to adapt to change and cope with adversity. Whereas mental health challenges strike without regard to age, gender, race, sexual orientation, social status, income level, or lifestyle. And whereas many people with mental health challenges require a behavioral health approach that encompasses both mental health and substance abuse disorder recovery that is accessible, affordable, trauma-informed, culturally competent, and relevant to their individual needs. And whereas behavioral health recovery is a journey of discovery, healing, hope, and transformation, enabling people with behavioral health challenges to live meaningful lives in a community of their choice while striving to achieve to their full potential. Whereas stigma and discrimination negatively impact the lives of people with behavioral health challenges, as well as their families and caregivers, hindering recovery and the ability to maintain employment and housing, and fear of discrimination keeps many from seeking help. Whereas people with serious mental illness are particularly vulnerable to discrimination and lack access to ongoing services and health care. And whereas mental health should not be shrouded in stigma and discrimination, causing those who are affected to not seek care. And whereas the County of Humboldt observes Mental Health Awareness Month every May to raise awareness and understanding of mental health. And whereas we commend the Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services for all the community partner organizations and individuals, whether private, faith-based, or government, for that outstanding work toward quality of life improvements and support for community residents with struggles with mental illness and substance use disorders in their recovery. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Humboldt hereby proclaims May 2020 is Mental Health Matters Month and calls upon its citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit our community to increasing awareness and understanding mental illness and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental illness, because Humboldt County deserves and each mind matters. It's hard to read this up close. With that, I move the proclamation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Emmy, I'd like to invite you to speak.
Great, thank you. Good morning. Emmy Botzler-Rogers, Behavioral Health Director. Thank you, Supervisor Bass and the Board of Supervisors for this proclamation. I wanted to just quickly add in, kind of in support of Supervisor Bass's point that this can affect everyone, that as I was watching the news this morning, there was a little piece on Michael Phelps, who the Olympic gold medalist swimmer who kind of came forward and talked about his struggles with mental health, especially related to COVID. So I wanted to just kind of put that out there. This moment's really twofold in my mind. One, of course, is to acknowledge the profound impact on mental health experience during due to the current COVID health crisis. And secondly, the critical recognition of the tremendous work being done around mental health, stigma reduction, prevention, intervention, and treatment within our community. Those two, of course, intersect. It's because of the tireless work of those committed to lifting up mental health as an undeniable part of who each of us are, and legitimizing mental health is equally important in our overall health, that I believe we're better recognizing the importance of attending to mental health as part of this current impact from COVID-19 and the long-lasting effects that I'm sure it will be having. Currently, our community, nation, and the world are experiencing job loss, income loss, isolation, illness, and sadly, loss of life. And so during this month of acknowledging the importance of our mental health, please remember to take care of yourselves and one another, practice good self-care, and find ways to connect. I also want to remind the board and the community that we have recently lifted up a warm line for people experiencing emotional distress, anxiety, depression, or loneliness related to COVID. And it's open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. And staffed by behavioral health service providers. So that number, just so that everyone has it, is 707-268-2999. It can also be found on the website. And again, thank you so much for recognizing that mental health matters.
Thank you, Emmy. Thank you for your work. I would like to open this up now to public comment. First of all, is there anyone on the panel who would like to speak to this? And if not, I would invite the public. Are there any comments on this item, Ryan?
Yes, Chair Fennell, there is.
So we'll welcome the first caller. Welcome, caller.
Estelle, I usually wear the green ribbon when I'm in the chamber, so I'm virtually wearing a green ribbon today. As stated before, this is the time when mental health issues are going to be exacerbated. I guess that's the word. It's going to be the cost of the mental health burden that's going to come from the loss of jobs, the loss of family, the loss of the normal structure in which we live, will be something that will probably never be assessed, but I would be willing to say it's probably a higher cost than many of the other things associated with this particular COVID situation. People want to relieve stress. I highly recommend they call in and participate in community processes such as this meeting. You can vent if you want to. You can make your opinions known, and you can have a say. And I feel you can make a difference. So, mental health is important to all of us. I always watch how things happen in Mother Nature's world, not just the human race, but how the mental health of animals and other things are also affected during this time, such as pets and things like that, which they can sense a lot of things regarding our health and our mental being. And so for those of you who do feel a little anxiety, go get those dog cuddles or get with your pet, and you'll find that that's great therapy. And that's what I recommend. Anyway, thank you for bringing this forward, Virginia. It's always important to hear every single year because this is one of the biggest impacts on our human race.
Thank you, Kent. Is there any further comment on this item? Just before, any more from the public?
Comment.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so seeing no other comment from the public, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I just wanted again to reiterate the people working on the front lines of our mental health system are just, you know, there's a lot of tough jobs, right? But that is one of the most difficult jobs. And again, these are the people working on the edges of the fabric of our society and trying to hold it together and help and real heroes again amongst all the others. And I'm glad that we have this moment to be able to recognize recognize those folks doing that hard work on the front lines. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Any other comment from the board? Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to mention Kelly Jack. She's probably one of the biggest cheerleaders for this every year. She's amazing. She puts so much energy into this, and we've been trying to contact her to see if she could call in to make comment, and she hasn't been able to yet. Perhaps she'll show up later in the items not on the agenda, and I'd hope you give her the chance. But just wanted to give a big shout out to her and thank her for all the work she's done, because she's made a difference in a lot of people's lives by showing that, just how she's amazing, energetic, successful, and I just really appreciate all she's done. And then I don't want to rain on anybody's parade. I think it's a scary thing when you look at right now and needing potentially more mental health dollars, and especially the dollars coming from the county to care for people or to help people. There's some serious jeopardy. We've heard about the realignment funding because of the taxes aren't going to be coming into the state as they used to, and we could see some really extreme shortfalls unless something has changed, which it could have in the last few days because everything changes quickly. It's just a real reminder that we're going to have to fight, because instead of less money, we're actually going to need more money, and because there's more people who are going to need services. So we're heading into a very difficult, that's difficult and tough time is a difficult time. And it's just something to keep in mind. So that's for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Bass. Any further comment from the board on this item? I would just, yes, Supervisor Bohn.
Well, I do. You guys, when you do come back to your offices, you will find pamphlets and handouts and everything else on your desk. Kelly hooked up with me yesterday. We met, socially distanced, got everything dropped off. And so you guys all have your green badges and this year's flyer and everything else explaining all the great work that they do. And we're Zooming instead of Zumbaing, I guess would be this year.
That's a good one.
Zumba. We Zumba every year. I do every year and make an ass of myself. But anyway, again, there's a lot of people, like Wilson said, there's a lot of people pretty committed to this. And I'm not going to rank people anywhere, because as he said, there's a lot of heroes. There's a lot of great people out there. I just appreciate you doing what you're doing.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I just want to say very briefly, first of all, echo what everybody has said and remind you that some of those frontline people, also doctors, nurses, are experiencing a lot of mental stress in these days. So, we're sharing it throughout, and it's a very important time to be aware of this. And thank you for the green ribbon. And not only did I have a green ribbon, I had a green tie and everything, and it's all in my office. So I'll wear it another day. So, and you've got a green back. We're thinking ahead. And just for Kent's sake, when he speaks, there's a green phone symbol on the Zoom. So he did have some green on there. So with that, I would go to Ryan for a roll call on item C7.
Yes, Chair Fennell. We'll start with Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell.
Yes. Thank you,
Thank
Ryan. And that will bring us to item C13, and that was pulled by Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. Let's see, I had a couple of questions first for Jefferson, our county council. Jefferson, well, perhaps Amy can even answer this one, which would be, how many members are there on this trellis committee?
Through the chair, I'm going to turn this over to Scott Adair, who administers the Project Trellis program. Scott's our Economic Development Director.
Great.
Thank you, CAO Nelson. Scott?
Yes, can you hear me okay? Is my audio coming through?
Yes, you're
Yes.
fine. So
Okay.
you're still over in the EOC?
Yeah, and I apologize that I'm muffled. I'm at the EOC and we all have to wear masks here. But each of, as far as the Trellis Committee is concerned, there are 5 appointments, one made by each district supervisor, and then there are 2 at large.
Okay, so there's 7 members. Okay, so my next question will be for the county council in regards to quorum. So if you have a 7-member committee, my understanding is that 4 members would make a quorum. Is that correct?
Supervisor Madrone, I'm not familiar with the bylaws, but usually an at-large member is not a voting member. So I would have to check, but I would think they would not count towards the quorum.
So then if that were true, then the quorum would be 3 out of 5, or at the most, it might be 4 out of 7 would make a quorum when a majority of the members are present. Would that be an accurate assumption?
Supervisor Madrone, without reading the bylaws, I am not sure, but that is the general rule.
Okay, the reason I asked this is I was reviewing all of the files for Trellis very carefully, and I do have some other questions, but in regards to process, I noted in the attachments, there was some draft minutes of 3:10 and some final minutes of February 25th. And in the 3:10 draft minutes, there were a number of motions that were made that were listed as having failed due to a lack of quorum, and yet there were 5 members present and 5 members voting. And so it's important to me to make sure these meeting minutes accurately reflect process. And so I'm having a hard time with the February 25th meeting minutes that were draft amended or attempted to be amended on March 10th, wherein there were several motions made, several that failed according to these minutes here due to a lack of quorum. And yet one of the motions passed without a statement of lack of quorum. And it seems very confusing to me, and I'm not sure it's accurate based on what the actual quorum rules are. So I'm having a hard time with this packet in terms of it reflecting accurate statements in the minutes. So I guess I would like that to be looked into to understand better what a quorum is for that committee, so that I can understand and so that the committee can do its work effectively as well. So given that there's no answer to that at this time, I'm just state that I'm uncomfortable with that. The other thing is, and I want to say I appreciate the work of the committee and Scott Adair and the economic development folks in their efforts to review a tremendous amount of proposals in a timely manner to try and bring these funds to the table to make a difference. And I really appreciate that hard work by everybody. In trying to review this information, again, I was hampered by the fact that the large spreadsheet with all of the applications is such a small font, it's extremely difficult to try and review. And in addition, the last column, which is really important, application score, is blank. There's no information there whatsoever for all of the other application scores. Now, there was a document in the staff report, et cetera, that did show the scores for the proposals that the committee is recommending to be funded, and I appreciate that. But I have no reference as to what the scores were for the other 30, 40, 50 proposals. And so I'm having a hard time reviewing and moving forward with approval because of that lack of clarity on these couple of issues.
Through the chair, if I may add some clarification.
Yes, Chief.
It might be helpful for the board and for county council to know I had stated earlier that there were 5 members by appointment and 2 at large. That is true. However, partway through the process, one of the members resigned, and that appointment was not backfilled. So that actually reduced the total number of members and thereby affected what would constitute a quorum. Also, during that particular meeting, committee member Mulder was running a little late to the meeting, and there was a decision by the committee and by the chair of the committee, Rich Ames, to wait on voting on some of those motions until committee member Mulder arrived. So there were just some additional complicating factors that were present at that particular meeting concerning a quorum. And the quorum, as the bylaws are written, consists of 4 members, but we would welcome any further counsel or guidance from county council, especially considering that at that time, one of the committee members was not present, but the chair asked to wait for that committee member to arrive, and also the fact that we had one committee member resign. So would welcome any guidance with regards to how that might affect a quorum for that particular committee.
Well, thank you, Scott. I appreciate that, that detail. I guess I'm still very confused because my understanding of quorum, having read the rules over and over, is that quorum is what establishes your ability to even have a meeting and make any decisions whatsoever. That's what quorum is. Quorum is not used as a measure of determining whether or not a particular motion passes or doesn't pass. So if you have a quorum, you can have a meeting where decisions can be made. If you don't have a quorum, you can still have a meeting, but you can't make any decisions, is my understanding of how quorum works. And yet throughout the minutes here, it keeps talking about this motion failed due to a lack of a quorum, and then another motion passes with a quorum, and yet there's no change in the members between those two motions. It was only once Thomas Mulder came back that it added one member. I don't want to belabor this. We have far more important things to be talking about and dealing with, but I do find it to be an important aspect of the committee's work that they need to understand what quorum means, and that once you have a quorum, it then becomes a majority vote, unless there's something I'm missing. And I've looked at the bylaws, I've looked at, you know, Robert's rules and all these other things, and I just find that I don't see that that was properly followed in these meetings with these motions. But also,
Council,
I'm still lacking the information on the scores for all the other proposals.
Council Billingsley?
Yes, through the chair, I just wanted to add that I pulled this up, and the at-large members are voting members. So just to clarify that. And I don't believe this committee follows Robert's rules. I believe it's Rosenberg's rules. Not that that would make a substantial difference.
Right.
And
am I
to that
correct?
note, sorry, I just
I'm sorry,
note
through the
there,
chair.
yeah, with reference to the alternate, there's a starred item there. The committee was unable to reach a quorum, so they were advised by staff to have an alternate vote, and the coin was flipped to choose the alternate, Brian Sinclair, and he was the deciding vote. So I'm not clear, you know, does that satisfy your concerns, Supervisor Madrone?
No, I appreciate your efforts there, but no, it doesn't. You know, the issue is, what is a quorum? And if you have a quorum, you can make decisions. Once you have a quorum, then it becomes a majority vote. There was a motion that was 3 yes against 2 no, and it states that it failed due to no quorum. And that's just not accurate. It's not an accurate statement of fact of how the quorums work. So I'll just follow this up offline with county council and with Amy Nielsen, our CAO, and Scott Adair, to see if we can get some clarity around this down the road. I don't want to hold this up further. We have far more important business to tend to, but I've made my concerns known, and I will follow up. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone, CAO Nielsen, and then Supervisor Bass.
So resolution 1945 has the quorum for Project Trellis at 4.
Right. But so that's the quorum. So if you have 4 people, you can make decisions. And there were 5 people at the meeting. 3 voted yes on a motion, 2 voted no. So that motion should have passed, and yet it states that it failed due to a lack of a quorum. That's an inaccurate statement. It doesn't follow process. So I think the minutes need to be revisited, and we'll do that separately if you want. I thought it was important to get this clarified right now because it is part of our package and is being moved forward as part of it. And if we approve this packet, then my assumption is we're approving all that as well. And I think it failed in process.
Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the conversation. All sorts of things can happen due to conflict of interest, and I don't expect to try to guess what happened there. But I really do appreciate that Supervisor Madrone wants to see minutes that accurately reflect what's happening. So that's interesting. We should look at that. I will mention, and I won't use any names, that I do understand that one of our supervisors actually was not happy with how the record showed a conversation that was made. Apparently, sometimes our appointees think that they're supposed to do our bidding, and I hope most of us, I know what I think is like, well, do I want them to share my values and views and take what I want to do with, do I think, I hope they do that? But I've never sent any with marching orders, and probably none of us do, but unfortunately, sometimes that gets a little skewed. So I understand that was reflected in the minutes. I heard that there was blowback, and I'm disappointed that one of us would actually kind of browbeat a person who took the notes, who's normally very meticulous at the notes, over something that was reported accurately by other accounts as well. So just want to say, you know, when we're talking about minutes that accurately reflect, I totally appreciate that. And having not been there, it's really hard to make that judgment. But I do want to hope that none of us, it's one thing if it's your own commissioner you want to talk to, but to go after another one is just kind of, it's a little disappointing. That's all. You know, we'll move on from here because we do have more important things to talk about today for sure.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I just want to say these are recommendations to us. We are the deciding body with relationship to this. If any one of us wants to amend the decision, bring anything forward that they think should be approved, or deny anything on the list, that is, we can do that. That's part of what we're here to do. I'm okay with the way things are currently. But again, I mean, if pieces of that want to be brought back, we can, I think, do that. Is that not true, Council? Mr. Billingsley?
Yes, through the chair, it is your prerogative to approve these grants. So if you want to make modifications or change anything, or perhaps even exclude the minutes from the process, you can do that now.
Right. So with that, I'm going to just make the motion that we approve, basically go with the staff recommended motion here, the staff recommendations. I don't want to read all the way through them here, but you know, and if there is somebody wants to modify it, I'm open to that discussion. But in the way that I see it now, it seems like the process is what it has been. I'm not that invested in terms of the details of this as maybe some others are, but if there are recommendations for changes to that, I would be open. And with that, I make a motion that we approve it.
I second the motion, and I would ask for an amendment to exclude the minutes from the motion at this time.
And I'll take that. It'll be fine. We can exclude some minutes from the motion. I'm happy to do that.
Which minutes? The two?
Supervisor Bohn?
Are you talking the February 25th ones?
At this point, I would remove the February 25th and the draft minutes of March the 10th until the quorum issues are straightened out and the committee has a chance to revisit that. So I would remove both of them from the record at this time.
And I've got a clarification and falling back on what Supervisor Bass said, I've got some issues because I apologize, I didn't go into the weeds till the phone started ringing. We did have some direction given to by one of the supervisors to their member, not suggestions, but directions and directives of what to do. And I'm wondering if we're talking about rules and, you know, Roberts, Rosenberg, everybody else, what applies and what doesn't apply. So I don't think we could cherry pick. And I didn't know, I have my appointee wasn't there for other reasons, but I'm just wondering how much of involvement, because then this goes on to planning commissions, and I mean, it just morphs. And I think we probably should get that out about how much involvement we can have with our appointees, telling them how to vote. Where hopefully they're going to represent us. But I would like some clarification on, maybe from Jefferson Billingsley, because I don't see where the 225 minutes, the issue is with, I think it's the draft minutes of March that's the problem. I don't know if we have an issue with the 225 minutes. So I don't know if it's a blanket, take all the minutes out.
Okay, anyone discuss that? Okay, well, any other comment on this? I would like to comment. I'm not going to get into this whole thing about the minutes. I understand the minutes reflect correctly what happened. Whether the process of that was correct or not, don't know. But at this time, they do reflect it. That is aside completely. I just want to talk about the committee and the work that it did. And I really, really appreciate this group of volunteers from the community stepping up to make a difficult choice. There were 71 people who applied for help through the Trellis Micro Grant and loan. And I'm very proud that we put that together, and really appreciate the work of the committee. They picked 14, and I think that they did a pretty darn good job. I just think that we have to be appreciative of them putting themselves in that place and making those difficult decisions. So I do support the committee's recommendations. I would like to put this out for public comment. Is there anyone? Oh, no, sorry. Absolutely. Director Adair.
Yeah, sorry, Chair Fennell, if I just may briefly before you pass it on to public comment. I do want to share with your board, if it helps to provide any level of satisfaction, that we have upped our technology, and we now have the ability to audio record and video record all of these meetings. So in the future, it will be easier to go back and look at minutes. Just want the board to know that we are sensitive to that and trying to implement measures so that we can address those concerns as they come up. Also, it has been a very complicated and at times difficult process. The committee has worked very hard. We oftentimes receive correspondence from angry members of the public who do not support Project Trellis and are upset that the county is even expending funds in this manner. And at the same time, we also receive a lot of pressure from the cannabis community who so desperately needs the funds, especially since it's actually been, believe it or not, it's been 14 months since your board approved Project Trellis. And here we are finally making the first round of grant recommendations. So we're very excited. We're excited to move on to the next grant round. And certainly anyone who maybe didn't make this first cut, we're going to encourage them to reapply and come back and submit an application. So just want to thank the committee publicly and also thank the support of the board for their support. It's been a journey, and we're excited that we're moving forward today with it.
Thank you, Director Adair. Anybody else like to speak before we go to public comment? All right, we'll go to public comment. Ryan, is there anyone who would like to speak on this item?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do have public comment.
Welcome.
Estelle Kensawaski, I took a little bit of time on this project today. Found it very interesting. I'm autistic and I look for anomalies. You had grants in here. I think there was only one that was above $10,000. That one was for $50,000. And so I wanted to know why. And it's very interesting. According to the application, and I can only go by this, it was called Five Sisters Farm. George Season is the owner. The business location is in Piercy, and it's Piercy and Humboldt County, don't know. Summary of business activities, education, ownership type, sole proprietor, Does the applicant meet the eligibility requirements defined in the resolution? Yes, no, says yes. And it says explain, but there's no explanation. So what does this person do? It sounds like technical assistance, again, project location, Percy, description of project, capital investment, infrastructure, miscellaneous expenses. Amount requested $50,000. Obviously, it says, has applicant matched or secured source of funding for this project? Yes or no? It says yes. Have attempts been made to secure alternative funding? Yes or no? And it goes unknown. Then you get down to the checklist as far as what the applicant's needs are. And it has 5 checklists, but the most important one on the bottom is number 6, and it's not checked. And this troubles me. It says, where receipt of requested microgrant loan is needed to become solvent. And that's that you have somebody who apparently is solvent, has other sources of funds, is not hurting in this thing, and yet this person gets 5 times as much as the closest applicant. I think your process is flawed. Scott, I really appreciate you know that, Scott Adair, but this does not seem to be correct. Just because of lack of process and foundation for the decision, I highly recommend you get your minutes together, get them correct, get them corrected, and bring this forward on the next meeting. And then I also would ask you to ask your staff, why is this anomaly out there when it appears to be nothing that's needed? And maybe there's something you guys know, but I didn't have time to get a hold of Scott and get clarification, nor to get a hold of George Season and find out why. Would be really reluctant to move this forward at this time. That's my recommendation. The other thing is, it's not clear. There was $810,000 budget of this, 10% of which goes for administration, and that 10%'s been set aside. And I don't know if that's all been spent or there's only, you need accounting of that 10%. Have we only spent $179,000 worth of 810, or how much have we spent? So there really is no clarity, no transparency as far as this process goes. And I'm happy to see people who deserve it get whatever money you folks feel appropriate. But under these circumstances, I really would be reluctant to move forward at this time. That's my recommendation. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment on this item?
Hello, this is Thomas Mulder. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes.
All right, so I'd like to bring some clarification. I have a lot of things to comment, but I'm going to not be able to do that in 3 minutes. So the issue on the 310, those are draft minutes. So those are minutes that have not been approved. Those are draft minutes. The issue on 310, I apologize. I was running late because there was no parking in Eureka on that day. I had to park at the courthouse and near the courthouse and walk blocks and blocks down. That's the reason, because there were so many applicants there that wanted to speak. So I had texted a fellow committee member and said, hey, I'm parked at this junction and I'll be down, and I don't know what's going on. The issue in the draft is we're a 7-member committee, and I believe by our bylaws, we have to have a majority of that 7-member committee to pass something. So that would be 4 votes out of 7, even though sometimes less people would be present. So in that draft minutes, if you just change the word quorum to majority, I think you'd be totally fine. The reason I think Supervisor Madrone's bringing up the issue is because that was clear. That was something that was clearly stated by a committee member. My jaw dropped. I asked, everyone in the room was just blown away by the process. So that's why I would personally like to understand some clarification where appointees, what their role is in that aspect to any of these committees that they sit on. And it's something that needs to be fleshed out, because Rex brings up a good point about planning commission and stuff like that. It was clearly something that was stated on 225, and it's clearly something that needs to be in the record. So that way, hopefully moving forward, we can be more transparent about what's going on. With this, I do want to remind you that this is a final score sheet. The committee never had the ability to, due to COVID, never had the ability to talk and discuss and how they might see things funding different. I do know that I've heard a couple concerns from different people in the community that different applicants may not have paid into the process or not. I haven't back checked. I turned all of my score sheets and all my grant applications in on 310 and have been waiting to be able to deliberate. I support you guys funding this moving forward. I support you approving the minutes, because that is what clearly did happen. And I want to remind you that 310 is a draft that is not a final approved. and hopefully next week, Project Trellis can approve that 310 minutes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, I don't see any more public comment.
Thank you, Ryan. That brings us back to the board then. And is there any further comment before we go to a vote?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to comment. Go ahead.
Okay,
Mike.
so Supervisor Wilson and then Supervisor Madrone.
I just wanted to remind the supervisors that the motion is to approve this with these minutes, these specific minutes redacted. If that's not going to pass, then I think we should, think of another path. But I'll let Supervisor Madrone address if he thinks this is still something he wants to move forward in this way.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thank you, Thomas, for your explanation, and I have no disagreement with that whatsoever. And I know Virginia Supervisor Bass was trying to not keep this specific, but seeing how it has been stated, I am the supervisor that is being talked about here in these minutes. So let's just be clear about that. And I do not have a problem with what the minutes reflected from February 25th. I believe, and this has been confirmed by my appointee, Sarah Balster, that she was confused in regards to our conversation. In no way did I ever direct her how to vote on anything. I, like all of the supervisors, get requests from our appointees to meet and discuss issues that are coming before them. I know for a fact that happens often with planning commissioners coming to their supervisor and asking their opinion on issues. I do not believe that supervisors direct planning commissioners or any other appointee on how to vote on any issue. Yes, it is true that these people serve at our will and at our pleasure, as they say. And, I have seen planning commissioners removed in the past over the last 40 years when they weren't doing something that the particular appointing supervisor liked. So those things do occur. In my 17 months on this board, I have never once directed one of my appointees to vote a certain way on any issue. And I just want that to be clear with the record. And so what happened after this February 25th minutes came out was I felt that it was misconstrued and that Sarah's comments were not understood completely. And so Sarah went back to the committee to try and explain her remarks and explain that in no way had I directed her on how to vote on any issue. She was simply asking for my advice as to what I thought about funding road associations, which is a eligible funding through this Trellis program. I gave her what my advice was, and she was free to then go and make her own decisions in that committee. Her statements did not accurately reflect that when she first made them at the committee, and that's why those minutes reflected what they did. But having talked that through, Sarah agreed, and it wasn't under pressure. She agreed that I had never directed her on how to make a decision. And in March the 10th, when they met again, this Trellis committee, they discussed this, and Sarah provided clarification to what she meant by her statement on February 25th. And she clarified that in no way was I directing her on how to vote. And yet Thomas had made a statement in the minutes to that fact. And now Supervisor Bass has made that statement, and Supervisor Bohn, both accusing me of something I never did. And I frankly don't appreciate accusations like that. I did not direct her on how to vote. And she reflected that in the March 10th meeting. It passed 3-2, but then it was stated that it failed due to a lack of a quorum. If in fact the committee's guidelines do state that you need to have 4 out of 7 members vote yes in order to pass something, that's fine. But the fact is that we were trying to correct the statements to make it reflect what was accurately occurred. And that is, as I'm stating again, I never once directed her on how to vote. and I never would. I would never consider such a thing. I am sure that all of my colleagues get people coming to them, asking them for their advice. That is simply what happened here. And for a member of the committee to make a statement like this in the minutes that then get written down and codified, I've never seen such a thing in minutes ever in my life. I mean, we at the board don't allow things to go into our action items, our action report, that so-and-so said so-and-so about so-and-so without any factual basis for that. I find that to be insulting, and I don't appreciate the other supervisors' comments taking that somehow, Mr. Mulder's comments, to be fact, and they are not. So that's what's going on here. But beyond that, I do still find it difficult without scoring for all these projects on here. And I wish I had received the scoring for all the projects, because I think that's important to see for us as supervisors to be able to make an informed decision.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, well, if she clarified at the next meeting, then it seems that could be included in those minutes. And since you mentioned that it was you and it was me that was saying what I said, one, I hardly ever meet with my planning commissioner, but that's okay. If he wants to call, great. I don't worry about it. And do I believe you actually just were talking to her about what you're interested in? Yeah, I do. What bothers me is that a supervisor would actually call the person who is the person taking the minutes, who takes pretty meticulous minutes. I mean, perhaps it's just some people take very meticulous minutes that include all the conversations. Because if you have a video recording or voice recording, all those conversations will come out, they'll be captured. So, if you're saying, I actually think you probably didn't tell her what to do. And I think she probably misstated it. But I just was not appreciative of someone going and kind of being what seemed a little disrespectful to the person who took the minutes. That's all. We need to respect our entire committee members. And I just found that, I found it unfortunate. And I also, so you and I can agree to disagree on how this rolled out here, but just wanted to say, maybe we're overreacting, but, I do stand for people who are doing the right thing, and I can't, that's just the way it is. But, wanted it out there.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and all I had to go off was a couple phone calls and the final minutes from 225 that I don't know Sarah Balzer. I imagine you would pick a very qualified person to be on there. So to have her miss what you told her by so much is troublesome. But the other factor being is just so you know, in my over 17 months on here, I can probably count on one time that my planning commissioner and I have talked about anything on the planning commission, because it's just there. We pick, or I was on the understanding you picked people that would represent you or feel that they would represent you. I know I have never called him on the way he's voted or telling him how to vote. So to say that we meet with them, I don't think he's ever been he was in my office one time just before a meeting because he walked down here. So, but I mean, to paraphrase it, we all meet with our appointees. I think we put appointees in there. I've never met with Mr. Groling. I know he's from the Madold Valley, architect and very well thought of in the industry, on the Trellis committee. So I just wanted everybody to know that I don't meet, I don't direct. You try to put people in the place that hopefully represent the people of the district. And I've been very fortunate because most of the people I appoint stay on. So I think I would think that they stay on because they don't get the pressure of me telling them what to do or anything like that. So I was just going by what was in front of me. I wasn't trying to toss anything out there, and I was looking for clarification. And I'd got phone calls from people that were wondering if I was calling, and I said, no, I'm not. So, because I don't think we're supposed to.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will note that we have gone right up an hour past our time set meeting for the COVID presentation, and I'm concerned about that. We also have a public hearing coming up. At the same time, as Director Adair pointed out, it's been 14 months since this process was kicked off. And we're going right into the a very important part of the cannabis industry's calendar, which is the beginning of the season. And I think that it's only fair to the people who have been awarded these grants to have us sign off on them and let them go on with their work. So as far as the minutes go, from my perspective, we've had a good discussion about them. If that's in the motion, and we'll take a vote on that. If that doesn't pass, we'll take another vote. So Ryan, there's a motion, and could you restate it, please?
Yes, so Chair Fennell, my understanding of the motion is to approve staff recommendations and exclude the minutes from 2/25 and the draft March 10th minutes from the record.
Okay. All right, thank you. So can you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Chair Fennell. So we'll do a roll call vote. Supervisor Bohn?
Not with the minutes, no.
Supervisor Bass?
Not with the minutes being struck, no.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I'm fine with it, so yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell?
Yes, I'll vote just because I want people to get their awards.
Passes 3-2.
Thank you. So that will take us to our time set for 9 a.m. It happens to be 10:05 right now. Supervisor Bohn.
I just want to know, my vote did not reflect. I appreciate what the committee did and what they brought forward. And I was fully supportive of all the people, all the applicants. I wish they could have all got something. I worry sometimes a little bit about that. So to paraphrase it, we want that. I vote yes because that was wrong. I just did not want the voted on minutes from 2/25 included. And I was very, very in my earlier talks because I just don't think that should be swept away, even if though it sounds like it was just a misunderstanding between people.
Supervisor Bass.
Yeah, and the same, I certainly want to see the awards go forward. And actually, Supervisor Wilson had offered to amend the motion with taking it away, and I wish I would have followed up on that. So it's in no way a reflection of the work the committee did, and I want to see it moving forward too. It's more on just the principles of minutes, that's all. So I'm glad it passed.
Thank you. Thank you. Since we're all making comments post facto, I'll just say, you know, I sympathize. I think the minutes, the minutes are the minutes, they reflect what happened. But regardless, the bottom line is I just want this to move forward. And again, I thank the committee, and been a valuable discussion. We'll work out whatever. And now let's move forward. On to a report on a very, very important issue, which deserves time also. And that is a report from our health officer, Dr. Teresa Frankovich, Sheriff Hansel, and Director Nelson, Stevens, I'm sorry, Michelle, on our response to COVID-19, an update on where we are with that. And sorry for delay, I apologize. Dr. Frankovich.
Thanks, Supervisor Fennell. Just to provide an update, it's been a strange past week or two. We reported yesterday 81 total cases of COVID-19 infection in our county. We have had a total of 27 new cases in the last 14 days. And we have had one reported death related to COVID at this time. As everyone probably is aware, we submitted a variance request to the governor after a special meeting on last Wednesday, and with a letter of support from the Board of Supervisors. And really the variance was the document explaining what our current level of preparedness was, what our current epidemiology was, although we also had communicated the most up-to-date numbers to the state at that time as well. And it also included a plan for how we monitor going forward so that we know how to proceed with opening, or whether to pause, or if there comes a moment when we need to step back and pull back on some of the things that we've opened up. So that variance was approved the following day, I believe the 14th. And what it does is it grants our county the ability to navigate through stage 2 based on how we're doing on the ground and what our COVID infection rates and all kinds of other measures look like. What's available to us in stage 2 per the governor's order is the ability to basically add things like moving curbside retail into expanded inside retail, will be the ability to open office spaces, to open childcare. There were some outdoor recreational opportunities that were added through this, through the governor's office as well. And then the other big inclusions here would be restaurants during this stage, and a few other items. So the county and our EOC, the sheriff and the crew there have been setting up a platform so that businesses can submit these that we're allowing. I hear the pooch.
Down, King, down.
The businesses that will that we're allowing to begin opening can submit their application. Right now, we were prioritizing the office spaces, the curbside businesses that were already operating to begin operating indoors, child cares as well. And then, but really inviting all the sectors to come onto that site and to look at the guidance for their sector that's been provided through the state and Cal OSHA, through CDPH and Cal OSHA, and other organizations, and then to apply for our review. And we were just really, I mean, we were approved, I think, late on the 14th. We've to date, I believe, I've approved about over 230 businesses, essentially since Friday. I know they were working on this on the weekend as well, and they're continuing to work on this today. So this basically, the idea is to get some economics going here, some local businesses. At the same time, we're balancing against what we're looking at in terms of our case activity, our ability to manage investigations, and the current status of our hospital capacity. So right now, our hospital capacity looks good. We have some reserve capacity. Our contact investigation teams have capacity in spite of the large number of cases that we're investigating at this time. And but certainly our numbers reflect the fact that people have been, in spite of the restrictions in place, have been moving about a bit more in the community. We have had some cases related to travel. We have had cases related to people meeting, gatherings, and I think it's an important time for us to remind individuals that our ability to manage the flow of cases, to not have large numbers of cases at the same time, is threatened when we have people moving beyond what is allowed at the current state. So I do want to encourage people to adhere to the things that remain in place to this point, which is our shelter in place still remains. And it asks for people not to be moving about in the community other than to access essential services or the new allowed services, as well as the outdoor recreational opportunities that we've listed. It also is very important that people not gather. I know with Mother's Day and graduations and upcoming Memorial Day and spring, people want to get together. We've all been doing this a long time. But when we bring groups of people together who have not been getting together, it does increase spread. And it adds to the risk for the community, and it threatens our progress going forward as we are trying to ease restrictions and get our economy going. So I asked for that. Also, masking. The Board of Supervisors likely remembers our discussion that with masking, We really put that in place because we know that that can help to decrease transmission when we're bringing people together. So it's important to remember that this is not a temporary measure. This is a measure we're going to be doing for a while because it will help us, again, move forward through stage 2 and 3. And I have no intention of maintaining this longer than necessary, but right now it is necessary. We understand that some people, for medical reasons, are not able to wear a mask. Some people, little kids, we've excluded from this, but we really do ask everyone else to wear a mask and help their neighbor with that. What we're doing today is we are going to be putting out an order. Essentially, it's a supplement to the previous order. Excuse me. So it basically outlines the where the governor is on this, our application for the variance to move forward through stage 2. Just lists a few of the things that the governor put on the list right out of the gate and that we've added, and references the fact that we will ongoing just be doing some supplements as we add different sectors, for instance, to this order, and that there is a link in the document to the allowable entities that is available through our Humboldt.gov website. So we'll make that very easy for people to access and know what exactly is available currently in the community. And just again, moving forward with the knowledge that we want to, honestly, we're moving at a good pace through the EOC in terms of approving. If I had my way, if we were in the position we were with cases just a few weeks ago, I think we would be able to do this even faster. But I think for these few days here, we really do need to be watching what's happening on the ground, but continuing to move forward with the process that we've set in place, because we understand that balance of getting things going as well as protecting the community health on this. And I think that's all I was going to mention today, unless there are questions.
Absolutely, Dr. Frankovich, Supervisor Bass, and then Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few things. I find it interesting. I remember hearing that the governor, we were going to work with the Western states. And I don't know if that's totally fallen off the map, but Oregon is doing things very different, you know, over in Brookings. So of course, we're hearing about that. I wasn't on call yesterday afternoon, and you may have been on it too. And it does sound they're trying to, the state is trying to move up some of the things such as, they call it barbering. So I thought that was, you know, not that it, I mean, we have our own challenges right now, but I just want people who are really, you know, in that, we hear a lot from folks in that type of industry that I think the state is looking at doing things a little differently. I don't know what that means. So the questions I have for you, I'll just give them to you and then I'll turn off my mic. Do you see California or the governor actually going to mandatory masking? Because I've heard that a little bit, because local communities that are doing the mandatory are running up against the fact that the state basically just has, I think, is suggested or recommended. The second one is casinos are a big topic right now. I don't know if everybody else is getting these emails, but a lot of employees are really, really concerned about having to go back to work. And while some casinos are covered under workers' comp, I don't know if all of them are. And then that leads to my next one. Are we finding ways to actually tell businesses and make sure they understand that workers' comp could be a very real issue for them if something goes sideways, because it's got some teeth in it. So I don't know if you want to just cover any of those, but those are just the things I wanted to mention and ask you about today.
Sure, and I agree with you. I think the governor's office is looking at, you know, at some of these items that were in stage 3 and looking at can we either move them into a later part of stage 2, or can we, you know, open stage 3 earlier? So I think they're trying to listen to you know, what the communities are saying and the counties. In terms of the masking, Supervisor Bass, I've heard the same discussions that the state is looking at the possibility of doing an order. I have not seen a draft or any time frame for that, but I think they've have been hearing feedback from local areas as well. The casinos are a very big concern of mine. As I just spoke about, we have been dealing with some cases related to relatively smaller gatherings. And to have a large number of people gathering in a site where they stay for prolonged periods of time, no matter how safe you try to be in that environment, it is a risk. And I think that it is way ahead of what we're ready to do right now in our community. And I think that, again, I've made it clear that I'm hoping that there will be some restraint here used. But obviously, in this instance, it's not something that I can control. And so we will deal with whatever happens as a result of this. But I want to say to the public that again, there are serious public health concerns about mass gatherings in this instance, in any instance, really. And so I encourage them to use caution. Finally, Supervisor Bass, on the workman's comp issue, I believe that a lot of the employers themselves, I've heard some feedback that they are aware through perhaps their insurers as well about these issues. But from our standpoint, we're reviewing their applications for this process. But it is an important point for business owners to be aware of, is that making these plans and using the guidances that have been created by CDPH and Cal OSHA and following them not only protects their employees and their customers better, but I would think it also is helpful on that front.
Can we put like a little note on the applications before? I mean, just somewhere in the comment section, are you aware or something? Just saying, I hate it to happen if people totally don't.
Sure, I'll pass that on to our Joint Information Center working on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Dr. Frankovich, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, Dr. Frankovich, I know CDPH is going to help with the skilled nursing care facility that's having an issue and everything else. But are we taking a big approach and actually putting people on site? I mean, almost over 40% of all deaths in California, and they think it may be even closer to 50%, but well over 40% have all taken place in skilled nursing homes. Their ratio is almost 17.5%. If you get COVID in a skilled nursing home, the numbers are extremely high. They've had like 6,400, and this is from 3 days ago. So obviously, even our local one isn't counted in that. And I think if you're running that kind of numbers and 40%, I mean, better than 40%, probably closer to 50% is what they're speculating. Wouldn't we want to have somebody at every facility checking, crossing the I's and the T's and making sure we're there, getting everybody tested and I mean, it just seems 10 weeks later, we now have CDPH here. And I just think for that most vulnerable population we have, maybe less time on barbershops and more time on those. I mean, it just seems to be, that just seems to be a big thing. And now today, the governor has come out with new rules on restaurants. This morning, easing more rules on restaurants, coming out with the idea. I see where the ABC is going to, the state's going to alleviate, open up for parking and the offsite, what, Supervisor Wilson has been asking about, because not everybody has their liquor license, does not cover their ancillary locations like parking lot and things like that. But now they're going to, looks like they're going to open the door. And then you go over to Shasta County, we keep talking about our neighbors, and I don't know how many people went there this last weekend and ate and had fun and got merry. And then it scares the hell out of me this weekend. Everybody's leaving town this weekend. And I'm pretty sure they're not going, if they go to Trinity, they're not going to quarantine for 14 days. So, I mean, these things, but I think the care homes are the ones that instead of, I know we have a care home team, but I've talked to a few of them and some haven't really got a lot of input or as much as I think they should get. And that's just me, 20%. But it almost sounds like any care home that has over 20 people, we should have somebody at the door helping these people with their plans and making sure, going over everything, their deliveries, everything right now, because I mean, that's the ones that are getting hit the hardest. I mean, that 40%, 40+ numbers just scares the hell out of me of all deaths in California. And I'd love to see if we could address that a little more, or maybe you are, and maybe I'm not seeing it.
So I agree with you. It's the thing that, you know, keeps us all awake at night is these facilities combine both a congregate living setting with a high-risk population by definition. And so it's really a huge area of concern. We have 4 skilled nursing facilities. Those facilities tend to have, they have a higher level of clinical staff in them. They have infection control nursing staff on site.
Excuse me, we have 4?
Well, I'm talking
what
about,
clarifies, because I'm thinking of 8 right here in my head when you throw in.
well, I'm talking about a difference between, we have skilled nursing facilities and assisted living facilities. And we've got large numbers for sure. But when we're looking at sort of the tiers of medical care, you know, we have essentially these 4 larger skilled nursing facilities. We have what we're calling a tier 1 of assisted living facilities, which are facilities that have between 20 and 80 to 90 residents. And then there's a whole slew of additional assisted living and adult daycare settings that have smaller numbers. So we're basically, through our emergency operations center team, which includes a nurse, we have been reaching out to those facilities. Don Baird, Dr. Baird has been working with our skilled nursing facilities and in terms of surveillance and on site. These skilled nursing facilities, in addition to their internal capacity, have been using infection control nurse consultants to help them with their processes. We have been reaching out to assure that they have adequate PPE or planning for that in their procedures, and they also have oversight by the state. With our assisted living facilities, those of course are a lower level of sort of medical care. They're individuals, many of these operate much more as like a home setting. They are not the same level in terms of, you know, having the kind of staff expertise that a skilled nursing facility does, but they provide care for a lot of people in our community. So our team has been reaching out to those as well. We have been messaging for quite a while now about getting staff screened and working on ways to even bring that screening to the door. In the sense of not having to have employees come off site to get screened. So we're trying to make that happen, but screening alone is not going to be the answer. And that's simply because of the logistics of this virus. This virus can be transmitted before anybody's symptomatic, and it can spread really easily in that fashion. So you can imagine that even if we have individuals who are screened every 1 to 2 weeks, there is a likelihood in there that somewhere in that period, they will begin an infection and may not be picked up on screening. And they will work because they have no symptoms and they don't realize at the time that they are a risk. So you can't put all your eggs in that screening basket until we're at a point where we can screen people at the door. So we're putting a lot of emphasis on the prevention practices in place at the facilities. So these facilities, we have been talking to them about their plans, both what do they have set in terms of restricting access to the facility? How are they limiting that? How are they screening their employees? How are they monitoring their patients? Do they have adequate PPE on site? What else do they need to be able to operate? And do they have contingency staffing plans? Because that's a huge issue during these outbreaks. So we are speaking to them about all of that. In addition, Supervisor Bohn, they have CDPH in March actually conducted Zoom walkthroughs with them to kind of look at their facility. Everything is Zoom now, and look at some of the preparedness things that they had in place. We have locally used an infection control nurse who's retired, who has gone in specifically to the facility that's having the outbreak and work with them on site, as well as we were able to get the state team to come up and do that too. And my goal is to be able to have that state team access more quickly, and they're trying to build capacity at the state level to be able to do that, because I think that's of huge value. So right now we're looking in this specific facility, we're working with them on multiple fronts, definitely making sure they have a continuous supply of PPE, that they're well trained in its use, and helping to support them in terms of identifying staffing as they need additional staff. And and we envision this process being ongoing, because we, as prepared as many of these places are at the front end, or try to be, the reality of having this in your facility is something quite different. And so it is really, as you pointed out, the reason that so many of these facilities are struggling across the state and in various parts of the country is that when you have a closed environment like this with fragile individuals and asymptomatic spread, it is very difficult to control.
Thank you, Dr. Frankovich. Is there anybody else with questions or comments for Dr. Frankovich? I'd like to invite Sheriff Hansel, especially Sheriff. I know people are curious about how many people have signed up, and I know Dr. Frankovich mentioned 200, over 200 have actually gone through the whole process. Can you get us caught up on how that's going?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The process is going very, very well. I mean, we've been doing this for under a week. We've had 600 applications actually apply for the certification. Now, some of those are tolling approval, like restaurants, right? So there's no dine-in restaurants right now, so we're tolling those at this point in time and focusing on retail. And just like Dr. Frankovich advised, we had approximately 200 as of yesterday, 231 applications processed, and through the good work of our EOC and our JIC and our team that we put together, public health, as well as our business community, we got 189 of those approved as of yesterday. There was only 4 pending as far as not looked at yesterday, and we had 27 of those that had to be referred back to the business for clarification and further details. So we are working with those individuals and those businesses, trying to get them up to speed. The guidance is very, very clear, and so and the protocols and what they need to do. And so we are walking people through that, making sure they understand the essential things that need to be put into their plan. And so we are helping those people. The business compliance line is up and trying to help people with that. And so we're actually going to post a video, I believe, today, walking someone through the process as well, showing how it's done. And so people can look at the video. It's a tutorial. And so they can see, where exactly they need to go, how they need to register, and go through it. And I think it's a less than a 10-minute video. And so the process is, again, you do your research. It'll take you about 60 to 90 minutes to kind of go through the paperwork, make sure you have everything in place. And then it becomes your job to make sure when you open up that your employees are properly trained and that they have everything in place. Because again, our number one concern oftentimes are employees going back to work. Is it going to be safe? And also customers when they go into retail establishments, is it going to be safe? Are they going to take the mitigating measures to mitigate any kind of exposure to COVID? So we're trying to instill confidence in our business community and the customer base, as well as employees, that if a business is certified, that they do have those measures in place that will protect them and help with their safety. So that's good. We are in the process of publishing the list of certified businesses on our website, and our webmaster is not in today, but we hopefully be in by this afternoon. If not, then hopefully maybe tomorrow this list will be published on our website so people can see all the approved businesses, and there are over 200 now. So there's a lot there right now.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, thanks, Sheriff, and that's great. And as you know, we've got quite a few that are putting in there and trying to abide, so we appreciate it. But we also have 6,500 businesses. A lot of those are mom and pops and mail order. So I mean, that's by getting that word out there. Have you looked at what the governor said today about restaurants and stuff and the easing of the rules? He was pretty adamant that 53 out of 58 counties can ease up the rules with in-house dining and stuff with restaurants, kind of like our neighboring counties are doing. I mean, we mentioned Oregon was mentioned by Supervisor Bass, Shasta, I mentioned, and things like that. I had a group of restaurateurs call me and says, you want people that went to Reading last weekend just actually went to eat out. I don't, that seemed far-fetched, but I called a couple of them. So are we, I know we try to follow the state orders, but and I know these are just suggestions. So if you could answer that. And then Dr. Frankovich, I know the number they've asked, how many people have we tested at Redwood Acres and how many positives have come out of that?
Well, yeah, so all that stuff is being taken into consideration. Obviously, retail is our first focus right now. Eventually, we're going to get to dine in. We do have them going through that process right now. And then, you know, as soon as we get the approval there, we will be able to process dine in and move on. So the state is relaxing some of their guidance. You know, and so because they relax some of their guidance, you know, more counties can attest that they can meet the standard that the state is putting, so they can move on to phase 2. And so, so that is true. The government is loosening that, and he's kind of posturing to make some more changes here in the next couple of weeks. So we do see that we are following that. The thing is, we're focusing on what's best for our county right now, and working with our team. You know, we're going to try and make the best decisions and open stuff up. We know, and like we said before, as we start opening things up, there's going to be, you know, people that as we start congregating, that will be sick. We have some of those factors in place, and our hospitals are ready, and so we're understanding that the risk that we play, and it's a balance for sure on both sides. So we understand that, and as we move forward, we will be moving on into those next phases and allowing dine in and some of these other activities and groups to get together, and so, you know, again, that it's troubling with all the positive cases lately, but we know as we start moving forward in this process that could be the chance that that more people do get sick. So.
Dr. Frankovich.
And there was 130 tests. Sorry, there was 130 tests as of yesterday at our mobile site, and so that is, you know, I just checked in there today, and that is working very, very well. And so the community is.
I was wondering what total numbers are, because we're not getting that. So I've got people asking.
Well, you'll be happy to hear this. We are actually, we've been looking at this and how to do the numbers. What we're going to do, I think, going forward, we reported out in our commercial labs yesterday, I think 440, and that included from our Friday to Monday number, I think, of our combination of our Optum test site as well as all of the other commercial. We've had this discussion that the bulk of those labs are going to be our Optum sites, and so presenting those all as one total, and then our internal laboratories as one total, I think will make sense. So we'll be able to, you'll be able to see those numbers, which I know you've been asking for. Our Optum site, as the sheriff mentioned, has been coming darn close or hitting its goals in terms of the number of tests that we're doing. And we are in discussions with Optum about the possibility of adding sort of a regional asset to this, to be able to help some of our neighboring counties with testing, as well as even increase our own locally. So I think that will be, if we're able to pull that off, I think that will be helpful to our area in terms of increasing our overall test capacity. I want to echo what the sheriff said, which is that we are going to have illness moving forward. There's no way around that. We accept that because it is, you know, there's no way to exist as we are for, you know, months or years ahead. And we're going to have additional deaths. That it is the cost of COVID. I do want to encourage, as we're beginning to open things up, that our senior citizens, those of us who have medical conditions that make us more vulnerable, I really want to encourage people to still maintain that shelter in place, to stay home and protected as much as possible, because we know that those individuals are at higher risk.
Thank you, Dr. Frankovich. Supervisor Bohn.
To the chair, and again, I was just asking how many people in the last 2 weeks have been through the Optum site, because they're obviously they're billing somebody, sure, and we're getting that number, and how many positives we had from the Optum site. I guess I'm being very simple. I just can't believe that those numbers aren't separated out, that they all have to be pulled in. I'm not asking for you to do all the other sites, because the sites that are public health, I mean, when we throw in the Alder Bay site, we're going to get some positives out there. We've got 8 so far.
Absolutely.
So I mean, we know there. I'm just wondering what the drive up site, the non directed sites, people have just felt that they needed to be tested. That's all I was looking for. And if that number is unattainable, I'll just tell people it's unattainable.
It's not unattainable. We're just trying to find a simple route to do it internally, so that in terms of producing daily numbers for you. And what I can tell you is I don't have the total for the last 2 weeks off the top of my head, Supervisor Bohn. I can tell you we've tested over 100 people every day in that site, as far as I'm aware. So they operate 5 days a week. So you can estimate somewhere around 1,000 specimens in the last 2 weeks. I would tell you that I believe we've had perhaps 4 of our total positives have come through our Optum site, but I can't give you that as a definite. Somewhere around 4 have come out of that site.
I'm really happy with the number that's close rather than we can't do it. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So that brings to mind for me, Dr. Frankovich, I'd like you to be able to discuss once you get numbers, the contacts and the difference between one case and another, if somebody's, let's say, traveled or has a lot of contacts or that kind of thing, because we heard some really troubling news from Mendocino County, where a church opened up and they've had several cases out of that, and now all of the congregants who were in that church are potential carriers if they're not testing. That's a lot of people.
It is. You're right. And as we've noticed, again, it goes to that point of the gatherings. People underestimate, I think, the risk of bringing together people from different households when we're emerging from this, because we've all been quite separate from each other. And as we start to blend these groups, we're going to see transmission. And again, the goal is not zero transmission. We know that's not feasible. What we're trying to avoid is a large number of exposures from a single case, such as can happen in those kind of gatherings. And so, yes, when we're designating cases, usually initially they're listed as under investigation while we sort things out, because oftentimes, sometimes it's very clear that they're a contact of a known case because we sent them in for testing. But sometimes we don't know when we get a name reported to us whether they're linked to a previous case or not. So we either assign them to under investigation, or once we've done an investigation, we assign them as either someone who is a clear contact to a known case. Travel assignment means that that particular individual traveled out of the area in the time frame, and we are attributing their infection to that travel. So that is one category. All of the contacts of that travel case, however, are listed as contacts to a known case. They don't go into the travel as well. And then the final category we use is community transmission, meaning that there's been no travel exposure and there's no known exposure to a known case. And so those are representative of community level transmission that's occurring without the individual who's ill knowing where they got it. And so that's how we assign them. Occasionally, when we assign them, we have to move them. So as a case evolves, we might determine that, for instance, 2 of our chains are linked by some person that becomes ill a little bit later. But at this point, it works for the vast majority of our cases to assign them as such. But yes, to your point, I very much worry about these gatherings, and we're already experiencing this with our case investigations, doing these follow-ups of 50, 60, 70 people who are not necessarily all at one gathering, but are contacts of people who became ill after that gathering, and the tree expands from there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor. Are there any other comments or questions for Dr. Frankovich, Director Stevens, or Sheriff Hansel? Seeing none, I will go to public comment on this item. Do we have any public comment, Ryan?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do have public comment on this item.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead with the first caller, please.
Estelle, I didn't catch everything said there. I've been trying to read the state EASA's rules for reopening on the Lost Coast that came out at 8 o'clock today during this same time. I have been very disappointed in this process from the county's ability to handle this from the get-go. Maybe I expect too much. Maybe it's just from my perspective, but when people were giving my wife and myself strange looks when we were wearing masks out there, when Supervisor Madrone was suggesting it, because we were the only ones wearing those masks, because our health officials, both nationally and locally, were telling us not to wear masks. That bothered me. When I look at what we've got as far as a scorecard in Humboldt County, I think Rex is right. Last number I saw was like 41%, and I thought that was not just California, but that was in the nation, are in care facilities. And that's not nursing care facilities, but the ones who all care for our elderly. We got an F on that. I believe, as far as statistics go, we probably have the highest ratio of deaths in our care facilities in the state, in the nation, if not the world. And unless somebody else has got 2 deaths and they only occurred in a facility, we do have the worst stats. So we get an F. We failed. It was the Hippocratic Oath was do no harm. We failed to protect those people. And there's rumors out there, and I sure wish that our health officer would dispel those rumors or not. And of course, it was in the blog. It asserted that the Alder Bay incident happened because somebody had been off on a trip or something. One of the care people there came back and caused this infection because they didn't go ahead and self-quarantine themselves for 2 weeks when they came back. These kind of rumors either need to be confirmed or denied. They're out there. I'm sure you guys read all these things out there. A lot of times when I see the blog things, I don't like the troll thing going on out there. I do glean information, and a lot of times when it's checked, it's correct. We need to learn, and we need to learn because we're heading into COVID-20 is what I will call it. This thing's already allegedly mutated. That's why we're having problems with the children. It will continue to mutate into something that I can't see any kind of a shot curing or anything of that nature. Terrible history on that happening, but everybody says this is our savior. I don't see that happening. So are we going to learn from this, or are we not going to learn from it? And as regarding family things, my family is in my backyard, fortunately, 1/3 of it, the other third in Australia, and the other third is up on the hill above me. And we will celebrate our family events. We will be careful. My family members who come down who aren't in my backyard do wear a mask when they come down, and I reciprocate. But it's time that we got back on with our lives. And I know there's all kinds of doomsayers, but we will get through this only if we're realistic. And I am extremely disappointed in not having, I'm extremely disappointed in the airport not having tested. For those of us who do have kind of a crystal ball on these things, I'm extremely disappointed that nobody seems to be willing to listen to us. That's irritating.
Thank you, Ken. Are there any further comments from the public on this item?
Yes,
Ryan?
I just unmuted the next person.
Thank you. Welcome. You should have heard a cue to say to go ahead, caller.
Hi guys, this is Pam DeBaldi. Sorry, I had my own mute on and was unaware that I was unmuted. Sorry guys.
Okay.
So I've been taking some quick notes. I'm going to try and run through them, and hopefully it's not too much of a run-on sentence. But first and foremost, I feel like I need to take a second and just thank Dr. Frankenbitch. I mean, she's our public health officer, and she has been taking a lot of heat locally from people. I think misguided and misdirected anger directed towards her for just trying to do her job, which is protect the public health and to follow state guidelines. So I want to take a moment to thank her, to thank Billy, and to thank our governor for doing what they have done thus far to protect us. Masking, we just need to do it. People just need to get over it and just do it and stop with the not. I feel like it's almost time to start enforcing it. I know in the beginning when all this was happening, people were just saying, Billy was like, well, it's more of an educational thing and we're going to try and do that. Well, we've been doing this for weeks. And if people aren't educated about this by now, I think it's time for a little bit of enforcement of this. I've heard some rumors through the community. I mean, there was a moment up there at Trinidad Moonstone Beach where Billy was talking about having to clamp down because people were going out. I've heard rumors that maybe there are some businesses in the Eel Valley that are opening sooner than they should be, or not practicing their social distancing guidelines or following public health guidelines. I think some enforcement is needed at this point. Just because people are bored at home right now does not mean this is over at all. And yeah, we need to go about our lives and get back on it, but we need to do it in a timely and regulated way. And I think listening to our public health officer is the best way of doing that. Public testing. I went to the Redwood Acres site last week. I had my test. They told me 72 hours. It was actually 5 days before I got my result. So there is a backlog. So I got my result. I was negative, which is great. It means I've been doing everything right, I feel like. I personally have shared my testing story with everyone I know. And I personally know of 10 people that went and tested after I explained to them what it really was about. So as much public information as you guys think you're giving about this public testing site, I feel like maybe our leaders, our supervisors, maybe our sheriff, maybe our public health officer need to be on the nightly news, on the blogs, doing videos. Maybe if we could see you guys being tested, if people actually show, it was not painful. It was uncomfortable. It was irritating. It was not painful. And I feel like people still aren't getting the message that you don't have to have symptoms or you don't have to think you actually have it to go get tested. The state needs our numbers to be able to do what everybody wants, which is to reopen faster. So quickly running over some notes here.
We've gone to 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right. Well, it's okay. There you go. There's my 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Pam. Points well taken. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Any other public comments on this item?
Hello, this is Thomas Mulder again. Couple of things I wanted to comment on. I questioned the sheriff. I asked him last meeting. I just want to clarify because I believe I'm under the belief that all cannabis businesses, farms included, will need to submit one of these plans. With that stated, that was the belief. I left Wednesday's meeting. Thursday morning, I submitted a plan. I have not heard anything back. I was told yesterday when I called in that basically businesses that had not been open were being prioritized, which I agree with that because every business I think should be allowed to be opened up as soon as possible. But I just want to make sure that goes on the record with clarity that farms, legal, licensed, permitted farms would need to submit one of these plans. And that was quite an interesting point that the last commenter brought up, that is that true that we need more people tested to bring our testing numbers higher? I have like negative people. So that was an interesting point. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further comments on this item?
Hello?
Welcome.
Anybody
Hello?
there?
Yes, you're there.
Hello?
You're on. You're on.
Who's on?
You are.
This is Al.
Hi, Al.
Hi. It's kind of hard. I've got the television muted, so I don't know what's coming through. Thank you, Pam. Your comments were useful. I am calling because my family has a tentative family reunion at Pamplin Grove. And I have a sister in Missouri who's looking forward to it, and I'm not looking forward to it at all. And I would like some clarification on the plans for primitive camping at Pamplin Grove from the leadership of the county. And Pam mentioned lack of leadership, and I work incidentally at local business, and the leadership of that business is not following the guidelines of the state. and it's a federal group. So the state really doesn't have authority over it. And I wondered what the public guardian of our health basically is doing as far as monitoring those. I know that the last time that I was at the facility, the sheriff deputies were cruising by frequently, but I didn't see anybody entering the building and inspecting. And I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you for the job you guys are doing.
Thank you very much, Al. Thank you. Any further, some issues have been brought up by callers and we will address them, but we must take all public comment first. Ryan, is there any further public comment?
Chair Fennell, that concludes the public comment for this item.
Thank you very much, Ryan, and thank you for all your help, by the way. So there were a few questions in there, and I'd ask both the sheriff and Dr. Frankovich to give us some insights on those issues that were brought up. And I just want to say, I'm volunteering right now. You can bring a camera along. I'll go get a test at Redwoods Acres.
Yeah, in terms of, sorry. In terms of the testing, I appreciate that the caller went in and got tested, and you know, we're doing well with our numbers, but the bigger issue to me is that it really does help us to get more members tested, in the sense that it gives us a more full picture of the virus in our community. So it's really one of the largest reasons that I want people to do it is just for the surveillance aspect of it. And because, again, as we've talked about, some people are infected and have no symptoms and do not know it. And it's really a way for people to just pick up an infection that might be early. So I encourage everybody to access it. And she's right, the test, I mean, it's not something you'd want to do every day, I suppose, but it's not a painful test. And actually, we may be able to switch the technology pretty soon to being able to do a swab that's more just in the front of the nose, which is really, really quick and easy too. So stay tuned for that. We're working on it with the state.
Yeah.
In terms of campgrounds, I'm sorry, right now we don't have them open. As the caller referenced, one of the, you know, we're looking at that and looking at the state guidance. There are a few concerns. Certainly families are able to isolate in some camping settings pretty easily, but again, it does invite travel and tourism as we open up some of these places. And then there's just sort of the maintenance and cleaning and all of those things that we need to think about. But I just want them to be aware that we are looking at it. We understand it's a high priority in the community.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sheriff.
Thank you. Just want to remind people that I did get tested, and it really isn't that bad. And so I'll go and do it again, and we'll push this out, and we'll make sure that you know, I would recommend all the Board of Supervisors to head out there and to do that and video it and post it online, and we'll post it to JIC, right? So it's a really yeah. So we can make that happen, but I just want to remind you all, Board of Supervisors and everyone out there, that they can go to our website, humboldtgov.org. We have a great, easy link to link up to the OptumServe website. You can do all this online, and we're testing 130 plus people per day. And if you don't have web access, you can call 888-634-1123. That's 888-634-1123, and you can make you can schedule this. This is essentially free of charge. They will ask if you do have insurance that you give them your insurance information. But these are, again, the Optum sites at Redwood Acres is for those asymptomatic or minor symptomatic persons that want to get a test. Here's your available test. If you are symptomatic, we ask you to go to your doctor and see a doctor. And you know, so you know, that's something that we want you to do, and not go to this site. But it is something that we do want, and it's a great thing for our community. Again, we were one of the first areas that got our Optum site up and running, and it is running really, really smoothly right now. In regards to farms, yes. So right now we're prioritizing retail businesses, and farms do need to go ahead and get the certification and apply online. We're again tolling those. We're just waiting, to get caught up on retail, and then we will get to farms. Those essential businesses that are currently open for business. We will have all those people certified as well and being compliant. And so that is what we want to do, and encourage everyone to visit our website, humboldtgov.org, and get all that all that information that you need.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any further comment on this item? We haven't heard at all from Director Stevens. Did you want to add anything at this time?
No, I don't know. Thank you.
No, okay, thank you. I really appreciate your patience with us, asking you to do this every week, Dr. Frankovich, Sheriff Hansel, Director Stevens. In our position, we hear a lot from the community, and there are concerns out there. So any issues that we can address, it's really, really helpful. So thank you again for the report, and we look forward to seeing you the next time we meet. We will not be meeting next week, by the way, but anyway, next time we meet, we'll look forward to seeing you. And thank you for all of your work.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So earlier on, it really became clear to me that this might be a long meeting. And so as a result of that, there's a hearing scheduled at pretty much at the end of the meeting. And I have moved that forward, item I1. And so we're going to go to that right now. It's a public hearing. Redwood Properties appeal of the Planning Commission approval of Emerald Triangle Group's special permit to allow cannabis distribution and non-volatile manufacturing in the downtown Garberville. I'll toss that to you, Director Ford, just for the information of those watching online. We will have the appellant and the applicant on. Hopefully, there was contact from an attorney representing the applicant, and I'm not sure if he can be with us at this stage, but I'll go to you now, Director Ford.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Fennell and members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me this morning is Cliff Johnson and Stevie Luther. And we're going to be presenting an appeal of the Planning Commission decision to approve special permits for manufacturing and distribution of cannabis use within the downtown Garberville area. While Stevie Luther will present the specifics of the application and also the appeal, I just want to cover some very kind of global thoughts. And one of those has to do with where does manufacturing and distribution fit into the cannabis industry.
Excuse me, Director Ford, may I? I'm sorry, yes. Just to stick to the process, I have just for the record opened the hearing, and now I'm receiving your. Thank you.
Thank you. So manufacturing and distribution uses are priority uses for the county in order to support the industry. And it's preferred that these types of uses be within community areas, be in locations that have paved access, be in locations with utilities and services. We're going to be the applications in question are special permits. And I just wanted to point out that normally special permits are processed as administrative permits. They are typically approved without a public hearing, particularly related to current planning items. The way these are acted upon is that we send out a notice of intent to approve, and if nobody contacts us, we simply approve these. And so the commercial medical marijuana land use ordinance and the commercial cannabis land use ordinance identify these special permits as the appropriate mechanism to approve this type of use within a C2 zone. It's just important to point out that we have approved many of these, as is reflected in the staff report, many manufacturing and distribution uses within a C2 zone. In fact, we have actually zone property from another zoning designation to C2 to allow these uses to occur in those locations. So the purpose of the special permit in this particular case really is about compatibility with the surrounding area. And I'll now ask Stevie Luther to give you a rundown of the application itself and also the facts of the appeal.
Welcome, Stevie.
Morning, Chair Fennell, Supervisors. I'd like to share my screen if I can. So I'm the assigned planner for the Emerald Triangle Group applications. An important consideration for the board at the outset is that while the use types of manufacturing and distribution tend to evoke images of industrial activity involving factories and heavy truck traffic, the proposed business at this location would operate at a much smaller scale, intended to serve the needs of the surrounding area. By way of example, pictured here is a rosin press, an ice water hash machine, a steam distiller, and a sprinter van that are indicative of the types of equipment that would be used in this operation. The site is currently developed with a 3-story wood frame building, a 2-story concrete building, and a 2-story metal storage facility. The project activities will occur on the first floor of the 3-story building fronting Redwood Drive. Half of the floor would be devoted to the distribution activity, which involves packaging products, and the other half devoted to extraction using presses and other mechanical means to create products such as keef, hash, and steam distilled terpenes. There will be no ethanol extraction in this building. Minor alterations include wall partitions, installing stainless steel work desks, and adding secured entryways. There will be no expansion of the building. The use of the 2nd floor office space and the 3rd floor residence will not change as a result of this project. There would be 5 employees per shift with 2 8-hour shifts per day. The business hours would be Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. 2 Sprinter vans would each make 2 deliveries per day. This is a floor plan of the proposed project. Following the appeal, the applicant revised the design to include art and branded merchandise in the windows displaying the street. The project would also have a 50 square foot viewing area for tourists. Once inside the secure viewing area, tourists would be able to see the work tables and observe the manufacturing process in action. Except for this limited use, the business would not be open to the general public or have customers on site. The project also proposes to demolish the existing concrete building and construct in its place a 180 square foot metal building to house a closed loop ethanol extraction unit. The new building will be the same size as the building being removed. The structure will be built according to the California building and fire codes. The 3rd building, 2-story storage building in the back, will be retrofitted with a walk-in refrigeration unit to store cannabis products for the distribution operation. The project site is a 0.12 acre parcel located in downtown Garberville on the commercial frontage of Redwood Drive. The Humboldt brand clothing store, a vacant storefront, and the hemp connection are to the north. To the south are businesses including Redwood Properties, Karen McCletty Insurance, Giddy Up Coffee Stand, and a grocery store. The Chevron and Shell gas stations are across the street. A residential, vacant lot, and motel are to the east. A Presbyterian church that was home to a preschool before being closed due to fire damage, and the New Hope Assembly of God Church are both within 500 feet of the project site and marked with the stars. The project area is zoned community commercial, C2. This zone principally permits uses such as hardware stores, banks, minor car repair, and restaurants. The commercial cannabis land use ordinance principally permits distribution in the C2 zone and permits non-flammable manufacturing with a special permit. The CMM LUO, which is the applicable regulation for this project, permits both distribution and manufacturing uses in the C2 zone with a special permit. The nature of the special permit is to ensure compatibility with the surrounding land uses and apply conditions of approval to the operation to address any potential issues. As Director Ford mentioned, the county has approved a number of other distribution and manufacturing uses in the C2 zone that have been compatible with commercial areas. The project was originally noticed for the zoning administrator and subsequently renoticed to a planning commission hearing where it was approved on December 5th. The yes votes found that the project met the zoning requirements and was consistent with previous land uses and other permitted uses at this location. And the no votes found that the location was not appropriate for the proposed use and questioned whether a light industrial use type was appropriate in this zone at all. I'll now move into a discussion of the merits of the appeal. This will be an overview of the appeal issues that staff identified and responded to in detail in the staff report before the board today. The first issue is the claim that the CEQA exemption for existing facilities does not apply because the project represents an expansion of use. The second issue is an argument that there is substantial evidence that the project will result in adverse environmental impacts. And the third issue is the contention that the project does not, but should comply with the provisions of the commercial cannabis land use ordinance. This is a view of the proposed facade. That the appellant asserts the California Environmental Quality Act exemption for existing facilities cannot be used for the project, claiming that the project is an expansion of use beyond what the site has been used for or could otherwise be principally permitted at this location. The exemption for existing facilities is appropriate because the proposed use will not change the nature of the area or result in changes to the physical environment. The project is proposing to continue the commercial use of the space with minor alterations to the existing buildings. The proposal to demolish the concrete building and construct in its place a 180 square foot structure falls within the CEQA exemption for construction of new small structures. Prior uses at this site include Miranda's Rescue Thrift Store, the Garberville Boutique, and the Healthy Choice Ice Cream and Smoothie Shop. The type of commercial food grade equipment that would be used in the manufacturing of cannabis products is of a similar character to the type of equipment used in an ice cream shop, or to use that could otherwise be permitted at this location. The amount of traffic generated by the project is no different than a clothing store and could be even less due to the lack of customer traffic. The change of use from one commercial use to another use with similar characteristics that results in minor modifications to the existing buildings is entirely consistent with the categorical exemption for existing. The appellant claims there is the possibility of substantial adverse effects from the project, such as odor, ethanol, traffic, and parking. No substantial evidence has been provided that impacts would occur. Members of the public have raised concerns of potential odor impacts from the project. A standard condition of approval applied to all cannabis projects in enclosed buildings requires the applicant to install an odor control filtration system. The requirement to install odor control is a standard industry practice. A referral response was received from the Garberville Fire District objecting to volatile manufacturing in the wood frame building. Staff responded to clarify the application was for non-volatile manufacturing and that ethanol would only be stored and used in the new building engineered specifically for such a purpose. Again, no ethanol will be stored or used in the 3-story wooden building. The neighboring business owners raised concerns about fire risk from the ethanol extraction unit. However, the building would be designed to meet the California Building and Fire Code, which addresses any potential impacts. The parking demand resulting from 5 employees per shift and 2 delivery vehicles is 7 spaces. This is less than the 12 parking spaces that would be required for a typical retail use that would include customer traffic. The project would generate approximately 28 trips per day. The building in the rear of the lot was being used as a mini storage facility. The owner will discontinue this use, and this will result in less traffic down the alley. The parking and traffic that would result from this project are no more than what would otherwise be created from a permitted commercial use at this location. The third issue is which regulations are applicable to the project. The applications were submitted on December 28th, 2016 under the Commercial Medical Marijuana Land Use Ordinance. The CMM LUO does not require setbacks to sensitive receptors for manufacturing and distribution. The CCLUO was subsequently passed and had a clause stating that projects are governed by the regulations that existed at the time of application. The only exception to that was to address odor and public notice in residential areas. The CCLUO does require setbacks for sensitive receptors for manufacturing and distribution. However, those regulations are not applicable to this project. Staff is recommending that the board adopt the resolution and make the findings to reject the appeal and approve the special permits. Thank you, and I'm available to answer clarifying questions.
Thank you, Stephen. I think we will probably just go ahead with the rest of the presentation and then go back for any questions from the board. And so now, are any more from the department, or will I go to the applicant?
I would say go to the applicant and then the appellant.
Okay, the applicant, I believe Mr. Belanja is here, and I don't know if you have a representative as well.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, this is Joe Belanzia.
Good morning. My name is Tim Dillon. I'm the attorney representing Emerald Triangle. Thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to present. I have listened to Stephen Luther's presentation, reviewed all the documents submitted. Obviously, our client has worked very hard with the staff to try and present and answer and address all areas of concern. I believe they've worked in good faith, and I believe the staff has done, frankly, an amazing job of reviewing these items, working with us to address any concerns, and in fact, addressing all of the appellant's concerns with significant detail. We have also available Josh Allen, who was a significant assistant that can provide or address any specific commentary. I think that some of the issues that came up were traffic issues. Again, I think Mr. Luther did a great job of addressing how traffic could be less under this plan, addressing, for instance, the concerns with the ethanol and odor. I think Mr. Allen would be able to address that and has appended to the staff documentation a very detailed letter addressing the concerns, again, raised by the appellant and concerns raised by the public. Certainly point out as well that that Joe has gone out and tried to obtain public support and has done a very good job with that, and that's also included with the same information as Mr. Allen's. I do believe Mr. Allen had a couple of comments as well, and if I may turn my time over to Mr. Allen so he can address some particular concerns, I would appreciate it, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Mr. Allen.
Hi, my name's Joshua Allen. I'm the planner for this project. I've been working with Joe on many projects, including one that was shown on a particular documentary being rated. Where my client, Mr. Belanzia, he's a longtime resident of Humboldt County, And he's very active in his community. His family owns the store in Alder Point. He actually has been involved with his PTA, his coaching on a bunch of his elementary school teacher or his elementary school kids. So we're not just like outsiders trying to start a project or do something that's going to harm the community. I do thank Stevie for all his work on this project. He's done an excellent job. And so some of the issues that have been brought up, I really don't see these as particular problems. It's more as a NIMBY issue, specifically when we're looking at licensing to get this project licensed and the permits under Ordinance 1.0 with the amendments that the Board of Supervisors has made to include some of the additional 2.0 projects, such as filtration and many of the other issues that they've caused us to look at. But essentially, this project is safe. That building, which is one of the main concerns, it's going to be completely replaced in its footprint. That entire thing is separated from any other buildings next door. And those things need to be completely safe. It's actually going to have a lot more safety features than what's across the street at the liquor store, which is going to hold, actually will hold a lot more alcohol than we will. We will be required to have a hazardous materials business plan under state code. It's going to have fire extinguishers that are automatic off the roof. The roof is going to have be built to fire code for 3-hour standards. We can have higher standards on the walls. Essentially, the only thing that's in there is flammable is alcohol, and it's not an explosive gas, according to the state. It does evaporate, and it can cause fire issues, but it does need an actual spark or flame to that liquid and that gas, which is takes time for it to actually see. And if somebody was working on it, they would see a spill, and once it got to a point that it can be explosive, they would literally be drunk because it's ethanol that we would be using, which is what everybody drinks in liquor. Under the state rules, we're allowed, they would be allowed 350 gallons, I do believe, under a hazmat plan. The plan is to have a 30-gallon washing machine that's sealed essentially. And the whole entire time, the alcohol is sealed within this washing machine. It spins out everything within the cannabis. The cannabis, all the alcohol is taken out, 98% recyclable on the alcohol. And then everything is processed within this sealed machine, which then spits out an extract. And that extract is then going to be used for small handicraft type of products within the main facility, which is also allowed under code. A lot of that product, that raw product, is going to be mixed with other product within the distribution facility to make proprietary and secondary value-added products. On top of it, the amount of jobs that this is going to provide in a depressed economy, as Garberville has been going through for a few decades now, and especially as we look at the coming economic depression that we're going to have, it's going to be extremely important that there's that we can compete in the cannabis market within the state, and that during this whole thing we can provide 10 jobs. They're going to be living wage jobs with benefits. My client, Joe, he's actually a very good employer. He makes sure everybody gets paid before he pays himself. I have to hear from him constantly about budgetary problems. We work pretty close on his businesses. But essentially, when it comes to the state as per churches, there is no protection in the state license with the BCC, our CDFA, or any other RDPH when it comes to actually a church. The only thing that is protected is a licensed operating child facility, but that has to be in operation before and at the time of the submission of the application. And the church has been burnt down for years. So essentially what it boils down to is the realtor next door, who hasn't been in operation for a while, and the building in and of itself, which has had defunct businesses in it for a year, is not in operation, and it's going to continue like that. And so what it is we have NIMBYism going on with the realtor next door, who is also actually shut off the roadway, which I believe actually should be opened up for business and according to county code, with a fence, and that creates a fire hazard and some traffic circulation issues with the whole issue. And when we're looking at the long-term development of Garberville, you should really be focusing on business development, traffic circulation, and trying to fix some of those problems in the past that you can in order to have a viable economic town. And this project actually is a start towards that. The building is going to be rehabilitated. It'll be repainted. It's going to have to meet code. It's going to need to be spent a lot of money to bring it back up. The front building is one of the first historic buildings in Garberville, and so it's over 100 years old. And it's going to need some retrofitting in order to have employees in this place. And so there's going to be a lot of secondary money that's going to be spent throughout the local economy with businesses and local contractors who are going to be working on this as well. So there's some domino effects, whether or not this project passes. But essentially, as it is right now, what you've been put forward by the person who's appealing it, this is just NIMBYism. There really is no code issue. There is no issue with state law, licensing, permitting, or anything else. And essentially, much like many people do, they use CEQA in order to get to oppose projects that otherwise meet state law. And we've seen that over decades now, what it has done to our economy within the state, and specifically what it's done to the economy here in Humboldt County. And not saying that I'm against CEQA. I have a background in environmental sciences and I work on watershed restoration, but I also have a background in economic development. So I understand that this stuff is extremely, extremely important that you have your community have these type of businesses available. And at this point, I'll let you guys ask any questions.
Thank you. If you just stand by, Mr. Allen, we will now go to the appellant. Who would that be, Mr. Ford?
It should be Miss Jackson, and I don't see her on the screen.
Me neither.
Has she been brought into the panel?
Chair Fennell, yes, she is in the meeting. I just saw her unmute her mic, so we would just ask her to start her video and unmute the mic.
Ms. Jackson?
Hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you see me?
No, we can't see you yet. Just hit that little icon of a camera down at the bottom of the screen.
I do not have a little camera at the bottom of my screen.
No, you just pull the mouse down, and you'll see that at the bottom you'll see a mic, a video, participants.
How about the one that says start video?
There you are.
Okay.
There you are.
Good morning, or what's left of it. You know that my name is Allison Jackson, and I represent the appellant, Mr. Lehman, in this matter. With all due respect to the board as a collective, to the individual members of the board, and to the planning director and his department, who I have great respect for, this board does not have the jurisdiction to hear this appeal today. If I might explain, because I'm not going to waive or consent to the jurisdiction today. On February the 5th, 2020, 6 weeks before the governor's order went into effect regarding shelter in place, a complaint was filed on Mr. Lehman's behalf for declaratory relief regarding the failure of this board to comply with CEQA and its own ordinances and failing to hear the appeal at any time between December 18th and the end date of February the 3rd. We allege some other CEQA violations, including but not limited to the failure to comply with appropriate categorical exemptions, the effect of the cannabis ordinance, and also the failure of the applicant, both at the time of the Planning Commission's hearing and today, of being a legal entity. They simply are not in a legal status to even have engaged in the Planning Commission's hearing in December, nor even before the board today. Now, I'm aware that you know all of this because you hired Remy Moose and Manley to defend the county in this matter, and they filed an answer to this complaint on March the 6th. We tried to resolve this just simply on a CEQA basis, but this board rejected that. On the matter is currently pending before the court. The court has a jurisdiction, and our next hearing date is June 15th, a mere, 3 weeks away. So the jurisdiction to decide all of these issues, including but not limited to the failure to hear the appeal within the appropriate time, the CEQA issues, as well as the effect of the applicant not being a legal entity, is now currently before the court. And this board really doesn't have the jurisdiction to hear it at this point, and I'm not going to consent or waive my client's rights to have all of these legal matters determined by the court. So with that being the state of the case at this moment, that everything's pending before the court, I am going to reiterate, you don't have the jurisdiction. We're not consenting to this, and I will be signing off. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Jackson. Any other comments from the appellant side? I don't see anyone related to that in the, panels. What did you do? Yeah, you're still on. You're not on mute, Allison. Your mic is live. Okay, so if Council Jackson, well, okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board right now, and here's some comments from the board. Are there any comments or questions from the board on this item? Oh, first of all, let's bring it back to Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. I was just going to suggest that perhaps before the board does have a conversation about this, unless you have questions of staff, that you may want to allow the public to provide input.
Okay, I'll let the public provide input at this point, since board has no questions for staff at this time. So I will open it up to public comment. And Ryan, do we have public comment on this item?
Yeah, yes, Chair Fennell, we do have public comment on this item. I currently have 2 people in the queue. I would just remind people to push *9 that don't have their hands raised if they would like to comment.
Thank you, Ryan. And we will take the first caller. Welcome, caller.
Estelle Kent-Sawatsky. As far as full disclosure, I retained Allison Jackson years ago. As far as I'm understanding, she has not returned my retainer, and she's still retained, so that's full disclosure. Allison Jackson is the sharpest legal tool in my tool belt, and I have an extensive tool belt in this particular forum, and access to way more things than people would want to know about, and they won't. But may Mother Nature have mercy upon your soul should you move forward with this. It'll be a major I told you so. Allison's skilled beyond the means of any of the counsel that you have to come up against her on this, and I highly recommend you heed her request that you not hear this topic, or if you do, that you just go ahead and grant the appellate's request on this matter. I hate to see you wasting my money on litigation. I have yet to see Allison move forward on something in which she hasn't prevailed on, which is a pretty good track record. She doesn't take things to court unless she thinks she's going to win, and she does. So that's my fatherly advice, whatever you want to call it. It wasn't even raised here, but I have talked to people, and my concern is that you never did go ahead and link the term cannabis up with your land use. Your determinations have been made that this is based upon to allow this permit was made without your consent, without due process, and it was nothing more than an interpretation by planning department staff that this would be appropriate here. Having been on a planning commission, it does not belong here. It's conversion of a retail use into something that belongs in a zone, which would be your light industrial, as your staff suggested. That's the proper place for it. You had two very smart people, and you may wish to follow the lead, at least two of you, on the planning commission, which was Mr. Morris and Mr. Bongio. Both voted no. They've been voting no repeatedly for this. And of course, the other people who voted yes are the anything for cannabis is okay. Doesn't matter what the rules are. Doesn't matter what it is. We're going to rubber stamp it because we think this is something we should do. That's not what law is based upon. That's not what planning is based upon. And so this is a little bit of a advice is to go ahead and follow Allison's suggestion. And of course, it's going to court. Sounds like whether you do something or not. But I'd put this one to bed right now. It does not follow the constraints of a permitted thing, no matter what your staff tells you. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Kent. We'll go to the next caller, please.
Good day. This is Madeline Delap from the Humboldt County Growers Alliance.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Madeline, welcome.
Okay, thank you. This is a new format for all of us, so getting used to it. I am here today to show my support for this project and urge you to deny the appeal. Of course, I cannot speak to the CEQA claims being provided by the appellant, but what I can speak to is Joe as a business owner, as a member of HCGA for the past 3 years, to the intent of what Ordinance 1.0 was as we developed that ordinance, as well as the second ordinance. That this project has gone through nearly 3 years of regulation and oversight, and has made it through planning department's very careful consideration. It was approved by the planning commissioners in December, and this is the type of project that Humboldt County needs for our cannabis industry. It's what we need for our workers. As we all are keenly aware, the world is facing a global recession. Humboldt County is facing a budget shortfall, as we'll be discussing later today. And we need to see this type of project that's going to bring workers and funds and economic stimulus into our industry and into our community. I ask you to move forward thoughtfully and efficiently with this type of project, and I would like you to deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. And do we have another caller, another comment?
Hello.
Welcome, caller.
Hello. So if I understand correctly, these guys have been going through this since 2016, and only one side of this is willing to actually come to this meeting and to have substantial conversation. The side of the farm seems to be willing to meet any and all issues that seem to have arisen, and the other side seems to be willing to start a lawsuit without actually discussing, at least in this forum, what was going on. So it would be, I think it's disingenuous for them to start a frivolous lawsuit, not really discuss anything about it here, and just get off the phone and not at least, you know, interact with the public, interact with the Board of Supervisors and the planning department in this forum, which has been set up for them. So I find that really disappointing. And for me, I don't know. I think Garberville needs businesses that are going to employ people at a living wage. I think our community needs businesses in the cannabis community that are doing the right thing. So I support this project and I hope it goes forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller. Do we have another caller with comments on this item? Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Oh, hi, this is Karen McLeod calling from Karen McLeod Insurance. And we did not know about this permit that was applied for back in 2016. We would have had an issue with it then, as we have an issue with it now. Somebody mentioned earlier about the traffic being about the same as any other store. We are concerned about the type of traffic, not the amount of traffic, but the type of traffic. We are here 5 days a week, sometimes 6 days a week, and we see what happens. This project is right next door to a known drug motel that nothing seems to be happening about either. That's a whole nother issue. The parking is a huge issue. The delivery and drop off of product, I've talked to Joe about this. Having a hash lab in the middle of downtown Garberville is ridiculous. Like, besides the CEQA issue, having that type of a business in downtown Garberville, where I have my office with 2 employees, two doors down from that, scares the heck out of me. Besides our safety, it's a public safety. If anybody has seen the news about the hash lab that blew up in Southern California several days ago, to me, that's a huge issue. Everybody keeps saying that it's safe, it's safe, it's safe, and yet we keep hearing about these explosions. So I am against this project being permitted. And I feel like at the beginning of this whole process, it was tried to be pushed through without appropriate notification to the neighboring properties.
Thank you, Karen. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this item? Hello, is there, Ryan, is there another caller?
Yes, Chair
Okay.
Fennell, I just unmuted the next commenter if they would like to speak.
And can you let me know, do we have others in the queue?
This is currently the last public commenter for this item.
Okay, thank you. In case anybody wants to call, they should do *9 after calling those numbers. Welcome, caller. Hello? Hello? You have been...
Chair Fennell, they have disconnected. So that would conclude public comment. I don't have anyone else's hand raised in the queue.
Okay, thank you. So I'll bring it back to the board and ask if there are any questions. I definitely want to talk with you, Council Billingsley. Can you?
Chair, I was just going to say, if the testimony portion is closed, you should close the public hearing.
Oh, thank you. I'm now closing the public hearing, and we're going to discussion of the board. Thank you, Council Billingsley. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I have some questions I can ask later, but I'd like it if we could hear from John Ford. I think you went to Director Ford, and then he suggested going to the public comment. So I'm curious of if he has some things to add after hearing the public comment. So
thank you. Thank you very much. So Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Fennell and Supervisor Bass. Just would like to kind of respond to a couple things. Obviously, the appellant has raised the concern that they've filed a lawsuit. However, the appropriate process in this particular case, and I will ask County Council to weigh in on this, is for the county to finish the appeal process before it's really ripe for the court. In terms of the concerns related to the appeal, related to the CEQA violations and whether or not the CCLUO or CMMLUO apply, I think Stevie's presentation, or Mr. Luther's presentation, and also the staff report go some detail to express what the staff's considerations on those are. We do not believe that they're CEQA violations. We do believe that this is appropriately being processed under the provisions of the CMMLUO. One of the things that was raised was the failure of the applicant to be a legal entity. We are under the understanding that the paperwork is in the process of being processed with the state. And it is important that there be an entity that is established in order to grant the permit to. I know you've closed a public hearing, but that may be a question that you want to get more information on from the applicant's counsel to determine where that is. I think that we would not want to grant a permit to an entity that does not exist. I think those were in terms of the concerns relative to this being a hash lab. Often the stories that we see are related to unpermitted, unregulated activities that are going on. I've heard different stories about whether or not the lab in Los Angeles was actually permitted or not, and whether it was operating in compliance with regulations that exist. We do believe that, given the fact that there are adequate provisions in place relative to storage of hazardous materials, that starts at the state level, that's implemented through our Environmental Health Department. Chapter 6.95 of the Health and Safety Code does require reporting and understanding of what materials are being stored on site. The building and fire code will be exercised in terms of addressing how the small building is constructed and measures that are put in place to mitigate any potential impacts relative to the storage of ethanol. Those are all things that are already hardwired within the regulations of both the fire code and the building code. I think those are the primary things that we would respond to.
Thank you, Director Ford. Council Billingsley, with regard to the process here, I would like to hear from the applicant in terms of legal entity status as such. Is that within the process for me to do that?
Yes, Chair, you can, the board can continue to ask questions.
Thank you. So Council Dillon, maybe you can clarify for us, or Mr. Allen, either one.
I'm happy to take that, Supervisor Fennell, and thank you, Council Billingsley. So as sometimes may inadvertently happen, things don't get filed appropriately, and we picked up on that several weeks ago and have paid and filed all appropriate documentation with the state. So unfortunately, although we paid the fees and filed the appropriate paperwork, whether it's COVID-19 related or just bureaucracy related, it's taken more days than we expected to have it show up on the website as back in good standing. So this is not an uncommon issue that we run across in my corporate practice. Things that inadvertently happen, that does not mean companies no longer exist or are not able to proceed forward. It just, the state has these, it turned out to be a tax payment. They want their taxes paid. They have been paid. They just have not been processed. I don't believe that that should affect. Typically, when you obtain a certificate of reviver, it revives the company as if the company was never suspended. So candidly, the company currently shows a FTB suspended status because the tax filings had not been all current. That again has been taken care of. We are only waiting for the administrative function of the check being cleared and the person changing on this web page that it's back in good standing.
As a follow, that gives me a bit of pause, and I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but in terms of our standing to be in a position to move forward with this, until that's been accomplished by the applicant. And the other question I have is, how long has it been suspended? Is this, you said a few weeks, but we know this has been going on for quite a while.
Well, so it doesn't tell you when it starts. So all I know is when I learned about it, which is a couple of weeks back. So so I don't know when it's been started, but typically the legal issue would be once it's revived, it's revived all the way back to when it started. So I don't know specifically the process and whether in this particular instance, if the supervisors have concerns, whether this is approved subject to the company being in good standing. I appreciate that everybody takes time to get to these meetings. And so we had hoped the state would have processed these things faster, as they sometimes do. Unfortunately, although you can typically go in face to face to pay these bills and get it done within a day, obviously that function is not currently available. So in order to allay any concerns, those would be my potential thoughts.
Thank you, Council Dillon. From the board, are there any questions or comments from any members of the board on this item? We may be alone. Oh, there we go. Supervisor Bohn.
I'd like to hear from our council on what protocol we should take. I appreciate Mr. Dillon's telling us that everything's okay and good to go, but we heard different from the other side, so I think we better find a neutral party that isn't cheering for the home team. I appreciate your input.
Council Billingsley.
Chair, well, I guess the preliminary issue is whether or not the board should hear the appeal, which I think clearly this process should move forward. I was not aware of the issue with the expired franchise tax board. I believe what the applicant is saying is correct. You can revise that status, but I have not had time to fully research that issue.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Ford, Director Ford.
So I would just recommend under the circumstances that the board continue this until that is completed. And so you can be assured that you are issuing a permit or denying a permit, depending on what the board chooses to do. Well, there's really two options here. One option is if the board is inclined to give consideration to denying the appeal and approving the permit, then I would recommend that you continue it to a date certain so that there is the legal entity established when you're granting that entitlement. If the board is inclined to uphold the appeal and deny the permit, then it really doesn't matter. And you can give direction to staff that is your intent today, and we could come back with findings to that effect.
Just from my perspective, there's a third one, and that is that the appellant has not made any presentation and has made the point that we shouldn't go forward because it's before the court. That's disturbing to me, because I want to hear from hear the legal arguments from the appellant. So that is a third thing. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to say I did have a meeting with the applicant quite a while ago about the project, so I want to be upfront with that. Just of background to it. But according with what Supervisor or Chairman just said, it's an interesting thing. I've never in 18 years had seen something sued before it actually came to the appeal. Normally, it follows. I mean, I think either way it goes, this is, you know, sometimes it's unfortunately expected. So that to me seems odd, and I don't know what, you know, when we're being told that we no longer have jurisdiction because it's in the courts. And if that is true, that was actually a really, really smart legal move, and I'd never heard it before. And so I am curious about the question of jurisdiction. Is never anything I've encountered like this one yet. So I'd like to have more, I'd like more information on that, quite frankly. Let's see what else. And one question I had for Director Ford, and going through these, I'm not sure if the main concern was the, you know, potential volatile or, you know, extraction or exactly, but when the applicant reached out to the appellant, there also was not a reply. And do you happen to know if that was because they had already filed a lawsuit, so they didn't want to try to talk to come to middle ground, or do you have any idea of what happened there?
I really can't speak to interactions between the applicant and the appellant. I don't know.
Well, I have to clarify here. I was a little bit puzzled by that statement that there was no response from the appellant. Now, this might be a timing thing, but for full disclosure, I have spoken with both the applicant and the appellant. And as I understand it, from both sides, I've heard that they have discussed this issue. They met at the location, and there were a lot of discussion. So I'm not sure where this comes from that there was no response from the appellant. I know that I'm saying this, I know it. Mr. Allen.
Yes, I just wanted to say, as someone with a master's in public administration focusing on local government and over a decade of public experience as a public servant, essentially, I found it extremely disturbing that Ms. Jackson was also overstepping the whole public process, essentially, and not giving the public the opportunity and time to hear this. On top of this, she thinks that the public process seems to be court, and it's not. It's a judicial process, but it's not exactly court. Things have legal standing that you all do, but essentially what she's doing is essentially trying to bully everybody. And she's been doing that since day one. As soon as this went through with the Planning Commission, she filed court. I think she filed court even before it went to that. But essentially, like, some of the things that she's requiring and saying that the appellant didn't get, or she didn't have this hearing within 30 days. It's not up to the person appealing it whether or not they have due process within 30 days. It's up to the proponent of the project whether or not they want that heard within 30 days. On top of that, we're in a state of emergency for a pandemic. And I'm sorry, but Ms. Jackson, you need to get with the times. The state of emergency essentially means that everything is put on hold in government. And so we have issues that they just arise. We've been going through this project for 3 years. We weren't even sure it was going to make it. There have been many different problems with going through this project, trying to meet all the changing state regulation codes. And so I can tell you right now, when I deal with state licenses, and I write state licenses all the time, that essentially the state requires that you submit your seller's permit, your corporate documentation, all your financial interest, all this stuff. They will not approve a license without that approval, as well as the permit from the county. So one of your other options could be a condition of use on this permit that essentially it is not issued until that corporate documentation is rectified with the state, which right now it's on hold because of the pandemic. That's all I got to say at this moment.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Any further comments or questions on this item? I'm going to ask the supervisors to stay on camera a little bit. It's a little frustrating for you to go in black on everything and then me having to find you. So please stay and attend this part of the meeting. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. I mean, from what I've heard so far, I mean, I think I'm not inclined to uphold this appeal so far. That being said, I really haven't heard the only negativity towards this that I'm at least hearing in the testimony. One is this legal argument made by the attorney, but the other is from another business owner nearby who's concerned about the type of business and the type of traffic. And again, that just really is playing into culture war issues that I'm not predisposed to it, really want to entertain. So that being said, I mean, for me, just for taking straw polls, I'm kind of interested in Director Ford's option of postponing this until some of these legal issues are taken care of, or at least the licensing part of this, and so that's where I'm at, and just kind of throwing it out there just to see where we can kind of move this forward or not.
Director Ford.
Yeah, I think before we do, one of the things I would really like to just address the jurisdiction issue, but I'm not the attorney to attempt to address that. And so I'm gonna ask Ms. Duke or Mr. Billingsley to speak to that directly before we move any further. The second item is that just from probably a litigation standpoint, we could put a condition onto a permit that it's not effective unless the legal entity status is reestablished. I don't know what a court would do with that, because how do you issue a entitlement to an entity that doesn't currently exist? And so I would feel much better about delaying at least that part of the action to a point when it is absolutely clear that this is a legal entity that the entitlement is being granted to.
Supervisor Wilson, do you want to hear from Council Billingsley or Council Duke?
I do, but I just also wanted to add that I still do have some questions with relationship to the safety and some other things. I mean, like I said, my inclination was to move in a certain direction, but I did have, questions that were germane to this, but I wanted to clarify our process first before we get into substantive discussion.
Okay. All right, I'll go to either one of the councilors who wants to go first. I'll ask the Council Billingsley, and you can make that decision.
Yes, Chair. I can give advice to the board, and Ms. Duke can speak on behalf of the planning department.
Okay.
I do think with the issues we've heard, I would be supportive of a continuance so that some of these things could be sorted out. And some of the issues you addressed, obviously, we haven't really. One side is essentially choosing not to participate at this point, and then there's the issue with the entity status that would involve a new hearing, which of course would start the process all over again. And then Ms. Duke can speak on behalf of the planning department.
Welcome, Councilor Duke.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. I wanted to say that with respect to the litigation, the court has not adjudicated jurisdiction or the effect of a delayed hearing. There hasn't been any injunction issued by the court or temporary restraining order. And we do have this appeal process in our local code, and the applicant is entitled to the appeal and to due process. Just wanted to point those out.
Thank you. All right. Any further, you wanted to, so how do you feel now, Supervisor Wilson? Do you want to pursue it or delay?
I mean, I think it seems like delaying Well, I want to hear from the other board members on this. I mean,
Yeah, me too. But you're the one that's got your hand up.
Oh, do
You-
I have
you
it up?
want-
I didn't have it up. If
No,
I do.
no. I'm sorry. As I recall, you said you wanted to hear from council before you went any further. I just wanted to know if you had anything further to add after having heard from council.
No, I don't have anything
Okay.
further to add other than I would entertain continuance even still if that's possible, although it sounds like has its own issues.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Any other supervisor wish to speak on this item? All right. You're usually so talkative.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. Supervisor Bohn.
Well, and I can see both sides of this issue, and I thought I knew I was where I was going, and then after listening to Mr. Allen, it kind of threw me for a 180. So I hear less is better a lot. So I think we probably have to get everything lined up. I worry about the exit of the appellant from this hearing. I know we can do bits and pieces, but it sounds like we might be vulnerable. Nobody's told me, let's go ahead. There's no problems with it. And that's kind of like what I'd like to hear from our legal team.
Well, as this project has come to my attention, I've spoken with both Mr. Belanger, another member of his team, and some of the local neighbors. And as I indicated earlier, they actually have been in communication in certain areas. I'm not sure where that statement came from. And I know that Mr. Belanger was anxious to find solutions or to some of their concerns. So I know that there was kind of a back and forth among the people who were concerned, but Mr. Lehman, who's filed the appeal, seems to have stayed very strong in his concerns. There were a couple of things I don't know if we even want to go into it with this discussion as it stands right now, but I did have a couple of questions about the new building. It would have the same footprint, is that correct? Director Ford?
Yes, that is correct. It is
So
basically.
it would still be a kind of a small two-story building, okay. And the other question that's been brought to me in terms of this being compatible with the zone and being in consistency with what has happened there before is it's different. Are there any other manufacturing businesses on Main Street in Garberville? I don't believe there are. So, I mean, I might be wrong now. I mean, baking cookies, for instance, yes, that's manufacturing food, but I don't know if there's anything along this line on the Main Street.
If that's a question, there is another approved manufacturing use at the other end of town.
So, and it's what for?
It was originally for manufacturing and a dispensary. The dispensary was not approved, just the manufacturing component was.
Oh, that's that item that is on the very north end.
Yes.
Off Main Street. All right.
Technically, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, I still don't see a huge amount of discussion among the supervisors. I would like to know, Supervisor Bass, you have your hand up.
This is, it's very frustrating that the appellant is not on, or a representative. It's kind of, I think in some ways it's put us in a really difficult place because we want to be thorough, we want to do our work, we want to ask questions, and they're not here. And at the same time, it almost feels like, I'm trying to find the right word, but it just sounds like in some ways a delay tactic, and that's frustrating for me. So on the one hand, I feel like saying, well, let's just forge ahead. On the other hand, you know, I hear that there are some questions, and then there's the concern with the legal entity part. But it really, how do we guarantee if we put this off to a date certain that we will have representation from the actual appellants? I mean, how long do we do this? Because if people just don't show up, you know, we can't keep putting things off forever.
Yeah.
So I'm frustrated because I don't know what the answer is.
Through the chair, with permission.
Please.
So the first issue is really one of the legal standing and addressing that, and then relative to whether or not the appellant will participate in a hearing prior to formal action by the court, I can't say. And so one of the dilemmas the board has is whether or not you want to put this off long enough for the court to take action, or to recognize, I think, as Ms. Duke pointed out, that the applicant does have a right to due process in this particular case. And normally litigation involving a public hearing that has not happened within a certain amount of time does not involve delaying it further. Every time I've seen it occur, the court says, no, county, you go hold that hearing now. And so this does seem very, very strange to me. And it's difficult. I've never seen this from a legal perspective, this kind of strategy play out.
Well, and that leads to my follow-up question is, as a legal strategy, and this might have been covered, and perhaps Ms. Jackson mentioned this in her comments and I just missed it, but has there been, have we looked to see if there's some kind of legal precedent for this action? Oops, Supervisor Wilson must have a question or the answer, I don't know, but I'm curious if we have that info.
I'm going to allow Ms. Duke to respond to that because I really have not done that research.
Councilor Duke.
Thank you. I think that I need to defer to Council Billingsley just because I am not supposed to be advising the board on this issue.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Natalie. Councilor Billingsley.
Chair, this, as Director Ford said, this is a rather strange situation because typically the court action would be to force the county to have the hearing. Now we are in fact having the hearing and one party is choosing not to participate. Perhaps the best solution is a continuance to work out the matter with the Franchise Tax Board. And at that point, if they still choose not to participate, that's up to the board to make the decision as to what they want to do. Whether they just proceed with what's in the record or whether one of the parties chooses to participate at that point.
Yeah, it occurs to me, and this might, again, we're in uncharted territory, and I am not an attorney, nor do I play one on TV, but I think that the question occurs to me that in terms of the rights of the applicant to move forward with due process, maybe there can be something about a time certain for the continuation that requires that the appellant make their case, and we leave it at that. Your thoughts on that, Council Billingsley?
I think that would be my recommendation. Perhaps Director Ford has a date in mind. I don't know what the timing is for the license issue. So I think I would defer to him on that. I do think since the hearing was closed, it would have to be renoticed again.
Okay, thank you. Director Ford.
Yeah, I would, in order to maintain continuity in this, is if we do need to absolutely renotice it, the soonest we could get back would be June 9th.
Okay. And with regard to courts in general, the judicial system in particular, I suppose, Ms. Jackson did reference June 15th as the date of the court hearing. Is there any sense in putting it after that? Although I don't know that anything would be decided on that one day, but is there any value to doing that?
Well, it may give greater insight in terms of what the appellant is going to do to continue it to a date after that.
Mm-hmm.
I think June 16th is only a day after that, and I don't think we've got a meeting on the 23rd, so that would take us all the way out to July 7th.
Do we want to say June 16th?
Yes.
Okay. Any further input from the board on this item? Supervisor Wilson.
So I'm just wondering about our obligation or potential not obligation with relationship to legal costs to this. I mean, is there a way, I mean, should we be asking that the applicant or can we ask that the applicant take on any potential costs from legal action taken by the board on this permit?
Through the chair. That is a requirement of the CMMLUO and the CCLUO, is that the applicant enter in and sign a indemnification agreement. I believe that has been done.
So, and through the chair, the continuance of that, I mean, so I guess, you know, I would like to hear from the applicant how they feel about that potential lawsuit and their obligation, their potential obligation of that, and where they, you know, just I just want to hear from them on that.
Okay, so I have Joshua Allen has had his hand up. I've not. We've been keeping the discussion among the boards, Mr. Allen, but Mr. Dillon also has his hand up, and I do notice that Mr. Owens has joined us. He was not available earlier. I will toss it to you to decide who should answer Supervisor Wilson's question. Mr. Dillon.
Oh, sorry. I think on the litigation front, I'm going to pretend that I'm the most knowledgeable of that issue. In particular,
yeah. So I know I was trying to look at that. Okay.
I do think Ms. Jackson has kind of put the board in a or the supervisors in an unusual position, but from the discussions, the fact that the timing that the appeal was filed before this hearing, at least from my opinion, and I'm sure that Mr. Billingsley will follow up on this directly with you. It does not prevent or somehow divest the supervisors from jurisdiction. As to this issue of the FTB status right now, you know, first I can only apologize that we thought it should be taken care of by the time we got here. And I can hear some, you know, concern in the voices that may affect or give an additional legal ground for concern. So the concept of meeting back on June 16th, while unfortunate for all parties to have to come back together, the time and the delay, you know, the applicant wants to wholeheartedly make this proposal and this plan that it's worked on for years and have complete support from all the supervisors. And so I'm sure that Joe would agree, and probably Josh would agree too. You know, if there's any sort of reluctance in this because of a technical legal issue, that takes away from the fact that we want the board to embrace this project and the work that staff and we have put into it. You know, if we have to come back June 16th, I first and foremost apologize that I didn't catch this and get on it sooner for the time and effort that people have put in today. We will get that taken care of. It is a ministerial issue at this point and just a timing issue. And then I guess separately, Mr. Billingsley can get up to speed or work with Ms. Duke to have a comfort level that the timing of Ms. Jackson's filing of a lawsuit does not prevent at all the supervisors from what they're doing today.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Ryan, you had some input here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair Fennell. I just was going back in our board calendar, and we actually do have a meeting on June 23rd.
Oh, that might be more manageable for everybody concerned. Give you some time to reflect on what happened on the 15th. Thank you for that, Ryan. I appreciate it. I do want to say, first of all, we're dealing with, again, something that has come out of the blue at us, right? Something where the appellant is not making the case, basically. That makes it very difficult for us. As I mentioned before, I've talked with all sides of this, and I know that Mr. Belanger has been very interested in trying to make it work and talking with the people who have their businesses next door and other members of the community. For me, my difficulty is I want to make my vote based on facts, and I want all the facts, and I'm not hearing all the facts right now. That's my difficulty. Aside from the legal thing, I want to hear the full discussion. So that's where I would just like to say I have a little bit of concern. Mr. Allen, I know you wanted to talk. I'm going to let you go for it.
Okay, thanks. So I just wanted to address Mr. Wilson's question about the products first and foremost and the use of the facility. The products that are going to be made are food grade products, and it's going to be made in a small batches, much like a restaurant or anything else that's been there in the past, making small products. And those food grade products will be available for other potential industries like the bakery down the street if they wanted to buy some distillate to put it inside of their baked goods. That's the type of product that we would be offering. When it comes to the public process, I guess I'm considered an expert in this, but essentially our country is founded upon a constitutional republic of the people. And that people republic means that we have public hearings that essentially elected officials such as all of you have just as much standing as a judge. This is a quasi-judicial process. And essentially the appellant stepping out on this whole thing is the same thing as them going to court and stepping out of court. They decided they don't want to participate anymore. They haven't wanted to participate since the beginning. And it's complete disrespect to our local government and into our governmental processes, which are 200-plus-year-old traditions in our country. And just because she's an attorney and these people have money doesn't mean that they can overstep your guys' responsibility to have a public hearing for the public and to make this decision on behalf of everybody else. A judge doesn't make those decisions. Our elected officials make decisions. It goes to court based upon those decisions our elected officials have made, whether or not it's at the local level, at the legislature, or the Congress. That's how the process works. And so you guys all need to make a decision on what you would like to do. We have no problem with moving later on to make sure our paperwork is in process, answer any further questions you might have. But essentially, as I see it right now, she's walked out on a court meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Any further questions or comments from the board? Oh, Supervisor Wilson.
I just want to acknowledge the anxiety and the frustration of the applicant with regards to the appellant's behavior in this regard. And I do think that, you know, if we are seeking the conversation or more information, the appellant, it's really up to them to give us that conversation and give us that. And if they're not doing that, then, you know, although I wouldn't have delivered that message in the same way Mr. Allen did today, I do, the premise of it is I think something that we should be considerate of. And I don't know. I mean, we've danced around what, you know, we've allowed, or what has happened is that the appellant has basically dropped a bomb into this situation, or dropped a, you know, an oil slick or whatever, and just now we're spinning our wheels and talking about that instead of the issue, which just really is really unfortunate. And we haven't really even gotten to the issues of the safety, the traffic, and all that other stuff, which we still can talk about. We have the things that have come into us, and from my perspective, I am, if the applicant wants us to move forward with a decision today and is willing to take that chance of the legal processes and all that stuff, I'm willing to do that, in at least having that process. Although I will say that even if the applicant's going to pay for legal counsel, you know, it still is another distraction for our staff that if we can avoid by having at least one postponement here, then that might actually simplify things for our just internal processes. That's just where I'm standing with this. I just, and again, I haven't even made a decision, yes or no, because we haven't really had a substantive discussion yet.
Sorry, I muted that. My dog was barking.
Down King.
Down King. If there's anyone else willing to take it, I'll take it upon myself to make a motion that we continue this back to June 23rd, and we will have to republish it. Is that correct, Director Board?
Yes, we will renotice it.
Okay, renotice it. So that would be my motion.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, Ryan, let's have a roll call on this, please.
Yes, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Bohn.
I kind of like the idea of being Judge Bohn, but yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you to everyone. Very difficult and challenging, and see you all again on the 23rd.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. So let me think about this. We have another item. We're going back now in the lineup of our meeting, and the next one would be an introduction of an ordinance to amend Chapter 5 of the code relating to purchasing. That's a short item, I believe. Do we want to go forward with that, or can the item that we have to do in closed session be addressed in half an hour? And that's a question for CAO Nilsson. Because I know there's one that...
Chair, which closed session are you referring to?
You were talking about one where the attorney was not available between 1 and 2.
Hum map. So that would be a question for Council Billingsley.
Okay.
Yes, Chair, I believe that is something that we could probably talk about just in a half an hour time frame. The attorney is also available in a later time frame if you would like to do that, because I believe there's still quite a few items on the agenda.
Yes. It seemed to me that just from a human perspective, it might be good to have a break and go into a different kind of a situation, and then come back to go on with the purchasing item as well as the budget item. So I'd just like to know the board's thoughts on that. Is there anybody super anxious to start on the purchasing and budget item? Or can we go into closed session to deal with
That's just a follow-up of everything we already agreed upon, right?
Yeah, that one
Doesn't seem like
item,
rocket
yes.
science. We spent a lot of time on it before. I don't think we're going to beat it to death. I think you can probably get it done in about 98 seconds.
Yeah, okay, that was my thinking. We could do that and then go to the closed session and then come back on the third quarter report. Let's do that.
You're the chair.
Okay, so let's go with item number H1, and that is the ordinance regarding the purchasing agreement. So we'll ask Council Billingsley to introduce that ordinance.
Yes, Chair. Before your board today is an ordinance amending Chapter 5 of Division 4 of Title 2 of the Humboldt County Code relating to the purchasing agent of Humboldt County, Sections 245-1, Sections 245-2, 2.5-3, Items A, C, D, H, 245-4, 245-6, and 245-10, and to waive the first reading.
Okay, thank you. And
I make the motion that we move forward with staff recommendations.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion about this item? No discussion about the item. Any public comment on the purchasing?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do have public comment.
Add 3 minutes to my 97 seconds.
Okay. And public comment, you're now can speak. Go right
Mr.
ahead.
Mulder, my opinions are still the same. I just have a clarification of how you guys keep bouncing around on the agenda and you've yet to even hear item E. So I'm just curious how that works. But my opinion is the same as I stated last week. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mulder. Any other comment on this item?
Estelle, again, I'm having a hard time. I don't think we had public comment on non-agendized items. If that's item E, I'm hoping you put that in there eventually. For clarification for the public, could you please clarify? I believe this last time had a $500,000 limit. The staff report say it's being lowered down to $250,000. I mean, I think that was the main question we had, and I thought that was coming forward. But you don't have a staff report on this apparently to delineate that change. So please clarify that through your staff.
Thank you. Any further public comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, that concludes the public comment for this item.
I believe, thank you. I believe that it is in fact spelled out that it's a $250,000 limit on emergency spending in the staff report. And apologies in terms of the public comment on non-agenda items that slipped right through. It's been a very mixed up morning, to say the least. So let's see. Any further discussion, or can we take a vote? Let's take a vote on item H1, the purchasing item.
Yes, Chair Fennell. We'll start with Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you. So, all right, now we have just about a half an hour. I would like to go into closed session on that one item, the hum map item. And so I'll go to Council Billingsley to read that into the record, please.
Second, Chair. It's the intention of the Board of Supervisors to convene in closed session pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1 to discuss existing litigation in the case of Humboldt versus County of Humboldt, Superior Court case number CV 180425.
Thank you very much. Go
And
ahead,
Chair, I
Chair.
believe if it's going to be broken, you would take public comments on this item, and then if the board intends to go in later, you would afford that opportunity a second time.
Exactly. Thank you so much. So any public comment on this item of closed session?
Yes, Chair Fennell.
Thank you, Ryan. First speaker, please.
Estelle, Kent Sawatsky. Maybe I misheard what your counsel said. This is not set for time specific, but is the counsel for HumMap available later in the day so you could have a more productive discussion? I would not go into closed session on this particular one if you had the opportunity to have counsel set up to speak on this topic. I believe this is a HumMap appeal you're doing. I'm not optimistic. I've expressed before, depending upon the construction of your appeal, you may be jumping into federal court, but that's just something that you should be aware of. That's not a venue you wish to be in, I don't believe, regarding this topic, but hey, so be it. I would either go into closed session, but then if you have the opportunity to have additional closed session later in the day with counsel, I highly recommend you avail yourself of that, and I highly recommend you settle this one before things of major consequence happens to the county. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Kent. Any further comment on this item?
Hello, Thomas Mulder again. I'm just a little confused because I have only heard that there was 2 modifications to the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, and then we've been bouncing all over, and I've thought the Brown Act is still like you follow an agenda and a process unless there's a motion and amendment to bounce around like this. Also, I agree that if that legal counsel for HumMap is available later in the evening, you go into, take care of all the public portion and then go into closed session and handle all of that as a board later on. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. So with that, we are going into closed session on the HumMap item, and the invitations have gone out. I'm assuming CEO Nilsson, and
that is correct.
Yeah, so we'll just go immediately into that then, and we'll be back at 1 to resume the meeting, where we'll be going into the third quarter report. And I apologize to people for having a hard time following along on the agenda. Decisions made, or the chairs made the decision to move that hearing forward so that we didn't have members of that appellant, the appeal, and the applicant waiting around all day to be involved in a hearing. So thank you for that, and we're going into closed session now. Being a little delayed here, had a bit of a technical issue. So I believe everybody is ready, and we can get back into the meeting, Ryan.
Yes, Chair Fennell, we have everyone back and we are ready to go.
Thank you very much. So we're back in session, and Councillor Billingsley, anything to report out of that particular closed session?
Yes, Chair. On item L3, there is no reportable action.
Thank you very much. So as was pointed out earlier, we had not gotten to public comment on non-agenda items yet in today's meeting, and I apologize for that. We're delayed quite a bit at the beginning of the meeting, but I would like to go now to public comment on items not on the agenda. Do we have anyone waiting to talk about items not on the agenda, Ryan?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do.
Thank you. So let's go to the first caller. Hi, caller, welcome back.
Hello, Thomas Mulder here. Hey, so just as you guys bounce around in your agenda items and you went to closed session and you said you would be back at 1 o'clock, it's 1:25. Luckily, I just had this on in the background as I'm performing other duties. Maybe set some items for time certain so that way you aren't having to bounce around or accidentally miss some things in future, just an idea. And then I'm going to say, you know, I'm hoping that ad hoc committee for cannabis meets soon and brings forward a policy to change personal use before the Board of Supervisors. And then so that probably have to have the Planning Commission look at it too. Maybe you could do that as an urgency ordinance, speed up the timeline, get for you to favor it. I think 500 square feet for parcels over an acre and 200 square feet for parcels under an acre. I've gotten some feedback from some people that they would like to see some sort of maybe some sign off from neighbors. So maybe those are some things to consider as well. I do see that side as well for neighbors wanting to have some sign off in some degree for personal use, but I think it's something that would be important for the community to move sooner than later, like hopefully speed up the timeline and have it approved by June 15th. Maybe that following Tuesday when you have your next follow-up hearing. Another thing I did email all of you, it just, once you close a public hearing and then you have an applicant continue to talk, I just don't know if that's unfair to other people. So it's just something I noticed. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further public comment on non-agenda items?
Estelle, Kent Sawatsky, Rex, your dog's barking. You're going to make mine bark. Watch out. So ditto to what Thomas just said. Thomas, I'm going to give you just a little bit of advice here. Nobody pays attention till you sue the county, and even then it's not their money. So that's just how it seems to work out there. But I always appreciate your comments, and it totally makes sense to go ahead something on the redoing the cannabis. So I'm going to put on my Humboldt County taxpayers hat. And this is something that hopefully will be coming before HCOG this next Thursday at 4 o'clock. And so I'm going to read to you what I would like to see on the ballot as far as executive director. I'd like to work with you folks. So I'm going to call it Measure AAA to supplement existing funding for maintenance, rehabilitation, and construction of existing transportation, including local match leveraging of state federal funds for road infrastructure. Now, the question being on the ballot, shall Humboldt County voters adopt an ordinance establishing a 0.25% per dollar sales tax throughout Humboldt County for 10 years, raising approximately, and we don't know how much it would be, but I'm guessing $5 million annually, requiring independent audits, separate accounts, public oversight, and local revenue control. A minimum of 90% going to local contractors when possible through a competitive bid process. That's what I would like to see on the ballot. That's what Humboldt County Taxpayers League is trying to put together to the benefit of everybody in Humboldt County. We're from the Humboldt Taxpayers League, not the government, and we're here to help. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on this very important issue. Look forward to seeing you or whatever we're doing there on Thursday, Estelle, and hopefully we'll put this together and fix our roads so that we are basically dealing with the 4 topics, which will be on there also on the ballot. And I didn't get those on there, but I think Mulder will be happy. Mr. Mulder will be happy with this. It would be for culverts, potholes, micro paving, and one other form of surfacing there. Chip and seal, that's what it was. And those are the ones that I think are prevalent, and those are the ones we will put on the ballot if everybody agrees. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on a non-agendized item today.
Thank you very much, Kent. Any further comment on items not on the agenda?
Chair Fennell, I don't see any more hands raised, so that would conclude public comment on non-agenda.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And again, appreciate everybody's patience with us as we make our way through a very full agenda. And now we come to an extremely important one. It is an update from our county administrator on the third quarter budget review for this fiscal year, 2019-2020.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. I will turn this over to Alicia Hayes, our Assistant County Administrative Officer, to deliver today's report.
Thank you.
Hello.
Welcome, Alicia.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today I come before your board to provide a third quarter update. I do have a presentation here, so I'm going to share that. Last time we had some struggles with it, so hopefully this comes through. So again, here before your board today for a third quarter update and a budget outlook for fiscal year 2021 in light of COVID-19 and the initial financial impacts this pandemic will have on the county. We find ourselves in a very difficult position and the outlook changes almost daily. The true extent to the impacts will not be known for many months, and there are different variables such as the length and the magnitude of the shelter-in-place order that will play a significant role in the recovery process. Is everybody seeing this PowerPoint?
No.
No.
No, we're not. No.
We're not. Ryan, I think you might need to spotlight me. Or do I need to share my screen?
Share your screen. You just share your screen.
Open the PowerPoint and then share your screen, and that should take care of it.
Okay, how is that?
There we go.
Perfect.
Okay, fabulous. Okay. Locally, based on information from Humboldt County businesses who have self-reported through the Humboldt County Office of Emergency Services Impact Service Survey as of May 7th, as a result of COVID-19, there are 16 permanent business closures, nearly 2,500 job losses, and $40.7 million in reported lost revenues. There's also 11,697 COVID-19 incident unemployment claims that have been filed. For the general fund, estimated year-end fund balance of $7.9 million, a reduction of $600,000 over mid-year projections due to the increase of EOC expenses and reduced revenues is anticipated. For DHHS, $9.3 million in reduced revenues are estimated and $4 million in increased expenditures for an overall impact of $13.3 million over the Department of Health and Human Services mid-year estimates. DHHS has submitted a $1.1 million application to FEMA for reimbursement of COVID-related expenses. And also contained in today's report has a supplemental budget of $2.5 million for COVID-related expenses to be funded by state and federal agencies. DHHS is actively seeking alternate funding sources and evaluating personnel to ensure that staffing resources align with funding sources to allow for the maximum amount of funding to be brought back into the county. As for roads, a statewide reduction in gas tax revenues are anticipated with a reduction of 75% in miles traveled, amounting to a reduction of $46 million per week over the state. $289,000 is anticipated to impact public works, and they are able to offset this reduction in revenues through savings due to vacant positions. Due to declines in spending, sales tax is anticipated to have the largest reduction in revenues for the county in fiscal year 2021, which also impacts Measure Z and Proposition 172, with the latter two providing funding for public safety and essential services. Property taxes are not anticipated to be impacted until fiscal year 21-22. However, in fiscal year 2021, there is a slight decrease in estimated revenues due to a slower real estate market, resulting in fewer supplemental tax payments. The hotel motel tax anticipates a reduction due to the inability to travel during the shelter in place. Staff have been working with Hinderleader Denlamis and Associates to establish an estimate. Initially, they provided an estimated reduction for fiscal year 2021 of 6.5%. However, staff find this to be an optimistic projection and have doubled that for revenues anticipated in fiscal year 2021. No significant changes are anticipated for cannabis excise tax revenues. Anecdotal information suggests that people are buying as much, if not more, cannabis products during the shelter in place. And planting is underway and the weather has been favorable, maybe not this week, for an early start to the sun-grown season. A decrease in revenues of 5.7 million is anticipated overall, along with unanticipated expenses for the operation of the EOC of 400,000 for an overall shortfall of 6.1 million in fiscal year 2021. Staff will continue to monitor these revenues and may make additional adjustments prior to budget adoption taking place on June 23rd. As more about the impacts become known daily, financial recovery is largely contingent on the length and restrictions of the shelter in place. And while recovery may begin this year, spending is not anticipated to increase rapidly. In addition, any increase in the number of reported cases of COVID-19 could easily delay recovery efforts. Funding shortfalls are likely to be a multi-year problem, and solving it with across-the-board cuts in fiscal year 2021 would have disparate impacts on the general fund departments. The CAO, in consultation with department heads, believe that the best approach for fiscal year 2021 is to use a mix of reductions and one-time solutions that minimize employees' impacts, as well as methodically begins to address the budget shortfall. Contained in today's report is a recommendation to reduce one-time allocations, such as the allocations to economic development of 801,000 for Project Trellis, savings incurred from the general fund departmental contributions for PARs of nearly 500,000, 1.2 million for the contribution of PARs from the general fund, and 1 million for the contribution to general reserves. In addition, reductions are recommended for fiscal year 2021. This includes $1.3 million for the contribution to general reserves, essentially acting as a draw on general reserves, $200,000 for the contribution to economic development for Project Trellis, 1.5 million of the contribution to contingencies. This was anticipated as excess for future needs related to the Community Corrections Reentry Center, and 689,000 that was anticipated as general fund departmental contributions to PARs. These one-time expenditure reductions would offer a savings of $7.3 million between fiscal year 1920 and 2021, bringing the estimated year-end fund balance to 8.3 million available to finance fiscal year 21-22. Without these reductions, the year-end fund balance would be dangerously low at less than $1 million. Given the impacts of COVID-19 are expected to be long-lasting and the full extent of which are not fully understood at this point, staff recommend evaluating ongoing expenses for areas of reduction. Proposed ongoing expenditure reductions include voluntary furloughs with the option to reduce office hours. If 10% of staff volunteered to furlough 1 day per pay period, estimated savings for the general fund would be approximately 434,000 in fiscal year 2021. If 50% of staff furloughed, the savings would be 2.1 million. And if all general fund staff furloughed 1 day per pay period, the savings would be $4.3 million for the general fund. Reduced overtime and extra help expenditures are also proposed. Initial budget requests for fiscal year 2021 reflect anticipated overtime expenses of 3.6 million and extra help expenses of 2 million. And finally, returning during the first quarter budget report for fiscal year 2021 with general fund allocations using a mix of reductions of 2.5%, offering 1.4 million in savings, 7.5% offering 4.2 million in savings, or 15%, offering a savings of nearly 9 million, depending on the department's ability, to maintain current staffing levels. Assuming your board agrees with a mix of reductions and one-time solutions to minimize impacts on employees and the local economy, even with these recommended options, staff will still need to continue to refine the fiscal year 2021 budget throughout the upcoming fiscal year due to the unknown magnitude of COVID-19 on the economy. It's important to note that even with this budget refinement, staff may be unable to continue with a budget without some significant employee impacts, such as reduced staffing. Therefore, staff recommends that your board direct Human Resources to explore a partial service retirement program with CalPERS. Partial service retirement is a benefit available to full-time public agency members who meet the normal retirement age and service requirements. This allows those qualified employees to reduce their work time by at least 20%, but not more than 60%, to continue working and receive a partial service retirement allowance. And this allowance is based on the reduction of work time. And contained in your staff report is a detailed guide provided by CalPERS. In addition, staff also recommend researching a voluntary separation incentive program. In fiscal year 2010 and fiscal year 2011, the county created the voluntary separation incentive program, which provided a cash incentive to employees to vacate their positions, thereby creating vacancies and increasing salary savings. This program allowed for 24 individuals to vacate their positions, requiring incentive payment that totaled $233,000, but offered an approximate savings to the general fund of $1.8 million in salaries. The voluntary separation program may be an additional tool used to reduce expenditures during this pandemic. And finally, contained in today's report is a supplemental budget for the Department of Health and Human Services, who continue to look for alternate funding sources to offset increased expenditures directly related to COVID-19. The first of that is for $2.5 million for public health emergency response to address additional funding sources that have been identified specifically for COVID response and additional expenditures that are eligible for FEMA reimbursement. The second is for $24,000 for increased funding allocations that have been received through the Department of Public Health to support clients living with HIV and AIDS. And finally, $7,000 for increased funding to support the purchase and distribution of personal protective equipment for clients. Funding for these requests are made available through state and federal aid reimbursement. To summarize, contained in today's report are a number of recommendations to reduce one-time and ongoing expenditures. The ultimate goal is to reduce the impact on employees and the need for staffing reductions. Those recommendations include authorizing the County Administrative Office to temporarily cease or redirect one-time funding options to balance the fiscal year 2021 budget. Such options include, but are not limited to, the use of general reserves, the use of general funds fund balance, reduce policy level contributions to programs such as the General Reserve and Project Trellis in order to balance the fiscal year 2021 proposed budget. Also, to direct departments to reduce expenditures to balance the fiscal year 2021 proposed budget. Departments shall evaluate all options, including but not limited to voluntary furlough and reduced office hours, reductions in overtime and extra help, and holding positions vacant. Also authorizing department heads to approve a voluntary unpaid furlough program for employees under their appointing authority for fiscal year 2021. Contained in today's report is an example of that agreement. Direct all county departments in coordination with the County Administrative Office to return during the first quarter budget report for fiscal year 2021 with reduced budget proposals that incorporate a mix of 2.5%, 7.5%, and 15% reductions to general fund allocations. Direct the interim Human Resources Director to explore partial service retirement options with CalPERS. Direct the CAO to explore a voluntary separation incentive program, and approve the supplemental budget request contained in attachment 2, and authorize the CAO and the Auditor Controller to work together to post those adjustments. With that, I conclude the staff report and will gladly answer any questions your board may have.
Thank you, Alicia. If it's okay, can you remove your desktop so I can see everybody? And then if we need to go back into the chart, we can bring it back up again. Thank you. Okay, so thanks again, Alicia. Any questions? Yes, Supervisor Bohn.
How's that voluntary separation thing work?
It's only provided to non-elected officials, and no, I'm joking.
Yeah, I was pretty sure that was going to happen. And I'm wondering if we go through this furloughing, or you know, I see where the state's doing 10% cuts and things like that, and as we go, and then if we're doing that, if we can reduce staffing in those departments, maybe with voluntary separations and things like that, instead of furloughing, so we have a continuity, because right now we're on kind of a voluntary furlough in a roundabout way here, because we're still, even though our front doors are open, we're still kind of empty around here. So I'm just kind of wondering how we want to approach that. I mean, we could take salary cuts, we could, you know, do whatever you want. And then the other thing is, I was thinking about hiring freeze and a purchasing freeze for 6 months to see where we end up on this, because we're a long ways. You know, you mentioned the fact sales tax is down because people are spending less. Well, they're spending less because we're not allowing them because everything's closed. So, you know, those are things we're going to have to start balancing. Like our surrounding counties are doing the same budget problems we're having, and they're tending to open up a few things. So, I mean, we have, if we're gonna stay on this path, we should probably cut our spending, like, and hiring, just like a lot of the private enterprise is having to do.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
Just a sort of a quick aside. I mean, will this have any impact on the ADA consent decree requirements? I mean, can we be asking for some reprieve? Or it's not that I don't want to get something like that done as quickly as possible.
We already got that.
Yeah, so.
Amy, CAO Nielsen.
So we are now out of the ADA consent decree, and so the department, we don't have the Department of Justice watching us as closely. We still have every intention of maintaining compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. And we do have many projects in progress, such as the Garberville Mini Complex. And so we are still budgeting those projects. We won't be budgeting them at the significant pace that we were budgeting them and accomplishing them as we were before, because that was actually a pace that was really difficult for staff to keep up with. But because that the ADA consent decree has passed, we can still continue to make progress on ADA improvements, just not at that rapid pace. And then if it's okay, I would also like to address Supervisor Bohn's comments about a hiring and purchasing freeze, and those are options as well. Those are definitely options that your board could choose to pursue. In conversations with department heads, they did not find a hiring freeze to always be helpful. For example, one of the things we've done in the past is with the voluntary separation program, where we essentially pay somebody to leave and then we freeze their position. That position could have been a key position in a department. And so a department head doesn't have any control over who takes part in that program. And so department heads wanted some latitude on being able to hire the staff that they needed to hire. So part of the recommendations today are the tools that department heads feel that they need in order to reduce their budgets.
Is there any indication? I mean, we're all in uncharted territory, right? We don't know how long this is going to last. As Supervisor Bohn says, once it's more reopened, maybe people will be spending, the sales tax will go up, that kind of thing. But in the meantime, while people have not been out there, less impact on the roads, et cetera, is there any area where we see a drop in needs for services, or is this, wheel just keeps on turning, and even if there are people not out there, we still have to continue?
Chair Fennell, typically during times of economic turmoil, the need for government services actually increases. And so particularly with health and human services and our vulnerable populations. So I don't anticipate any reduction in the need for service. Typically it increases during these times.
Thank you. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you kind of made me think about, looking at the DHHS, just some of what's going on there, and knowing that there will be increase in need for services. One of the challenges too is, we have 7 cities to think of as well, and trying to explain to them, here we are trying to keep our budget afloat, but it's going to impact, much more than just us, and so trying to explain that, I'm already trying to explain it, and it's been a challenge, but hopefully whatever we do move forward with, we are at least in contact with them to keep them posted of what's going on, because they're dealing with their own issues with finances as well. So part of it is just hoping we have a real open line of communication with the cities.
Through the chair?
Absolutely.
Sure, I absolutely sent the city managers an email this morning letting them know that this budget presentation was coming, and that potentially there could be some impacts to Measure Z, because most of the cities do receive a Measure Z allocation through the County of Humboldt. In addition, I typically, because of COVID-19, I have been meeting with the city managers on a weekly basis. I won't be able to do it this week, but I have been doing it in the previous weeks. So that line of communication is definitely open.
So follow up on what I was saying earlier, because we really don't know when things are going to start to right themselves. And we don't know when we're going to get that federal and state funding in. But so long as we know that we're eligible for it, we can budget it, correct? Or not? No? Okay. Supervisor Bohn.
Well, no, I don't think we can budget anything till we actually see the check. I don't know if you notice what's going on here, but it changes from day to day of how much we're talking about taking away from everybody. So if we're spending money, think we're going to get 75% back, we're the foolish ones till we get the money.
Okay. CAO Nielsen.
Well, there is 13.8 million in CARES Act money that the county can potentially access. That money is, I believe, currently sitting in the Department of Finance, and the guidelines for use of that funding is slowly coming out. And it's really only for COVID-19 related expenditures, or expenditures that were not contained in your budget. It is not for unrealized revenue. So even though we may be able to use it for the Emergency Operations Center costs and the Joint Information Center costs, it doesn't backfill the lost sales tax revenue that we talked about earlier.
Yeah. So it's just what we've spent. Yeah. Okay. Any Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank Alicia, Amy, the department heads and staff for all their hard work. I can't even imagine how difficult it is to try and put together these best guesses at this point, because that's really all they are, is best guesses given all the things that are in flux, right? And that we don't know about for sure. But anyway, I just wanted to thank you for that. Also, I just wanted to point out there's actually 8 cities, 7 incorporated and 1 unincorporated. And I know we don't think of that, but you know, McKinneyville gets left out a lot in this puzzle, and they're not incorporated, and I get that. But they have significant needs, and it is literally the 2nd or 3rd largest city in Humboldt County, although it's not incorporated. So I just like to keep that in front of you all as we're thinking about budgets and funding and keeping people whole. As far as Measure Z, I was trying to get the numbers on what the projected drop was. I think it's in the staff report. I had read it earlier. Is that 1.7 million, Alicia, or what are you projecting for drop in Measure Z revenues?
Fiscal year 1920 is anticipated to come in about $1 million under estimates, and fiscal year 2021 is 1.5 million. So between the 2 fiscal years, we're anticipating a $2.5 million reduction in Measure Z revenues.
Okay, and I guess I'm assuming that that reduction will all place itself on the discretionary funding in Measure Z, not on the ongoing expenses that we've committed to in DHHS, the sheriff, probation, et cetera, and the DA. So it just looks to me like, as I said a month or so ago, I'm very concerned about the dwindling discretionary account. And as Amy just said, that is where the cities get a lot of their support from us, is through that Measure Z piece, along with all the fire services. We're getting ready to head into a pretty gnarly fire season. So I just, again, am wanting the board to revisit this subject of how we're going to handle this in the future and not have all the discretionary stuff just disappear from the table. So that's just a cautionary note in budgeting, I guess. The other one is on Measure S. I appreciate the projections that everybody's out and planting, and I think for this first half of, or the second half of 2020, the projections are solid because that's money that is based on planting that happened last year. The latter part is also based on last year, but as we go forward in about a year or so, there could be very significant drops in the Measure S tax due to the fact that over half of the interim permit holders are now, their permits have been canceled. Now, some of them may be able to perfect those permits still and come in and get their state license, their 1600s and other things, and I hope that they can. But there's a very significant number in the hundreds of applicants who may very well not end up in that place. Some of them were gaming the system. Some of them ran out of money paying for everything along the way and had to make choices, and they paid taxes, but they didn't get their state permit or other things. So there is a significant collapse in our future with Measure S unless we as a board think about how we might remedy that, and that's what I was talking about earlier. In addition to that, there may be some liabilities out there, and I'm not going to go into details on that. But I just think that the projections for Measure S are not very cautionary, and I would really prefer that we see them drop down 5 million or so to deal with possible impacts of declining revenues or other things that I won't go into in more details here. So those are my main comments on the budget. Again, thank you for your hard work on this. These are not easy times.
Sure. And if I could respond to Measure S briefly, when we develop those estimates, we do work into that an 18% default rate. So that's a significant default rate that is taken into consideration. We also evaluate the interim permits and have been monitoring the decline of that and how many cultivators we're seeing fall out of that program. And we have, in these projections, we included a 10% decline in the number of interim permit holders. You may also recall from first quarter last year till mid-year, we pulled those estimates back based off of what we were seeing take place with the cultivators. So we do closely monitor this and work in conjunction with planning and building to develop those estimates. And as we start to see market shifts, we will certainly communicate those to your board and let you know if we feel like we're not going to hit our mark. But at this point in time, there's nothing speaking to us that says that we should pull those revenues back.
Well, I appreciate that. Through the
CEO
chair.
Nelson. Oh, thank you. CEO Nielsen.
I also wanted to address recommendation 5 in the staff report that directs county departments to work in coordination with the county administrative office to incorporate budget reductions does not exclude Measure Z. So that would mean that departments that receive Measure Z funding would also be expected to make some budget reductions as well.
Thank you. Sorry, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, no problem. Zoom is fun, and you do a great job, Madam Chair. The point I wanted to make is that, you know, some of the work we're doing in the ad hoc, you and I with John Ford, I think we need to, when we bring that back to the board and we're discussing these things, I think there is some significant opportunity to bring forth some ordinance changes for small farmers, maybe even some ways to deal with the personal use stuff and other things like Thomas and others have been talking about. And without getting into more details, I just think that given some of the changes happening in this industry, and especially that are going to hit us in about a year or so if we don't do something, I think it's a great opportunity for us to be thinking about how some of these new incentives we might put into the ordinance might help reinvigorate the industry and help us stay whole as a county with our revenues. So I look forward to that, and heard you loud and clear, Thomas, and others. And we are working on it, and we hope to be coming out with some things in the not too distant future. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll just jump off that very briefly with staying within the budget discussion. Definitely, I think that the work that we're doing and is moving along very quickly at this point can actually help in with the Measures S part of it. So we'll leave it at that. Any further discussion from board members? Wow, you just, I have to make a comment just because we're in Zoom and we've had a very heavy day, and I just want to, in a little bit of levity. First of all, I saw Supervisor Wilson and he had like a guitar. And
sorry, I was just moving that out of the window of my shed so I could get some more light in here. I apologize.
I thought you were going to give us a little tune to talk about the budget too. Okay, sorry. Okay,
it doesn't even work. There's no strings. So.
So do we have any, I have a feeling Supervisor Bohn is going to bring something to, anyway, do we have any other discussion on this budget item? Oh, he's got a ukulele.
We got all sorts of props. Let's go. I mean, I think I think we're going to have to take some serious cuts. I think we're making some pretty bold statements on an industry that's in fluctuation that I don't see it as dire. I can tell you it's kind of like fish. You get fish back and we have water. Right now, the industry is fairly strong and the pricing is fairly good. So that's where you're going to get people prompted to step up, get investors, and get permitted. As we make things easier, and I applaud you guys because I hear about everything that's coming down the pike and you're going to save everything, but you have to save it for the neighbors and the environment too. So I talked with Thomas too. So, but I think what we need to do here is seriously give these guys some ideas how we're going to cut some monies because we're going to need them. I mean, we're nowhere near collecting sales tax from a lot of people. We're nowhere near getting a haircut. We're nowhere near getting somebody walk into a restaurant and getting to eat. Albeit I can go 152 miles and get that. I want to do it safely, but I want to figure out how we're getting there because they're all operating under the same California. So we need to basically literally take a haircut on our budget across the board. Either being, furloughs do us no good because it's 7 days a week for us. No way around it. So, furloughs do us no good and we're still going to get, cutting pays. If we cut pay, I know we can't do that on the unions. We can do it and things like that. So I mean, we're going to have to get serious about this. And I mean, it's, you guys, this is going to be serious and going down the road. And I don't hear an answer of, I hear we can't do this, we can do this, but we're going to have to sit here and figure out how to fish or cut bait, because we're running into a pretty tough time, because as I said, there's no end to this yet. And it's not going to end until we get vaccines and a cure and everything else. So I'd like to see us give a little bit better direction, unless our CAO thinks she has enough direction to cut 10% from our budget.
I think that, again, we're looking at the proposal, and normally around this time we've actually identified some extra, and we put in a little extra here and a little extra there. And the only recommendation here is with regard to the DHHS funding or actually budgeting. So we will be going very shortly into 2021, and I think that's where
I asked the CAO, but I see you talking. I'm just
no. CAO, sorry, go ahead.
If your board wants to provide additional direction, I'm happy to take that direction. If your board wants to implement a hiring freeze, a purchasing freeze, as you suggested, Supervisor Bohn, that is definitely something that we can do. If I am still feeling like I'd like to gather additional information, and so I'm a little hesitant to say a 10% cut is needed right at this point in time. That's why the recommendation is for a range from 2.5% to 15%. But we could have departments do a 10% cut and bring that back. That's also an option. There isn't one solution that's the perfect solution to this problem.
And clarification, I don't want to at all. Oh, I don't want to at all. It's just, I've got a really good grasp of the obvious. We're gonna have to do something. And it's time for us to get very enterprising on this and make it happen.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that in review of the staff recommendations, I think Amy is on the right track in terms of offering a matrix of options for the departments to analyze and come back to us, and that we're not just going to make a draconian decision today, but we're going to gather more information and give them some time to do that. We do know this is going to be serious. There is going to be cuts that are going to have to be made. And I want to put out there too, the thanks to the staff for doing some pre-planning over the years to actually be putting monies aside for, we've been talking about this ever since the last, well, I wasn't on the board, but as many of you were on, in terms of like the last crash that had occurred and the lessons learned from that. And the staff is, under the leadership of the CAO has actually been helping buffer some of this. Will it be enough? Probably not. I mean, to be really honest, we're going to have to do more, but thank goodness there was some pre-planning on that. And so I'm looking forward to getting that information back from the departments, and I share Supervisor Bohn's anxiety and everyone's on what is coming. We know this is today is not going to, is just a report and some decision making in terms of where we're moving forward with the, the interim budget, but there's more coming, and we're getting ready for it. It's not going to be fun.
Under item number 5, as CAO Nielsen mentioned, the recommendation is for staff to look at everything from 2.5% to 7.5% to 15%. And so that would be the thing that we would be anticipating getting figures on and by feedback from the department heads, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate what all the work that's gone into this so far, and I agree with Supervisor Wilson. I'm looking forward to see what comes back. I don't want to see, I don't want to call it a knee-jerk reaction, but I think whatever we're saying is something that the CAO and others, while they're processing this, can certainly think about adding. I am curious to know more about, I understand the hiring freeze and the challenge or the VSIP the challenges. I don't think I heard from you about the purchasing freeze and how that would affect. And then the other thing I would ask is, in the past, we used to have a budget subcommittee, but we couldn't have it because it was like a forever committee that always went on, and we learned that some committees can't do that. I'm almost wondering if perhaps there could be use for an ad hoc that might at least have some involvement in this, because I hear Supervisor Bohn having some ideas. I hear us all having ideas and thoughts, and I'm just wondering, well, we'd probably make it worse on the staff if we were involved. But then again, we might actually be the ones that come up with some, it's probably Rex would be the one that comes up with some really.
I'm getting my input from the cities of Cutton and Pine Hill and Myrtletown, although unincorporated, very large cities. So no, well, I appreciate everything that staff's doing. I really do. And this is a big bite. And I'm just saying, the sooner we start taking, getting on top of it, the sooner, it will be. If we start it today, it's going to be a littler bite than it will be in a month.
Supervisor Bohn, I appreciate that. I wasn't done, just saying. Oh. But and the other part I would add to that is, I know it feels like a long ways away, and we're nowhere near. If we're within 2 or 3 weeks, then we can have this conversation. It might be a little different. We're nowhere near we would be, or we really need to be. But I think this is something just to continue to revisit. Okay, now I'm done.
CAO Nelson.
I wanted to answer 2 of the points that Supervisor Bass brought up. I actually think that a budget ad hoc for fiscal year 2021 is a wonderful idea. I think having participation from 2 of your board members during this unprecedented time would actually be really helpful. And since it's just defined as fiscal year 2021, I think that might be okay. And I don't see Jefferson waving his hands at me. So I think that could be good. And your board may want to consider that, adding that to a motion, appointing two people. And then a purchasing freeze, it would be, a purchasing freeze, I will say, wasn't discussed with the department heads, but a purchasing freeze would be something similar to what the state is doing, which is, you can't increase your costs. So you can't go and add a new contract. If your vendor comes and says to you, hey, I need to add an additional 10% to this contract, you would say, well, guess what? I need to reduce something because I can't add 10%. So you wouldn't stop purchasing things, you would stop the increases. So I hope that helps explain things.
All righty. Are we ready to go for public comment on this item, or is there further discussion at this point? Okay, seeing no further discussion, let's go for public comment on this item, which is the third year review, or third quarter review of the budget, 1920. Ryan, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do.
Okay, so I'll open up to first comment. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, supervisors. This is Madrone from Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Thank you for allowing this comment. I want to speak specifically to the budget reduction and reallocation of the Project Trellis funds, which amount to about $1 million between now and 2021. This is, of course, alarming and distressing to the cannabis industry. And it has been a really paramount project that the supervisors in the county have brought forward to be able to reinvest funds back into the industry. And so to see these funds being reallocated back into the general fund is distressing. That being said, we fully understand that these are unprecedented times and that we are all going to have to make sacrifices to be able to move through this COVID-19 era. I ask you, and through this potential ad hoc committee, that as our financial objectives and our goals become clearer, if and when there is the possibility of reallocating more of those funds back into Trellis, please do so. And if those funds do not have to be reduced, please don't. But just to say, we do understand and we all have to make sacrifices. So thank you for the time on this.
Thank you, Natalyn. Any further comment on this item?
Estelle, it's Kent Sawatsky. So I don't know whether Natalyn, your prior speaker, quite understands what potentially might be happening here. There's two good chances that money, Measure S, will be clawed back in its entirety. One is through litigation with HumMap. The other is that the federal government comes in here, which it may likely do, and ask for all proceeds from that particular tax, even what you've spent. Think about that one. I bet you all wish you were in Blue Lake right now. We have zero sales tax and we have just about no TOT. Our money is derived from property tax just about entirely and what we're able to glean out there in grant land. It's unfortunate that Amy's not able to go to the city manager's meeting, because I would ask her to ask Kieran Deemer how much they're cutting back there. I don't know. Are they cutting back 30%? I think your numbers start. I would ask everybody here, please get head out of sand or wherever the head is and understand what's happening. Appreciate your Rex, 10% for the state, and they're buffered way more than we are on these things, is my opinion. But that's not even close. Talk about taking a haircut. Allegedly, one of our electeds already did take a haircut. And anyway, what distressed me the most was you can't negotiate with the unions. And I'm going to have to call BS on that. You're having negotiations today. It's plain and simple. It's your job to go ahead and say, it's a whole new deal, a whole new world. You're going to have to take a haircut too along with it. And you should lead by example. So let's roll back that 10% pieces of silver that you guys got when you went ahead and said you're going to work more hours, which there's no sign anybody is working more. Rex already works many as he can and whatever everybody else can do. But, it's unfathomable to me that you're not going to lead. That $1,000 thing so that you can have your hot tubs or go to your exercising, that needs to go away. The 8% you gave yourself that was undoing supposedly what had happened in the prior circumstance similar to this needs to be addressed also. And you need to have parity with all of your other employees as they take a haircut. It's going to be necessary. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Any other public comment on this item?
Hello, Thomas Mulder. Can you hear me?
Yes, Thomas, welcome.
Okay, so a couple of things. One, I'd like to touch on the Measure S, just as you're budgeting it for fiscal years. If cultivators don't pay in the spring, a lot of cultivators I know, your state tax is due sometime in that springtime. So if you have the opportunity to pay your state license or your cultivation tax, you're going to pay your state license, because if you don't have a state license, then the sheriff's department comes and cuts you down. So most likely a lot of people are going to delay paying that payment till September. So just as you're budgeting, factor that in. I'm not saying everyone is, but if you have the money to pay one or the other, you're going to pay your state license most likely. So just take that into consideration. And then there's no incentive after you've missed the date to pay it in the fiscal year before June 30th, because you're already taxed 10%. So you might as well wait all the way until September to pay it. So please think about that. The other thing, I do agree. I've read that some supervisors haven't taken that pay increase or donated it back. If you're going to ask employees to take a pay cut, that would be a good point to lead by example. And then the other thing you guys touched on a little bit, if people were able to cultivate, their own 5 to 10 pounds worth of medicine a year for themselves, then they would have possibly more money to spend within the county. So then that might actually help your Measure Z sales tax. So just some different underlying things to factor in there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to seeing what you guys do.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. Back to the board. So as I understand it, and maybe I can get a little clarification from the CAO or Alicia on this. with Project Trellis, that repurposing that money, is that, as I understand it, the money that might have gone for tourism projects or something like that, or how is that going? Because I know that there is concern about the fact that we can't really engage in tourism right now.
Chair Fennell, you're correct. That was money intended for the marketing and branding program, and that isn't kicking that off in the middle of a pandemic is not recommended at this point in time.
Okay, got it. Thank you. So any further discussion among the board? Okay, Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to respond to both of what, Kent and Thomas mentioned. I think every one of us, if there's cuts for staff, there's going to be cuts for us. I don't see any of us not going in that direction. So, if that's what's in your mind and you're thinking, get that out of your thought pattern, because it's kind of like, that'd be one of those where it's almost like the no-brainer. And I always hate saying no-brainer. So yeah, if staff takes cuts, I would think every one of us is going to do it as well.
Exactly right. Yeah. Supervisor Bohn.
And I'm one of the silly ones that hasn't been taking the raises, so I've already taken cuts and willing to do more if we can get it going. So
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Any motion on this? I'd entertain a motion if we've finished discussion. Okay, I'll make a motion to support staff recommendation, all of it.
Second.
Thank you. The motion and the second.
Madam Chair, may I ask, does that consist of the a subcommittee, an ad hoc?
Oh no, I didn't include that. Sorry. We want to do that. Do we want to roll back and discuss the ad hoc committee first? Okay, let's do that. Sorry, I withdraw the motion at this moment. So let's talk about the ad hoc committee. Any volunteers? Supervisor Bass?
Yeah, I brought it up. I guess I should be willing to do it.
Okay.
Unless Rex wants
Okay. The supervisor, yeah.
I'll do it. But I'm probably the last one they want.
So
I
the
can tell
two
by Amy's
Bs.
face. I can tell by Amy's own no. Look.
I'm happy to have any of you on an ad hoc.
And actually, since we are both, Supervisor Bohn works out of the office frequently. I work out of the office frequently. We're very far apart in the building, but unless somebody really wants it, then I'd give it up to somebody else.
Anybody else want it? Okay, it's the two Bs, or B squared, or however you want to call it. And so I will now make my motion to approve staff recommendation with the additional direction or formation of an ad hoc committee comprised of Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Bass with regard to the 2021 budget discussions. Councilor Billingsley, did you have an issue with that?
I'll second that.
No, Chair. I would just supplement your motion to report back to the board with their findings.
Okay. All right. So are we ready to take a vote?
Yeah, Supervisor Wilson seconded the motion.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, let's do a roll call, please, Ryan.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So we will start a roll call vote, starting with Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
So I want to say a very big thank you to C.L. Nilsson and your whole team, Alicia. These are not easy times. Aside from responding to the COVID emergency, we're dealing with keeping the county running, and it's a difficult task. And anybody who thinks that this board is not working full time just because they're not there in the office, they're mistaken. So I just want you to know that we're all working very hard, as I would say everybody in the county is working really hard. As to haircuts, if you have a look at mine, I was looking back over the videos that we did with sheltering with the soups. I'm definitely in need of a haircut. Anyway, so thank you very much. That motion passes. I will go on to the next item, and this is Public Works, and this is with regard to a resolution with the retired annuitant. And I see Mr. Bronco is with us. Welcome, Mr. Bronco.
Hi, good afternoon. Bob Bronco, Deputy Director, Humboldt County Public Works Department. The item before you today is an agenda item that addresses soon-to-be retired annuitant, Luann. Luann has been with the department for about 13 years and provides a critical service within the department of keeping up with our billings to get reimbursed from Caltrans and other entities at which grant funding is secured. With her departure, it will leave a gap in our ability to go ahead and seamlessly continue to go ahead and bill and gain revenue from our grants. And what we're hoping to do is be able to go ahead and bring her back as a retired annuitant to help fill the gap during the recruitment of her position, as well as to go ahead and help train her replacement.
Thank you, Bob. Any comment or questions for Deputy Director Bronco? Seeing none, is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, I do not see any public comment for this item.
Thank you, Ryan. We'll go back to the board. Let's entertain a motion if there's no further discussion. Okay, once again, I'll move staff recommendation. Can I have a second? I have a motion. Thank you, Supervisor Bass. So, so Ryan, let's go to a roll call on this.
Yes, Chair Fennell. Roll call vote. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
That passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Bronco. And thank you for the retired annuitant for sticking around to find her replacement. So that takes us to our next item, and this is with regard to the airport land use compatibility plan for Humboldt County. So at this time, we'll adjourn. Oops.
Did
Sorry.
we skip an item?
H3.
Did we not?
We missed one.
Did we miss one? Where did we go?
H3?
That's okay. The consideration of the ballot measure.
Oh, thank you very much. I already checked that off. Sorry, must have been rushing to that. Please forgive me. We'll go back to H3, which is from the Planning and Building Department, local measure on the November 3rd ballot that would roll back the requirements of Article 34. And so we'll receive a report from Director Ford on that.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Good afternoon. Members of the Board of Supervisors, John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. Joining me is Michael Richardson and Michelle Nielsen. Before Ms. Nielsen gives you a little bit more detail on this, I just wanted to give you a bit of an overview on this request, which is to repeal Article 34, which is necessary for the County of Humboldt or any other local jurisdiction to participate. Hey, Michelle, can you take that off, please?
Oh, sorry.
To participate in the funding of local housing. This was a core component of the housing element. And during the public review process of the housing element, this is something that was discussed with stakeholders, was discussed with the public. And so it is not something that's brand new. It's not something that we just came up with this idea. This is really the part of the core implementation of the housing element. So with that, I'm going to ask Ms. Nielsen to go ahead and make her presentation on this, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have after the presentation.
Thank you, Director Ford. And Michelle.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. So I do have a presentation, so I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully this works. So can everybody see my presentation? Or they just
yes.
Okay, very good. So what is Article 34? Article 34 is an initiative that was added to the California Constitution in the 50s. It prohibits state public bodies from developing, constructing, or acquiring low-rent housing unless approved by the voters. So since it came on, it was added to the state's constitution in the 1950s. This is several decades prior to Prop 13. And this was also a time when affordable rental housing was the domain of housing authorities. So what are state public bodies? State public bodies are the state of California, any city, city and county, district, authority, agency, or any other subdivision or public body of the state. So, and if participation of a state public body rises to the level of development, construction, or acquisition of the project, then the project is subject to Article 34, which, like I said, requires voter approval. So I have two screens going, so sometimes my mouse is a little slow to be in the right place. So Article 34 is a regulatory barrier. It creates uncertainty and adds administrative costs to projects. There has, going back to the state public bodies, there fairly recently has been discussion around the possible formation of a regional housing trust. At this time, the entity is too uncertain to be able to analyze it for the purposes of Article 34, but it is possible that it could be constructed, its legal construction could make it eligible. So where it creates uncertainty is when a state funding is involved, which almost always is going to be involved for affordable rental housing projects just due to economics these days. The application must be accompanied by an attorney's legal opinion when there's not a local authorization. These are prepared on a project by project basis. The opinion walks through the project's ownership, the financing, the agreements, and the nature and the extent of the public body's involvement in the project. And so those have to be fairly well known at that point. So a developer and an agency and partnership could put a lot of time and work into it. And if they're not careful, they could inadvertently trigger an Article 34. So what an Article 34 does not do, it does not mandate approval or construction. It doesn't change the land use regulations or the zoning or the building standards. Those are still entirely in place. Those are not altered. So who can vote on an Article 34? This is one of the decision points for your board. Should the vote be limited to the unincorporated areas of the county, which then the projects that would be within the authorization would have to be in the unincorporated areas. On the other hand, the county could open the scope of the measure by placing it on the county-wide ballot, which would enable voters residing in the 7 cities an opportunity to vote as well. With this, with careful coordination and buy-in from the city, which is very important, the county can move forward with projects in the city's jurisdiction pursuant to the authorization. In the case of City of Eureka, because they do actually have a Article 34 authorization in place, there'd have to be careful coordination with them to ensure the requirements of the separate authorizations were met. A county-wide ballot approach, so where it's presented to the county-wide electorate, would improve opportunities for collaboration between the county and the cities. However, staff has not yet engaged the cities, and if the board is interested in pursuing this approach, it's suggested the board direct staff to assess the interests of cities and come back on July 7th with a report for your consideration. Also, should the board approve the supplemental budget, public opinion research will include opinions for a measure that is countywide versus a measure that is limited to the unincorporated areas. And I skipped a slide, but I just read that. So the critical components of an Article 34 measure basically comes down to who, where, and what. So the who is all or some state public bodies. It's generally a best practice if the language of the measure concerning state public bodies tracks with the language of Article 34 rather than being creative. But it's, so you could have the broad umbrella and just the measure could indicate state public bodies, which would be allow more entities to potentially that would have coverage under an Article 34 authorization. But also you could specifically designate the state public bodies. The measure could say it's only the county that is covered by the authorization. So, and then there's the where, and this is directly linked to the who votes on the measure. Is it a county-wide measure or is it the unincorporated areas? And then the what. So we're talking about housing units. So one of the number of housing units, the maximum number of housing units, is one of the best practices that's been upheld by the courts that needs to be incorporated. And so the maximum number of housing units, this is also called unit banking, and it's commonly employed method in Article 34 measures around the state, and it's been upheld by the courts as legally valid. There's no prescribed formula. There's no prescribed data source that has to be used or consulted in developing your maximum number of housing units. So there's considerable flexibility, and you see that in the different measures. And with unit banking, because you're saying a number, you're not saying exactly where, you're not this exact project. It gives jurisdictions and entities some flexibility, and they don't have to come back to the ballot box on a project by project basis. So because there is no mandated formula or data source, but to give you guys, to give the board some guidance and a picture of what a maximum number of housing units could look like, we've identified these three sources of numbers that could be consulted. So these are the values that from these three possible sources. So then what's an appropriate housing number? Well, we've developed a range for, taking a percentage of those sources, and there's obviously from low to high, and then applied some of the percentages we saw, like the City of Eureka, which they have a 3% of their existing housing stock every year. And in Humboldt County, what that means, that translates into 1,050 units, so on the high end. Using Sonoma County standard of 1/2 of 1%, that results in 174 units. So there's a broad range, and this could also be another area. This would be another area where polling, assessing the public opinion, what would be an appropriate number, what the public would be comfortable with. And there's additional decisions that would need to be made about the housing, the maximum number of housing units, that housing unit cap. Do you have it on an annual basis that resets every year? Do you have a lump sum? That's what the city of Stockton did with 500 units annually. Well, lumps, that's an annual number. But you also see Alameda County had their cap was 8,000 units, just a cap. They didn't have it on rotating. And then also whether to include a sunset date. That's not as common from what our research showed, but that was employed in the city of Stockton. They started with the 10-year cap and then they came back with the 20-year cap with an amendment.
And Michelle, can I interrupt for a minute? Somebody has their mic on and they're moving around and causing a fairly significant amount of noise. So if you're moving or what, could you mute your mic? Thank you. Go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, thank you. So the timeline that's laid out on this slide is the same, just formatted differently from what's in the board report. If I'll talk a little bit about the supplemental budget. So we kick off getting the contract signed with the 2 vendors, and then conducting the polling in June, coming back in July with the report as a result of that, and then some recommended language on what the ballot measure could say and some different options for your board to consider, and then returning again on the 28th with the resolution for adoption, one of the mandatory elements for it to advance. And then August 7th is when it has to get to the elections office. As far as the supplemental budget request that's included for 121.5, I think is the number, can be broken down into mandatory expenditures versus discretionary expenditures. So the mandatory expenditure is to, if your board elects to advance this and ultimately to place it on the ballot, there's a cost associated with that has to be paid for. And we consulted with the elections manager, and this the 35,000 is the estimate for doing a county-wide measure based on what was done in 2018. So the discretionary expenditures, there's two categories. There's the polling, and then also the voter information. So the polling would be done by FM3. It's a vendor that the county has used before. I think they were actually their subcontractor with Lou Edwards Associates. But there's some options here regarding the polling, regarding how that's done. You could do a dual mode with a survey length of 15 minutes, so or which is obviously the lowest price point, up to over $35.5 for a phone only 20-minute survey. But they would actually develop the survey questions, conduct the survey, come back, prepare a final report on it, and so the other discretionary expenditures, the voter information. My notes here. So the county would, based on input from the CAO's office, be looking to return to using Lou Edwards Group. They're familiar with the county. The county contracted with them on 3 previous occasions, all with ballot measures, which all had successful outcomes. Those would be measures Z, S, and O and Z. And so the scope of work that they would provide would be similar as those previous measures, facilitating assessment of the ballot measure, the viability of it through public opinion research, conferring with staff on ballot measure development, and recommending and developing legally permissible public information outreach. Oh, come here, mouse. Oh, just do that. Oh, wait. I think I wanted to go there. So, oh, well, sorry. So the recommendation, this is pretty much the same with some added text to reflect if your board elects to engage Lou Edwards Group. So that otherwise it's the same as what's contained in your board report. But in considering advancing this is this was very, let me start. With the adoption of the housing element in 2019, the county committed to being a partner in order to get more housing developed for all income levels in our community. For the lower income spectrum, this is needless to say with economic conditions where we are today, and that is accomplished with getting funding through various state and sometimes also federal programs. And the removal of the constraints that are created by Article 34 is, like Director Ford said, is a step forward in the county fulfilling its commitment that it was made in the 2019 housing element.
Excuse me, Michelle, Supervisor Bohn. Oh, just when, okay, great.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No problem.
And
go ahead.
I'll just just conclude with other considerations is that Article 34, like I previously mentioned, was added to the state's constitution prior to Proposition 13. The socioeconomic conditions of when it was added are considerably different than what they are today. And also the regulatory environment stands in stark contrast to what it is today. Even in Humboldt County, by and large, multifamily development is permitted by right. You don't have to go get a discretionary permit for it. But say the regulatory environment, the available local funding is not comparable. And so all of this means additional costs to develop housing these days. So this is advancing this and creating the opportunity for the voters to vote on this measure will make inroads to being able to develop affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Can you take the graphic off, please, so I can see the others? Thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
Who's the element that is going to vote against this? This seems like such a no-brainer to me. And it looks like if we're going to do a polling of 500 people for the amount of money, it's like about $135 a person to do the polling. And I guess the 15-minute phone call and then to compile all the information, that I guess it'd be take an hour, so $135 an hour. But I'm just, who's going to vote against this? And if we could, we've got some pretty good minds around here that could do some pretty nice flyers and spend a lot less money out of general fund. We're talking about taking cuts in salaries and cutting people and everything else, and then dumping $120,000 into something that I think is going to pass anyway. It's only a 50%, 50 in one item, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. It just seems like a lot. And if we have to spend it for it to pass, that's going to be fine. But and I know we've lost other ones and we've been right on other ones. But I don't know. It just seems like it's gone up a lot since, just seems like a lot of money. And I know Lou Edwards does a great job, but if you don't need to have somebody do you a great job because it's pretty simple to do. And I don't know who votes against having housing. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Beth, did you want to say something, Director Ford?
I would appreciate it. Thank you, Chair Fennell. And Supervisor Bohn, I agree with you. Who would vote against this? I don't have a good answer for that, but I think, in all honesty, I flip-flopped at least twice, maybe 3 times in terms of whether or not to put the full proposal before you for the full assistance. And I think you articulated something there that is true. It's like sometimes you don't know who's going to vote, and it'd be nice to know if there's things that people are misconceiving or if they have it wrong. That survey would help us understand if there's things that we need to re-educate or focus education on something. And if we don't do that, and if it fails, this is a core component of our housing element. And so if it doesn't pass, we're compromised. And so that's why we went about it that way. I have no real problem not spending the money and using staff time to try to do a good public information outreach. But I just would prefer to make sure that this passes.
Supervisor Bass,
Thank
and
you,
then
Madam.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just saying, in the past, people have rallied against housing projects. There was a conversation of just even affordable housing in a certain neighborhood. I won't necessarily go into which one, that basically we raised the roof and it went away. So I think, and some of you know the history of when this happened in 1950. It was actually first brought forward, I think, by Oakland, and then it was the city of Eureka that actually ended up making this go on. You know, it's kind of like, it's weird to say it's not our fault, but it happened because of the dynamics in our community at the time. And it's unfortunate the state kind of has had to drop the SCA 1, you know, the bill that was going through there. And I checked today and it doesn't seem to be being revived or anything. But, you know, to me, it seems like everyone should vote for it. But I do know that there are people that will unfortunately do the kind of those people conversations. And we've all heard that. We've heard it at our board meetings. And so for that respect, it could be interesting to find out, you know, I don't really want to spend the money either, but how do you bring those people on board? And I think part of it, though, we could do it if we really get the support of our community partners. You know, I ran into this issue out on the peninsula, and that's when I first understood what this really was. But you know, we have the developers, we could have the realtors, we could have, if we have enough people who are out there and armed with the facts, maybe we don't need to spend all the dollars. So that is something to think about. Who would our partners be? But the question I have for Michelle is, with the city of Eureka already doing this, what benefit would it be to them to be part of this vote as well? I mean, does it get them additional dollars? What is it for them?
It wouldn't affect, I don't believe it would affect the city being able to get additional dollars. There is, but I don't think there's a way to exclude one city versus all the other cities. That's kind of in the council's looked into it a little bit. So it's kind of either the unincorporated areas or countywide.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of respond, I guess, to in terms of the history of this was an anti-poor person, is very xenophobic, to be quite honest. This was about trying to, you know, put the brakes on creating affordable housing for people who really needed it throughout the state. This is in response to that. I would want to make sure that we don't fall into that trap. And Supervisor Bass is correct. It does pop up on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis, and that sort of fear mongering could come up countywide depending on the narrative of some kind of opposing force to this. And so I do think it's pretty important that we get a handle on this. And I am in favor of making it countywide. I do believe that if we're going to be making the case to be able to share RHNA numbers at this legislative level, and then also in terms of just sharing resources and really having housing where housing needs to be in an efficient and good manner to, you know, provide livable neighborhoods for people near where they work would be pretty important. And so for me, I think coordinating these things together would be important. And I'm willing to throw my name on the list in terms of the subcommittee being requested if that's something people want to do. So I'm in support, and like I said, I reiterate, I think it's the whole county should be involved.
One thing I wanted to add to that in terms of what Supervisor Bohn was saying, that who's going to vote against it. This is the answer to what people say, can the county provide housing? So it would be like something like in the Lucas Street situation, we could provide the ground for the housing to happen. And that's something that we haven't been able to do with Article 34, whatever it's called. So for those who oppose it, I don't know that, I mean, this is an answer to people saying the county should be helping with this. As far as reaching out to the public, I don't know that the subcommittee could learn this, but to land on a number of whether or not we do a cap or what the cap should look like, or a goal, and how that would go. And do we need that to be part of the polling or not? I don't know. So those are the questions that come up for me. Supervisor Madrone? Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, always fun getting to the mic. Thank
yeah.
you. You know, to me, the question isn't whether or not, I think we're all in agreement we need to get Article 34 repealed at the county level and out of our way, because that's what's hampering a whole lot of work. And when we look at the housing element that we passed several months back, it's very aggressive in wanting to tackle this problem, where the county now, with that element, once it's turned into ordinances, is taking a far more proactive role in how we're looking at housing and making this happen. And from everything I've heard, the affordable housing, the low income housing doesn't pencil out for developers, so people simply aren't building it. So we're not in competition with anybody, we're really filling a niche that the industry has not been filling, and I don't blame them. You know, they've got to break even at the end of the day. But we know that there is opportunities with tiny houses and all kinds of other things. We got the ADU discussion happening and future ordinances coming to us. All of those things really, in my mind, tie into and depend upon us getting rid of Article 34. So there's no question in my mind about the need to be able to do that. And I agree with the general sentiment that it's so important to do that we might have to spend some money to get this right. I had hoped that we could save this money as well as Supervisor Bohn. And I know staff are very competent, and we have a series of workshops. And, you know, in those workshops, the people that show up are going to be the ones who would really be outspoken on a ballot. You know, so it's actually a way, in my mind, to sample the people we really need to know about. Whereas when you do a random sampling approach, it's kind of hit and miss. And theoretically, you're getting a cross section, and some of that oppositional stuff will come up, et cetera. But, you know, we know that when we hold workshops and have community discussions, and people, it's hard now with Zooms. It's a lot different. So that's a barrier in terms of timing and really successfully pulling that off versus a face-to-face workshop that's well advertised, well run by staff, that we can get the pulse and the pressure and the temperature of the community. So I guess, you know, I wish we didn't have to spend the money, but I want to make sure we get this thing passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Any further discussion on this? So far, we've got at least one volunteer for the subcommittee, Supervisor Wilson, and we're still, seems like we're out on whether or not we want to spend the money on the polling. So let's discuss that. Supervisor Bohn.
If we're going to do 3 mailings and a banner and everything else, and I mean, Eureka Arcata, I don't know if Fortuna has this, but Eureka and Arcata have, it's only for the unincorporated areas. I just think if we explain it and with the passion that Supervisor Madrone just had, he could put a couple statements in there, and Supervisor Wilson, and tell them why this is needed, and it's not going to cost you any more money, but it's going to help our housing issues. I just don't see it costing $121,000 out of the general fund when we don't have it. But I mean, you guys can vote for it if you want, but I just think we have people that are pretty capable here.
So, you know, an important point to make is that we're talking about 50%, not a 2/3 vote. And with the statement that we're, yeah, I know, I just want to reiterate it in terms of underlying what you're saying, that it seems that there should be support for it out there. And so, you know, there's two parts to the polling. One is just figuring out what the parameters of the item would be, and second of all, where's the level of support? Or is the question in a polling, is there a level of support for this, a cap? Is there a level of support for this number? You know, that kind of thing. So that's part of the discussion. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just concerned of the cost of failing. You know, if it does fail to pass, you know, what are we looking at? Maybe that was mentioned, and I was just busy writing other notes. It would be nice, however, if we could find a way to not necessarily spend that amount. We have to spend what it takes to get on the ballot. It would be great. We have some pretty good local companies that could probably do pretty good outreach, but I'm not sure how much we can, you know, I don't know how much we can cut it back at you know, I just don't know. But what if it does fail, then we're back where we are. We can't do a housing trust. I mean, what is the cost of failing versus the cost of putting it on? I mean, not cost necessarily dollars of failing.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I'm assuming that's not a rhetorical question, but the cost of failing really is maintaining the status quo. We then are not able to marshal resources and contribute funds towards projects as the county or participate as a partner with a local developer to develop things or underwrite things. That's the cost of failure.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting to. And so the choice is, you know, are we do we want to gamble that? And polling also doesn't guarantee that it would pass either. I do understand that. But I wish it wasn't so much money too, but I just feel like this is something we've needed to do for a very long time. I mean, it's been something on my radar and antenna for a long time. And it was when I was at the city of Eureka too, but the city, you know, more recently actually did repeal theirs. And anyway, it's a tough one for spending the money. And if I thought that, I don't know.
Supervisor Bohn?
John, is this holding up anything now? Because it seems like in the last 3 or 4 years, we built 225 in process and built and everything else units. So, and I know the feds have stepped up and the state and us a little bit, you know, with some DHHS dollars or through the, you know, funneled them through and stuff like that. But we've got 50 units that are going to open up here, and then we have like Supervisor Bass, the Peninsula. We've got the Villages or whatever up here, and there just seems that we have Riadale. Seems to me there have been units of housing being built. So I'm just saying, Virginia Bass wants to answer this really quick. So I'm just saying, I mean, if we do lose it, we don't go into a crater of death. We just have to regroup and look at it again. But we'll probably win it and still be 100,000 to the good because it's going to cost us some money.
Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the ones that, you know, has it been an issue? It has been an issue. The one project that I had been, you know, that when this came to my attention, had to do some really kind of be really creative. I mean, not saying it can't be done, but we shouldn't make it so hard if we can make it easier as all. So yeah, I've actually seen it and I've run into it. And maybe we're not seeing it in the multitude of them. It's just, it does happen and it does hamper things. And maybe it's not hampering enough that most people notice.
Okay, I have a question to remind myself. I don't need you to put up the presentation again, Michelle, but can you remind us, it was about 35 to get it on the ballot. And then there were costs associated with it not to exceed with regard to marketing and all of that. The cost of the polling itself was what?
So the polling ranged, the low being 29,500 for dual, that would be a dual mode polling, 15-minute survey length, with the max being 35,500 for a phone only 20-minute survey.
So if we're committed to take this direction, and it seems that there's a lot of support to go in that direction, we're really talking about 30,000 in terms of the polling question.
So there's three costs. There's one cost, which is a fixed cost that goes to the Office of Education. So that's 35,000. We're going to spend that no matter what. Then there was $50,000 that was devoted to public education, and 36.5 was devoted to public education, or I'm sorry, to the survey. So the discretionary components here are public education and whether or not to survey. That's a total of about 86.5.
So we could cut down. Would the public education have been part of the FM3, or would just the polling have been FM3?
I think they were involved in both.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, so we are talking Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Wilson.
And I just wanted to give, thankfully, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my text. Connie Beck, I was going back and forth. The two projects that it did affect were using the No Place Like Home dollars for the Samoa project and for Riadel. So basically, dollars that could have been used pretty easily, from my understanding, were not available. So obviously those dollars had to come from somewhere else. And those are just two examples, though. And thank you, Connie, for reminding me that there was also Riadel. So, you know, just a real life impact. I just thought I'd pass that since I actually had numbers.
Thank you for getting that info, Supervisor Bass. Supervisor Wilson?
Is there any anticipated support from housing groups? I mean, you know, from our nonprofit and activist community related to this issue, you know, issue-based support beyond the county giving its support, you know, through education?
I think that's one of the things that we could do is that, you know, we could work with some of the groups that are housing advocates and really help them to be engaged and hopefully be deployed to rally their bases to educate the electorate.
I'm going to make the motion that we, well, wait, we should have public comment first, and then I'll be prepared to do that.
All right. Are we ready to go to public comment? Right, seeing that. Oh, sorry, Supervisor Madrone had something to say first. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I'm willing to volunteer for that second slot. I didn't hear any others, and Mike did volunteer. Be happy to help in any way that I can. And obviously, we've got to pay for the ballot measure cost. That's that fixed cost. The other two costs, while we might be able to reduce them or avoid them, shifting responsibility for these things onto staff has a cost as well. So it's not like it comes for free. And part of that cost is staff adds just one more thing that is pretty consuming to their task list, which means many other things that have already been in the queue get shoved to the side. And we all are hearing from our constituents about various issues that have not been able to get attention because of that. So it's important to consider the total cost and ramification of that decision, I guess. So I just wanted to add that in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Yeah, so let's go to public comment. Ryan, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do. We have public comment.
Welcome, first caller.
Hey, Estelle. I'm from the Taxpayers League, and I'm here to help. You may find this unbelievable, but John Ford is very good at Jedi mind tricks, and he has a skill there. So would it do any good if the Taxpayers League was willing to endorse this initiative, take the time to go around and lobby for this initiative, and help put together the coalition that would pass this? This makes sense to us. I've talked to Mark Delaney, the rest of the people here, and yes, it's time to do this. Let's get it done. Now, Virginia, you just about lost me there when you told me those 2 Danco projects are going to benefit. I don't support those projects now, whatever it is per room, but the rest of the people can benefit from that money. So I'd like to do a deal with you folks. If you will allow us to participate, if your staff goes ahead and writes this thing, probably take me 2 minutes to go over it with John Ford, come back the next meeting you have with a copy of what would be on the ballot and the willingness of the Taxpayers League to endorse this, run with it, and try and set a record. Maybe we can get like 90% of the people supporting an initiative like this. My understanding, it does not cost the taxpayers. It's going to help get more money. And so we're in favor of these projects. So who would you like to have for a partnership, Virginia? Would you like to have Leo Sears, hanging out there with the Humboldt County Taxpayers League endorsing an issue? I think you saw how that works. So we're offering, we want to play, save the money, don't worry about it. I'd love to be that 1% vote as we get over 90% and 90% plus 1. So it's an offer. It's good. Let us work with John Ford just a little bit, and I think we can get this done. Let's get together and get this important thing taken care of. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Kent. Welcome. Next caller, I think that's Thomas. Maybe not. Hello? The next caller is 7322, I believe.
Oh, I'm on the wrong agenda item. I'm sorry. This is all new to me. I'll get off and whoever is next.
Okay, thank you. The next number would be, I think 3053. Is that correct, Ryan?
Chair Fennell, that is all the public comment that I have for this item.
Thank you.
You're
okay,
welcome.
So we're back. Thank you. So we're back to the board. And where do we go from here?
I'll make the motion.
Wilson.
Yeah, I'll make the motion that we move ahead with staff recommendation on this. I do understand, and I appreciate John's breakdown of the funds with relationship to the cost of the election, the education element, and then really the polling. And so the polling element is really just about 30 to 35,000 versus the education, which is the 50,000. It is a campaign in the end, and this is a pretty modest amount of money relative to a campaign. I mean, if we can save, we can allocate this as I suppose as a budget, but as far as a county-wide campaign goes, it's a fairly modest number from what we've seen campaigns run. So
I would second the motion, Madam Chair, through the chair.
Okay.
And if I could suggest an amendment whereby we would approve today going ahead with a ballot measure, which has a fixed cost, going ahead with the polling, but then make the decision after the polling results come in on whether or not or how we might want to proceed with the educational piece. Does that make any sense? Just trying to be conservative.
Supervisor Wilson?
Sure. I think that's an interesting idea. I would have to go back to staff or John to ask, whether or not we would basically hold back contracting for the education part and, potentially, I guess it's Supervisor Madrone saying maybe, are you saying that if the polling is good and if it's really, really good, maybe we don't need to spend a lot of time and effort on the education part? Or are you saying if it's really bad, we just, don't worry about the education part and blow it off? So maybe you could clarify that.
Certainly, through the chair.
Yes.
I am saying basically that the polling is very important, I think, to understand the feelings out there, et cetera. And that then if the polling is good, we might consider a more cost-effective approach to our educational outreach with the partners you mentioned, some staff time, supervisors helping. I'm certainly willing to go on the road with this. Or if the polling shows us we've got a real battle ahead, then clearly having made those investments, I would be prepared to make the investment in a professional firm working on the educational campaign with us. So I just think we could cross that bridge after we do the polling. I don't know.
John, do you have a preference on this?
No, I think that's prudent. I think we can develop a work program and contracts that are conservative and that do not just obligate the county to spend money, but to only spend it as circumstances would warrant. And so we can do that. That's workable.
With that understanding, I stick with my motion and with the assumption that that phase of education will be dealt with, I guess.
And are you thinking about the subcommittee as well? The advisory committee? I think Supervisors Wilson and Supervisor Madrone put their names forward for that.
And I don't have to be on it if someone else wants to do that. I was just throwing it in there. Since I didn't volunteer for the first committee, I figure
Okay. All right. Are you adding that in? Yes. So Ryan, can you run that by again, please?
Thank you, Chair Fennell. So my understanding is we're still the motion is just to approve staff recommendations and designate Supervisors Wilson and Madrone as the two members to work with planning and building.
There was a little bit of a difference in there in terms of the monies to be spent with regard to the education component. So can you
get some if I could get some clarification on that, that would be helpful, because my understanding the board understood it and Supervisor Wilson was fine with the motion as is that he put forward.
So
through the chair, if John has a sentence that he would like to help me clarify, that'd be great.
So I think I would add into the motion that the work program would focus first on the polling, and based upon the polling data, then the work program and budget would be developed to address the educational piece. The money for the educational piece will not be allocated completely until after the polling is understood.
And that is my amendment to the motion.
And I accept that clarification. Thank you.
all right, any further discussion on this? All right, Ryan, we'll go to a roll call vote, please.
And just to clarify, we are designating Supervisor Wilson and Madrone to work with planning and building.
That's correct.
Okay, so roll call vote. We'll start with Supervisor Bohn.
Sure. I have more faith in our voting public, but yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
and Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Okay,
And
passes
thanks
5-0.
again thank you, Ryan, and thanks again for that discussion. I kind of have to reflect a little bit. We're looking at how much the costs are important to us now, where we might have just said go ahead before. We're being very thoughtful. But one of the other things that occurs to me is as a result of the COVID emergency, we may have even more need for affordable housing. So that's another thing to think about. So thank you very much for this discussion and the vote, and we'll move on. Now we'll move back to our other public works item. And with regard to this, we're actually going to adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Government Board of the Humboldt County Airport Land Use Commission. And I will go to Deputy Director Bronco to get us started on that. Oh, and also we've got Director Rogas. Welcome, Cody.
All right, Bob Bronco again. There are two items before the ALUC today, and the first one addresses the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan for Humboldt County Airports. And it looks like our consultant, Chris Jones with ESA, may have his slide up already. And I wanted to give a brief introduction to Chris. Chris and his firm, ESA, were contracted by Humboldt County to go ahead and provide an update of our existing ALUCP, which was last prepared back in the early 90s, and it was adopted for several of the airports surrounding the area. This update includes all of the airports that our county maintained, as well as airports maintained by Resort Improvement District in Shelter Cove and the City of Eureka's Samoa Field. And with that, I will introduce Chris Jones. Chris, take it away.
Thank you, Bob. Good afternoon. Move over to the screen here. All right. So I wanted to start off the presentation with sort of a brief introduction to airport land use compatibility planning, the State Aeronautics Act, and the responsibilities of the Airport Land Use Commission. Then wanted to talk about the updates being made to the draft Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, and then end the discussion with the project status and timeline. So our Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan update is going to include these 8 airports. We've got Arcata, Murray Field, Samoa Field, Neyland, Ronerville, Dinsmore, Garberville, and Shelter Cove. So the authority for undertaking both the creation of Airport Land Use Commission and the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plans is derived from Article 3.5 of the State Aeronautics Act, which also requires Caltrans to assist airport land use commissions in preparing these airport land use compatibility plans through education and guidance as provided in the Airport Land Use Planning Handbook. Airport land use commissions have the responsibility to assist local agencies in ensuring that their compatible land use is developed in areas around airports, and to coordinate planning on both the state, regional, and local levels, so as to provide for orderly development of both air transportation, while at the same time protecting public health, safety, and welfare. So airport land use commissions are responsible for reviewing land use plans, land use regulations, and other actions of local agencies and airport operators. They do not have any jurisdiction over the operation of airports. Their focus is on areas around airports. And they, of course, as a commission, will adopt rules and regulations consistent with the State Aeronautics Act in order to further their goals. There are 3 key limits to the Airport Land Use Commission's authority. ALUCs, as I call them, have no authority over existing land uses, regardless of whether those uses are incompatible with airport activities. So if it's already been developed, it's on the ground in areas around airports, it is what it is. Again, they have no jurisdiction over the operations of airports, and they have no jurisdiction over federal lands or tribal lands. So the State Aeronautics Act was enacted in the 1950s as sort of a reaction to development that was encroaching upon all these airports that were kind of developed back during World War II. And as the act evolved through time, it was amended to require the introduction of airport land use commissions for any county that had a public use or military airport. And then in 1970, the State Aeronautics Act was amended again to require that all airport land use commissions prepare airport land use compatibility plans. And so airport land use compatibility plans are planning documents. They're based on either airport master plans or an FAA approved airport layout plan that reflects anticipated growth of an airport during at least the next 20 years. They have 20-year planning horizons. They're distinct from airport master plans. In basic terms, the airport master plans are generally focused on airport property, and ALUCPs are focused on the areas around airport properties. Local agencies, such as the county and cities that are located within areas subject to Airport Land Use Commission authority, are required to update their general plans, specific plans, and land use documents to be consistent with an ALUCP. Once it's been adopted, they have 180 days to undertake that. Alternatively, they could overrule the Airport Land Use Commission by undertaking a 2/3 vote of their governing body and making specific findings that the proposed action or regulation or permit that is the subject of the overrule is consistent with the purposes of the State Aeronautics Act. And if a local agency fails to take either of these actions, then it's still required to submit all of its land use policy actions, development actions, master plans, what have you, located within airport influence areas to the Airport Land Use Commission for review until they take one of these first two steps. Not written down here, but also included are special districts. So school districts, community college districts, hospital districts are also subject to the authority of the Airport Land Use Commission. So anytime a local government agency makes a change or amends its plan or makes a change to its plan, it needs to bring it back to the Airport Land Use Commission for a consistency determination. So to get into the airport land use compatibility plans themselves, the plans cover airports that are the subject of the plans, the agencies that would be principally affected by the plans, the purpose of the plan, and limits of the Airport Land Use Commission. They define airport influence areas, which basically represent the geographic extent of the Airport Land Use Commission's authority. The establishment of airport influence areas is done in consultation with the local agencies and requires a public hearing, which we will get into later on in the presentation. Our plan also includes compatibility factors and zone maps, policies pertinent to the compatibility factors and zone maps. There are procedural policies in place, basically dictating how the Airport Land Use Commission and local agencies will operate as pertains to issues covered in the ALUCP. And the ALUCP also provides supporting materials, appendices, which include relevant state and federal laws, also sample implementation documents, checklists, methodologies for calculating non-residential intensities, that sort of thing. So again, the data used to produce our airport land use compatibility plan is airport master plans that have been approved, FAA approved airport layout plans. Two of our airports do not have airport layout plans, Shelter Cove and Samoa Field. They had airport diagrams that would be approved by Caltrans that we used in preparation of the ALUCP. We also prepared forecasts because the document has a 20-year planning horizon. We updated forecasts that were included in the airport master plans, taking them out to 2039. We also used FAA aeronautical data and gathered input from stakeholders. And we also used the local land use plans, notably the county and the county's general plan and zoning ordinance, City of Eureka's general plan and zoning ordinance. So this draft LUCP, once adopted, would replace the current airport land use compatibility plan that was prepared in 1993. The 1993 plan was only adopted for Shelter Cove Airport in 1997 and for Arcata Airport in 1998. The other airports, the plan was not adopted for them. However, the general plans of both the county and the cities of Eureka and Fortuna were updated to be consistent with the policies of the 1993 plan. They were basically adopted de facto. Since the 1993 plan was prepared, Caltrans guidance in the form of the Airport Land Use Planning Handbook has been updated several times, most recently in 2011. The scope and as well as the breadth of the guidance has increased. And so we've updated the plan to reflect those changes. In general, the general policies and procedures pertinent to implementation of the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan and how the Airport Land Use Commission functions is largely the same. It's a creature of the State Aeronautics Act, and it's largely the same as contained in the 1993 plan. The biggest changes that you will see in this draft plan are the way the policies are implemented. The 1993 plan used composite zones, which are basically areas of combined safety risk, noise exposure, and airspace penetration. And our draft LUCP split these out into compatibility factors. So we have separate layers or compatibility factors for noise, safety zones, airspace, and overflight notification with corresponding distinct and applicable policies for each one. Our draft LUCP also includes Samoa Field Airport, which was not included in the 1993 plan, and we excluded Hoopa Airport. We reached out to Hoopa Airport and did not receive a response as to whether they wanted to be included. It's a tribal airport. It's located on tribal land. The area that would constitute the airport influence area does not extend beyond tribal land, so it's really outside the jurisdiction of the Airport Land Use Commission to begin with. So they have been excluded from the plan. Again, the geographic scope of the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan is focused on an airport influence area. The airport influence area, it reflects basically the jurisdiction of the Airport Land Use Airport Land Use Commission in terms of its ability to review proposed land uses in those areas. The AIAs for Humboldt County are split into two review areas. We have Review Area 1, which constitutes the combined area within noise contours and safety zones, and Review Area 2, which reflects areas that fall within their under the airspace surfaces and overflight notification areas for each airport. And each airport in Humboldt County has its own AIA. So I'm gonna walk right through the draft AIAs for each airport. This is the draft AIA for Arcata Airport. The darker green area reflects the extent of Review Area 1, and the light green area reflects the extent of Review Area 2. This is for Dinsmore Airport. Again, the dark green area reflects Review Area 1, which is the combined area of the noise contours and safety zones, and Review Area 2 reflects the airspace surfaces and the overflight notification area. Garberville Airport, Neyland Airport, Murrayfield, Roanoke Airport, Samoa Field, and here the areas in crosshatch are over water, so technically speaking, there's no applicability in those areas, with the exception of possibly airspace as pertains to penetrations in the airspace, such as like if they were to construct a wind farm or some other obstruction that might penetrate an imaginary surface. Shelter Cove Airport. So walk you through the compatibility factors. Again, they're kind of like layers. And so this illustrates how they don't necessarily lay on top of one another, but how they exist, I guess. So you have your safety zones, your noise contours, your airspace protection surfaces, and your overflight notification area. Review Area 1 is composed of the safety zones and noise contours. And so going into the policies, with our noise policies, our objective is to minimize the number of people exposed to frequent and high levels of aircraft noise And our strategy for achieving that objective is to encourage the development of noise compatible land uses in the airport vicinities. And we identify the areas subject to the noise policies through the use of the CNEL noise exposure contours. So these are the contours that we developed for Arcata Airport, reflecting 2039 planning horizon for the document. Dinsmore, Garberville, Neyland Airport, Murray Field Airport, Ronerville Airport, Samoa Field, and Shelter Cove. So our policies are geared towards identifying those areas that are potentially impacted by airport or aircraft noise, identifying the acceptable noise levels for new development in areas around the airport, applying the CNL contours to individual project sites to determine compatibility, identifying new residential and non-residential land uses for which these policies would be applied, identifying acceptable interior noise levels, and also policies pertaining to navigation easements. The ALUCP includes a compatibility table like this one. Actually, this is an excerpt from the table, and this is a noise compatibility table. So on the left, we have a list of all of the land use categories. We include an appendix to the ALUCP that crosswalks all of these land use categories to permissible uses as identified in the county and city of Eureka's zoning ordinances. And then here we have the level of acceptability by CNEL band. So the green with the C means it's compatible. CC in yellow means it's conditionally compatible. The number beneath indicating the acceptable level of interior noise, and I in red means it's incompatible, meaning it wouldn't be allowed. This is an excerpt from Humboldt County's general plan, which was derived from the 1993 plan. And so you could see it's not entirely dissimilar from the compatibility criteria table that we've included in the update. Here you have your land use categories, your maximum interior noise levels, and then your level of compatibility by CNEL band. Our next compatibility factor is safety. Our objective is to minimize risks and consequences of aircraft incursions to those on the ground and in the air. We do this by identifying areas of risk around the airport where safety policies should apply, and develop policies to minimize risks to people on the ground and hazards to air navigation. We delineate the areas where these policies are applicable by identifying safety zones. So safety zones are created using guidance provided by Caltrans. They're basically based upon runway length and some other factors such as the shape of runway protection zones and the approach visibility minimums for aircraft that are operating at the airport. Here are two examples, one for a medium general aviation runway and one for a long general aviation runway. You can see the dimensions are slightly different for each of the safety zones. To walk through the safety zones, we've got safety zone 1, which reflects the runway protection zone. At the end of it's a trapezoid shape at the end of each runway that is delineated based on FAA guidance. Safety zone 2, which is the inner approach departure zone. Basically, it's where aircraft are arriving to or departing from the runway operating at fairly low altitudes on their final approach or departure. They're operating about 200 to 400 feet above the runway at this point. These are our inner turning zones. Our aircraft are turning base to final and landing approach or initiating turn to en route direction or departure, typically operating at altitudes of about 500 feet above the runway at this point. This is safety zone 4, which is the outer approach departure zone. Aircraft here are operating between 400 and 1,000 feet. Safety zone 5 are sideline zones. This area is delineated in the event that aircraft might veer off the runway into the sides. And then safety zone 6, which represents the aircraft traffic pattern around the airport, typically between 500 and 1,500 feet above the runway. So these are the safety zones, the draft safety zones that we've delineated for each of the airports. Just to give you a quick run through. Here are the safety zones for Arcata Airport. These are fairly generic. This is for Dinsmore Airport. These safety zones were adjusted to reflect the unusual topography that surrounds the airport. It has a single-sided traffic pattern because of the location of the mountains to the north of the airport and the runway. This is Garberville Airport. Again, we made adjustments to some of the safety zones to reflect the operating conditions at this airport. Neyland, also some changes to the safety zones, particularly safety zone 3 to reflect the operating conditions at this airport. Murrayfield, which is pretty generic set of safety zones. Ronerville, this reflects a single-sided traffic pattern at the airport. So safety zones 3 are restricted to the south of the runway. Samoa Field, again, single-sided traffic pattern. So we have our safety zones 3 located to one side of the runway. And also Shelter Cove Airport, another airport with a single-sided traffic pattern. It's reflected in the way we delineated safety zones 3. Excuse me. Our policies, our safety policies are focused on residential and non-residential criteria. We identify acceptable residential densities as well as non-residential intensities of use, meaning maximum number of people per acre. Parcels, the safety zones are applied in a way that if a parcel is located between two safety zones, it's treated as two separate parcels. So the criteria applicable in one safety zone would only be applied to the portion of the parcel located in that safety zone. And the other parcel, if it's located in a different safety zone, likewise is only subject to the policies pertinent to that safety zone. And we also have policies addressing mixed use development, infill, and land use as a special concern. Again, we have another compatibility criteria table that we include in the draft plan for safety zones. This one identifies a level of compatibility by 6 safety zones. All of our airports, with the exception of Neyland, have 6 safety zones. Neyland's an airport with a low number of operations, so the identification of a safety zone 6 wasn't necessary for that airport. Here we have safety zone 1, safety zone 2 through 6 again. I in red means that the land use is incompatible. CC means it's conditionally compatible in yellow, and then C in green means it's compatible. Here we have our land use categories. These are generic land use categories that, again, there's an appendix that crosswalks them to permissible uses as provided in the county and the city of Eureka's zoning ordinances. On the right, we have, this is the extra criteria applicable to those uses that are identified in yellow. And here we identify acceptable resident or maximum residential density, a maximum non-residential intensity, and then a maximum lot coverage for parcels. As an example, this is the safety compatibility criteria table that's currently included in the general plan that was derived from the 1993 ALUCP. It's pretty similar to the compatibility criteria table that we developed. And that's review area 1. Going into review area 2, we have our airspace protection factor in our overflight notification area. Going to airspace protection, the objective is to avoid intrusions in a navigable airspace that might serve as hazards to aircraft in operation. Our strategy is to limit the heights of structures associated with future development in airport areas. And we identify these areas through the use of imaginary airspace surfaces as defined under federal regulations, 14 CFR Part 77. We also address the Humboldt County Code, which I understand is the next item on your agenda, so we may be making a change there. We'll also look at TIRPs, Terminal Instrument Procedures, and airport runway layout in terms of identifying approach surfaces. So our policies here are basically a reiteration of requirements under federal regulations. Policies generally serve, the FAA has no local land use authority, so these policies typically serve as sort of a nexus between federal regulations and local land use authority. And it's not just penetrations into the airspace. The policies also address things like glare, sources of glare that might interfere with the pilot's ability to see, steam plumes from like solar plants, electrical interference from electrical towers, or wildlife hazards like flocks of birds that might get sucked into an engine. So walking through, these are the airspace surfaces for each of the airports. Inset depicts the outer approach surface, which stretches beyond the viewport depicted here. This is for Arcata. Dinsmore Airport, again, here in the orange, you see areas of penetration into the airspace surfaces, which kind of explains why aircraft operate the way they do through this river valley. Garberville, Neeland, Murrayfield, Ronerville, Samoa Field, and Shelter Cove. Our next compatibility factor is overflight notification. The purpose of overflight notification is basically to minimize annoyance related to aircraft overflights beyond the noise contours. Typically, noise contours are identified, where noise levels would be unacceptable to people, certain land uses on the ground. This takes it beyond that, recognizing that noise is largely subjective. Frequently, you'll find that noise complaints kind of come in from areas well beyond noise contours developed for airports. And so these policies address that. We've delineated an overflight notification area based upon flight tracks that were used to model the noise contours and to delineate the safety zones and basically reflect how the aircraft are operating at the airports. There are two primary policies in play here. One is a real estate transfer disclosure that's required at the sale of new residential uses, and then an overflight notification notice that needs to be recorded whenever a new housing development is approved. So walking through here, this is our overflight notification area for Arcata, Dinsmore, Garberville, Neeland, Murrayfield, Ronerville, Samoa Field, and Shelter Cove. Cross-hatched areas are areas over water where the policies are not necessarily applicable. And so our next steps in this process, we have a draft plan that's been completed. It's undergone several series of review, and we're going to release it to the public for a 30-day review period beginning next month. We're in the process of getting ready to make the plan ADA compliant, so it's ready to go before we release it to the public. We will then begin our environmental analysis this summer. Policies and ALUCPs have the potential to displace land use from one area to another, so they are subject to CEQA. So we'll be preparing a development displacement analysis to identify what impacts the plan could possibly have to land uses in areas around the airports. Once we're done with that technical analysis, we'll prepare an initial study. We will then come back to you with a recommendation for the appropriate CEQA document. That should be happening in early autumn. We will then release the CEQA document and the updated draft ALUCP to the public for a 30-day public review period. And then towards the end of the year, we will come back to you basically to have a hearing for review of the airport influence areas and approval, and then approval of the CEQA document, and then adoption of the plan. And that is the update. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Chris. That was a really interesting presentation and a lot of information there. So thank you. I would request that you take the graphic off the screen so that I can see the other members of the board. And first of all, go to the board and see if there's any comments on this before we go for public comment. Supervisor Wilson.
I just wonder, in terms of human activity impacts to the airspace itself, I saw that building height was kind of the main thing. What are some other activities that you look out for in terms of potential impacts to airspace?
Typically, we look at things like if you were building a wind turbine that might penetrate airspace, glare from like a solar plant, plumes from like a geothermal plant that might interfere with the pilot's ability to see, wildlife hazards. So flocks of birds are also another factor that's taken into consideration in evaluating impacts to airspace.
Is it ever firearms discharge in one of the issues that you look at?
No. not under airspace.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned HUPA. Was HUPA in the previous plan?
Yes, HUPA was included in the 1993 plan.
Okay, and who did you reach out to out in HUPA?
I believe Bob can answer that question.
Yes, Bob.
We reached out to the tribal chairperson. I don't have their name right off the top of my head, unfortunately.
That'd be Byron Nelson right now. Okay, is it too late if they want to participate, but they've been too busy with COVID or other things, or?
The process has been underway for quite some time, and to go back and be able to add in the airport would essentially bring us back to the starting point.
Understood, no problem. Thanks for trying. Thanks for reaching out. Willow Creek, is that a private strip there by Mercer Fraser? Yeah, I figured you might know that, Rex. So that is private, Cody? Yeah? Cool, okay. The other one is in this plan, appreciate the PowerPoint. There's a lot of good information there. Thank you, Chris. Is there a flight routes map where aircraft coming and going from any particular airport is supposed to stay within certain flight paths? Because I know I get a lot of constituent complaints and calls about that. No, the plan's focused on land use in areas around airports, so we wouldn't have anything to do with delineating, approach or departure corridors to the airports. We do, however, provide an appendix that includes the flight tracks that were used. So. Okay, yeah, because some of those flight tracks that have been being used may or may not be approved flight paths. Sometimes pilots take the shortest route, and that's not necessarily the approved flight path. Cody, I'll get together with you, Cody, offline and see if I can get that information for around the Arcata McKinleyville Airport, because I do get a lot of calls about that and people wondering what is the flight paths, and because you were talking, Chris, in there about real estate disclosure stuff. So if the public doesn't have easy access to flight path information, how is disclosure even happening via real estate sales, et cetera? And it is a very important thing because it has a dramatic impact on property value. So I'll follow up with you, Cody, on that and see what we can work out. Thank you.
And please note the data, we collected data, we interviewed Cody. We also spoke to the airport manager down at the Resort Improvement District and also for the city of Eureka as pertains to Samoa Field. And we collected information and that, reflects how aircraft are actually operating at these airports. And that is reflected in the noise contours and safety zones, all the compatibility factors that are provided in the plan.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Do you have any comments, Cody? Director Rogatz? No, okay, all right.
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will put it to public comment on this item, which is an informational item. Any public comment on item 1 under the Airport Land Use Commission?
There is no public comment for this item, Chair Fennell.
Thank you very much, Ryan. So I will bring it back to the board. This is again a presentation.
I'll move that we receive the report.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call on that, please? Ryan?
Yes, Chair Fennell. Roll call vote. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Passes
Thank you.
5-0.
Thank you for that. And just very briefly, we have a second item. We're just going to keep the meeting open of the ACLU, but I did want to say we do need to, or LUC, whatever it is. I do want to leave room here for public comment on non-agenda items. And this is with regard to the agenda of the Airport Land Use Commission. Do we have any comments on non-agenda items on the Airport Land Use Commission?
I have one hand raised.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. That person, I think you're free to speak now. Welcome.
Oh, I'm wanting to speak on the next agenda item. I just don't understand the system very well. So if
No, you're doing fine. Just keep that putting that hand up. We're almost there. Thank you. Thank you. So with no public comment on non-agenda items, we'll go to the second item before us, which is to consider the consistency of the proposed revisions to the county code. And I think that would be going to you, Bob.
All right, Bob Runkle back again. This particular item is coming to you as a result of cannabis projects bringing to light some inconsistencies with county code and how it's adversely affecting development around the county airports, particularly in the areas where the terrain is somewhat steep and penetrates the protected airspaces around the airports. There's a few little spots around the Arcata Airport where you get up in the hills that comes into play. Down by Shelter Cove, a lot of the hillside down there is affected by it, and out by Dinsmore Airport is also affected by this. The crux of the matter is that the existing county code prohibits any penetration of the protected airspace without a variance being approved by the Board of Supervisors. And the idea is that the Board of Supervisors, I imagine, does not necessarily want to hear variances from every single little project that comes along the way. And ideally, we should look at having a way to administratively approve projects that have a minimal penetration into the airspace. And what we're able to go ahead and come up with is a process in which first we go ahead and realign county code to match the protected airspaces that the FAA has, and that's something that's referred to as FAR 77 surfaces. And with that, when an applicant has a project that would be penetrating one of those surfaces, they would petition the FAA directly to get their concurrence if there is a hazard to flight or not with what they're proposing. If in fact the FAA indicates that there's no hazard to flight, then the aviation department is able to administratively approve the request, and it does not require a variance hearing before the Board of Supervisors. If the FAA does determine it is a hazard of flight, an applicant does have the opportunity then to request a variance before the Board of Supervisors, and that is something that Cody would then, as the aviation department, would then go ahead and bring forward to the board. And then the last thing the ordinance does is a little cleanup work with airports becoming their own department. It cleans up the language in there to specifically refer to the airport. Is there any questions that I could answer?
So I have a quick question. You said this was related to some cannabis projects. Is there a concern with regard to the FAA being a federal entity and signing off on cannabis projects? Just a question.
That does not appear to be the problem. The FAA is simply looking at a structure on a piece of property. If someone's proposing a house, a greenhouse, whatever it might be, they file a form 7460 with the FAA. And the FAA then chimes in if that would in fact be a hazard to flight. The actual use that it's occurring within that structure is not disclosed.
Thank you. Any other questions for Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, Bob, so you're saying that also includes ag structures? Because I mean, I know ag is compatible with around airports. So, I mean, you only have to go as far as Sacramento to see that. But I mean, is it just a ag structure, i.e. greenhouse, that is incompatible with that, or what's the breakdown?
It's any structure that's penetrating the protected airspaces around the airport. So the best way to think about this is surrounding the airport is something that kind of looks like a stadium, a big football stadium with sloping sides that needs to be protected. So when an aircraft takes off, there's no obstacles in the way that they might hit. And out in the flatlands, in the middle of the country, that's not an issue. The ground's flat and you're not having these sorts of penetrations. But out here in Humboldt County, where we actually have terrain, it does pose a problem out in the hills area, such as Dinsmore. And as you start having the ground penetrate these protected airspace surfaces, anything that you wish to build on it, even the trees growing on the property are penetrating the airspace. And these are the sorts of things that could jeopardize the viability of an airport if a structure is built there that's not compatible with aircraft operations.
Great, thank you, Bob. Any other comments on this? Any questions? Seeing none, I will now go to public comment on this item. And I know we have at least one public comment on this because he's been waiting all day. Ryan, are those keyed up?
Yes, Chair Fennell.
Thank you. So please join us and give us your thoughts.
Estelle, I hope the lady's still here. Hopefully, I just clued in and I just did it just now. So anyway, these airports are extremely important, not just for things penetrating the surface there that might cause an airplane, but also if you have a failure of an airplane or something like that, and you do have structures and living things, that's not an appropriate place. Because of accidents and things. I know we've had to do tree removal and other things for that to keep this going. Strongly support you letting the powers that be go ahead and make the determination. It's kind of like we're giving them an unfunded mandate back at them, and then we just roll with the punch. And that, but I wouldn't grant it I would not grant a variance to a project they said was a hazard. That would be kind of one of those sanity tests, wouldn't it? So then we would be criminally liable and civilly liable should we go over the top of them. So anyway, that's all. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kent. Next caller, please. I think that's you. Hello.
That's all the hands that I have up, Chair Fennell. There's no one else unless you'd like me to unmute and see if anyone else wants to comment.
Yeah, I'm looking. Can you look at 7322?
Yes.
Hi, caller. You're on the air.
I'm the person that's been waiting, and it's the next agenda item. I didn't realize I'd have to hang up and dial again. But anyway, it's not this. It's the next item, which is the Redwood Properties appeal of the Planning Commission.
Oh my goodness. I am so sorry you've been following this all day. We moved that agenda item to early in the morning. And just for your information, it's actually the hearing has been continued. But I definitely would welcome your comment, considering that you've waited patiently. And I'm just going to take it now, if everybody will bear with it. Well, actually, I can't because we're at the airport land use. So either you have a decision to make now, caller. We're in the middle of a different commission. we'll be adjourning out of that, and you could call into the Board of Supervisors, or you could just stay online, or you can just make plans to give input the next time this is before the board, and that's been set for June 23rd. But there was no decision made today, and the item was continued.
Okay, so I'll check in on the 23rd.
Thank you so much, and sorry for that that mistake there. Thank you for your patience. So with that, we have no further comment on this item, and bring it back to the board. Any further discussion? Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I'll just make a motion that that we make the consistency determination for the revisions to County Code 33-1. I assume that's what's being asked of us.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Bath. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Ryan, if you can do a roll call, please.
Yes, Chair Fennell.
Yes.
Roll. Supervisor Bohn, yes. Supervisor
yes.
Bath.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Passes.
And,
thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much to everybody, and thank you for a great discussion and a great presentation. So we're now adjourning as the Humboldt County Airport Land Use Commission, and we're coming back in as the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. That's getting very close to the end of a long meeting today. We're going to be going into closed session. However, I do want to say that with a great deal of sadness, I want to let everybody know that we will be adjourning today in memory of Don Tuttle. And I believe that Hank Seaman from our Department of Public Works, our Resource Director, would like to say a few words. If you've made it on yes, I think I see that number coming in right now. Hank would like to say a few words about Don. And Rex has—
Go ahead, you got it.
Hank, are you
there?
there?
Good afternoon. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Hank Seaman. We were notified this weekend that Don Tuttle passed away on Friday. Don was my predecessor at Public Works, the Director for Natural Resources for over 3 decades, from the early 1970s until 2003. Don really had a principal role in helping Humboldt County transition into the era of environmental stewardship and regulation. He was involved with many county projects involving road and bridges and levees and parks and the Hammond Trail and the county jail. He worked with Board of Supervisors on regional water issues, and in fact, he was the first staff administrator for the Eel Russian River Commission. Don had a real passion for old newspapers and historical photographs, and he used those to document the history of land use and environmental changes. He was especially interested in king salmon and bluff erosion, and he really went to great lengths to make those primary materials available to scientists and historians locally. And he also was very active with the Humboldt Historical Society, Arcata's Historic Landmark Committee, and he was the past president of the Big Lagoon Park Company. Don was really a mentor, an advisor, and a friend. He was very kind, practical, quick to laugh, and always willing to help. And I hope Don took some solace that there's a much brighter future for the prospects of removing Scott Dam and returning the Eel River to a free-flowing river. And I want to express my condolences to his wife, Andrea, and Don's many friends around the county. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Hank. That was very nicely put. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I want to add, Don's a pretty important person to me as well in terms of, I worked with him first when I was doing my master's work at Humboldt State in the out at the marsh, and he was just such a great supporter of, you know, in those times. I was introduced to him by Bob Gearhart, and he was there for me through my technical processes in terms of my work as an engineer and as a planner, and then politically, I would say he was very, very in the know of the, in terms of just sort of where I'm at today. I owe a huge debt of gratitude to Don, who really did lay the groundwork for really advancing Humboldt County's land use and environmental stewardship policies. Yeah, we would be, this place would not look the same without having him been here. And so our landscape is more beautiful and more productive because Don's efforts. And I want to really thank him for all his work on that. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Bohn? Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm not going to say it all. Mike made a very nice presentation there. Don was a mentor to me as well for 40 years. We partnered on the Hammond Trail and many projects together, and he's going to be dearly missed, and we do send love and prayers to his family. And we love you, Don. Thank you for all you did for Humboldt.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. I just want to say that, as Hank mentioned, Don was very involved with the Irrigation River Commission Potter Valley Project, trying to take care of Humboldt County's needs for water flow and fisheries, etc. And I am really glad that we got as far as we did, and hopefully he was being able to pay attention. I appreciated the advice and the wisdom he passed on to me in my role with the Irrigation River Commission. And with that, when we finish our meeting today, we will be adjourning in memory of Don Tuttle. And our deepest condolences to Andrea and to the whole family and all who mourn him. So with that, we will go to our closed session. We have 3 more items to discuss, and we'll go to Council Billingsley.
Thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board pursuant to Government Code 549-7.6 to meet with its labor negotiators to review the county's position and instruct their negotiators, Kelly Barnes, Alicia Hayes, and Jack Hughes. That will be with the following groups. AFSCME Local 1684, the Humboldt County Attorneys Association, the Deputy Sheriff's Organization, the Law Enforcement Unit of the Deputy Sheriff's Organization, elected appointment department heads, and management and confidential employees. There are 2 other closed sessions pursuant to Government Code 549-57B1 to consider appointments. The first is the Director of Library Services, and the second is the Agricultural Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Council Billingsley. So we will now go into closed session. Ryan, I have a quick question for you. Are you available?
Yes, Chair.
So once we're done with this and report out, will this still be over Access Humboldt?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So with that, does anybody have any idea how long we'll be in closed session on these 3 items? Council Billingsley, Amy?
I'm going to guess 45 minutes.
Okay. So we're going to aim to be back and reporting out of closed session by 5 p.m. And with that, I'll take public comment on these 3 items.
Still, my understanding is that Jeff Dolph has somebody lined up who he mentored. I hope the library services person did that also for your replacement there. That should go fast, hopefully. Now, the one that should take a lot of time is your negotiations with your employees. If the state's taking a 10% haircut, for some reason it was implied or I inferred that you didn't have any discretion working with your employees as far as their rate goes. I think that a minimum of what they should expect as far as all transparency goes is whatever the state is cutting as far as percentages or things of pay should be a negotiated contract with these employees. People are going to have to start understanding that public employees are not immune to this particular process. The private sector, a lot of people are not going to end up with any jobs whatsoever. And by the time the public sector's done, I don't know if you'll downsize to about the size of what Trinity County is or not. But people need to start being realistic about their requests, and that includes your employees and yourself. I'd hate to have to think that, to get this all straightened around here, we would have to put a ballot measure on and determine that let's just start with the supervisors and average Trinity County, Tehama County's pay, and that would be your salary pay package. But if it takes that to get parity in this world of ours, so be it. Probably not this November, but if we don't get things moving in the right direction here 2 years from then, if there's much county government around whatsoever, we'll see, won't we? I would be really non-optimistic on this, take the conservative viewpoint with negotiations. You can always give them a raise back if things come back and it gets better and we have the money, but we're not going to have it. I'm looking at 30% possibly county cut during the next 2 years here as far as your annual budget goes. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on these closed session items.
Thank you very much. Are there any further comments on the closed session, Ryan?
Chair Fennell, that concludes the public comment for closed session.
Thank you very much. So we'll now go into closed session and we will see you back here at 5 p.m. or soon thereafter as possible. Thanks a lot.
Let me just, yeah, if you would like to go, we're good.
Okay, great. We do have a quorum. We're back out of closed session. Council Billingsley, anything to report?
Yes, Chair. On item L1, there is no reportable action. On item L2, the board voted unanimously to appoint Chris Cooper as interim library director with an effective date of June 8th. On item 4, the board voted unanimously to appoint Jeff Dolph as agricultural commissioner effective immediately.
Thank you very much, Council Billingsley. And that does it for our meeting today. Again, as we mentioned earlier, we are adjourning this meeting in memory of Don Tuttle.
Thanks, Don.